Good morning, everyone, or potentially good afternoon, and welcome to the Online Digital Transformation Conference. It's a pleasure to have you with us wherever you may be. It's usually this time of year that we're hosting the event in its live format in London, welcoming an array of speakers across several stages. But due to the current crisis, it's now time for the event itself to digitally transform, and for now, this is the next best thing. A little bit about myself before we get going. So my name is Chris and I founded Raw Media 5 years ago and introduced the Digital Transformation Conference series shortly after. The event has since grown in size and welcomed some brilliant digital leaders sharing insights and stories on everything from cultural shifts to emerging technologies. We've been fortunate enough to work with some of the biggest organizations at the forefront of digital innovation. Also, I've very recently become a father, which has been the most exciting thing, but I'm announcing this not to be endearing, but as a forewarning in case any loud screams interrupt the broadcast, the joys of now working from home. Now, I've told myself to avoid words like unprecedented during today and throughout tomorrow, but I must explain that this event would usually be going out in its live format today in London, which would have been the 2020 headline event of the series. We should have hosted the event in Singapore, Sydney, Amsterdam, and New York already this year, but clearly that's not going to happen in light of everything. A real shame, but we hope to be back bigger and stronger for the series throughout next year, should it be safe to do so. So today we have storytelling, case studies, how-tos, inspirational thinking, frameworks, and more throughout, welcoming some brilliant leaders who have been kind enough to share glimpses of their work. Some of our speakers have joined us on the live events in years past, and others we welcome as new faces to the series. It's been a real pleasure to work with some passionate individuals. Each presentation is going to be streamed, and then we'll be inviting the speakers in for a live Q&A session for around 5-10 minutes, depending on timing, after the presentation is concluded. During the presentation times, you can put questions forward. We are recommending to either do this on the official event hashtag, which is Digtra, and you can see that just down here. Alternatively, on this landing page, if you're through on Beyond Business Buzzwords, there is a chat function, and my colleagues will be posting on the live feed, so you can comment on that and put questions forward. We want to keep the event as engaging as possible, so we are encouraging everyone to use these functions throughout the day. Do introduce yourselves and do connect with one another on the chat. It would be wonderful to allow some folk to meet like-minded professionals through this. Obviously, it's a very different format of a conference. You'd usually be meeting people within the networking breaks and whatnot. So do that. And it's unlikely to happen, but any inappropriate comments will be removed. So there's no way that we'd have been able to operate this event and make it available for free without the support of our brilliant sponsors. So big shout out to Cloud Health by VMware, Vonage, Lewagon, Hallmark Technology, and also our 2020 series headline sponsor, Google Chrome Enterprise. They'll be sharing their stories both today and tomorrow, and I thank them for being involved and being a part of this online event. Now, it's at this point where I would normally ask you to turn phones to silent, point out the emergency exits, and let you know where the nearest coffee stations are. But I'm sure you all know your own homes and offices if you are back, so I'll leave that with you. I'm hoping the stream won't see any interruptions, but in the case they do, the feed will be restored as quickly as possible. So do give us some time. If it does, it's a little bit more risky working from home and putting this on with all the technology here and trying to stream everything from home. We'll be taking every precaution to ensure that this doesn't happen. So with that, I'd ask you to sit back and enjoy the day. I'm going to be popping in and out of the video, introducing all our wonderful speakers throughout the day, leading the Q&A elements. So as I mentioned before, do jump on the event hashtag, get your questions over during the presentations, and we'll be bringing the speakers in live to answer those questions, and also use the chat function embedded within to put the questions forward, keep it as engaging as possible. So we're starting the day with Dave Vincent, who's Chief Digital Officer at Tourism Northern Ireland. Dave's been involved in public sector transformation since 2017, after moving away from a senior role in technology consultancy. Dave's now responsible for accelerating the digital first ambition that sits within tourism Northern Ireland. He's going to be presenting today on how digital transformation may no longer be the golden ticket. So I'm going to start the presentation now.
Good morning, everyone, and hello from what is a pretty sunny Belfast, and a lovely bright morning as I sit here at my desk in the sunroom in this new normal that we all talk about. I want to say thank you to the Roar guys for the opportunity to share some thoughts and really to tell a bit of a story this morning. A little bit of a controversial title, and one that I kind of believe in, but please let me explain. I should say at the outset that I believe digital can enable all of the answers, but it is not the answer to everything. And certainly in the organization and the world that I live in, digital transformation has become a little bit of a strapline as being the answer to everything, and everything is about digital. I've been on a bit of a personal crusade for the last 3 years trying to change that perception, and to the point where we don't actually use the term digital transformation in my organization. Rather, we talk about digitally enabled business change. We talk about business outcomes with a digital enabling stream underneath it. Right to the point where we don't have a digital strategy anymore. We have a business strategy with business outcomes that are underpinned by digital deliverables. Hope that makes sense, and I'm hoping the story that I talk about here gives a little bit more context to that. But let me introduce the session and really what I'm going to try and talk about today and tell you the story and really my own personal experience and observations along the way. I'm here to be corrected and looking forward to later on having the opportunity maybe to chat in the question and answer at the end. So I want to talk a little bit about what I'm going to talk about. I want to set the context. I want to talk about tourism and the organisation that I joined just over 3.5 years ago, and really the industry and the organisation. And I talk about it being a blank canvas for digital and for innovation. I'll not steal my own words, and we'll talk about that in a little moment. I'm going to talk a little bit about the mysterious case of the disappearing chief digital officer. Doing myself out of a job is when I think I'll be successful, but probably talking myself into another job. And I'll tell you the story and where my thinking is on that. And then at the end of the presentation, I'll try and think a little bit about how we use the digital mindset and our digital capabilities to respond to these extraordinary circumstances that we're in. And apologies in advance. If nothing else, I hope you'll enjoy some of the scenery of Northern Ireland as I share the slides and the context with you. So thank you for your time and your interest, and we'll get stuck in. So in terms about me, how I find myself here, and a little bit about tourism. I'm a career consultant. I started my career in the civil service just about 30 years ago. But very quickly realised that the civil service wasn't necessarily for me and my skill set at that stage in my career, and left pretty quickly and have been enjoying a range of consulting and IT roles over the last 30 years. And actually, when I reflected back on it, an awful lot of time spent trying to deliver and drive change into organisations. So there's the answer to the question, why am I here? I was looking for an opportunity to actually live out the change rather than tell organisations how they should change. Add on to that the layer of Northern Ireland was in a growth phase. Tourism was the hot industry this time 3-4 years ago. Something which 10 years ago we probably wouldn't have thought would have been real, but incredible increase in numbers of visitors, investment in the sector, and global interest. So a really interesting opportunity to come in and deliver back then some digital transformation in a sector that had been underinvested. Is made up of about 5,500 businesses worth about £1 billion a year, 65,000 employees, all round numbers, and you'll get why I talk in round numbers later on when I talk about the lack of data and our lack of insight. But a very SME focused business, which right now in this world that we're in has proved extremely challenging. Just to set the context, about 70% of my tourism businesses right now don't qualify for any of the government support in response to the pandemic. So a massive crisis for us, and one that's keeping me being relatively occupied over the last 10 weeks. And again, I'll reflect a little bit about that later on. But a very resilient industry, one that has dealt with all sorts of things in the past and has bounced back. The one that was first hit, the one that was very visibly hit, but the one that we'll expect to be back up and running quickly. And when I say tourism, I mean the wider tourism and hospitality sector. So the hotels, the restaurants and the pubs, as well as the attractions and the experiences. But principally made up of a number of big icons that you will recognise: the Giant's Causeway and the National Trust, the Titanic Belfast, organisations and experiences that were invested in as part of a previous capital funding round about 10 years ago, which really helped to accelerate the interest and the growth in tourism and bringing visitors to Northern Ireland. But in reality, actually, we're still very heavily dependent on a domestic visitor population. About 80% of our visitors come from ROI and wider GB. So in the pandemic, it's about staying at home and promoting that. But again, I'm stealing my words for later on. So an organisation is made up of a sector that's made up of lots of small businesses, underinvested in terms of technology and capability. When I joined about 3.5 years ago, probably about 60% of them weren't bookable online in very simple terms, and a similar figure didn't have web presences. So a fairly rich and blank canvas for digital innovation. Let me flick on to the world that I came into, a world where actually customer and visitor expectation was completely changing, going online. The visitor experience and the way that visitors consume, imagine, book was completely changing to be an online experience, moving away from traditional platforms to Instagram, to booking on the fly, and an ever increasing demand for our organizations to be in that space. Not necessarily, as some of my sister organizations would think, to have a big website with millions of followers, but actually to have an industry that has really good product, really good content on platforms that visitors use and available to book there and then in a seamless and really easy to use way. So that was the expectation from a consumer perspective. Slightly different, as I already alluded to, in terms of capability of the organizations themselves and in terms of my own organization and its ability to respond to that very fast moving tourism environment and also the opportunity that was there. So in preparing this presentation, I flicked back through some of the slide decks that I'd prepared over the last 3 years. This came from my first ever board presentation to tourism in Northern Ireland. And really it was Dave's digital dream. It was about thinking differently, lifting ourselves outside the workings of a civil service organisation, lifting ourselves outside the constraints of a tourism sector that weren't really that digital, and thinking about a visitor and what we wanted to do with them, taking some of the guidance from world organisations and world best practice and looking to see what that was. And for me, that was all about integration and mobile and information and booking when you can, where you can, on whatever platform you wanted. I have lived to regret this slide because anybody who is engaged with the Northern Ireland tourism sector may recognise the name Digital Dave. This is where it came from. Unfortunately, that name has stuck. And it's also a part of this story that Digital Dave becomes the answer to everything. And that's not really the journey I want to take you on today. I want to take you on the journey we've been on and the recognition that it's something different. It's a large part of it, but definitely something different. And also the complexity of what I was dreaming and the maturity of the organizations that I was dealing with became a real constraint for me. But let me talk you through where we went on this journey and how I set about that over the last 3.5 years. So coming out of that engagement, coming out of that changing environment, back then I set 3 digital priorities or 3 themes or work streams. The first one about digital capability and productivity, about my own organisation, and about my industry. The second being about innovation and really providing some thought leadership, out of the box thinking, looking at what's happening globally and bringing in some best practice into our sector. And the third one being my real passion, just in case that hasn't come across, data and more data. So if I talk very briefly about the first one, digital capability and productivity, first of all, inside my own organisation, a very typical civil service arm's length body, who were probably underinvested in technology, kind of consumed some shared services, but didn't really use it. They used it to record the manual processes that were happening rather than actually using it to transform and change and drive efficiencies and actually, more importantly, drive service to our customers, which is the industry. Not the visitors, the industry, and making sure the industry is in a place to serve those visitors and promote those visitors. So if I kind of try and break that down, we started with replacing some of our core systems, an HR system, our finance system, we brought in and moved that into cloud-based platforms, and then migrated everything that we had into the cloud, moving away from on-premise hardware and solutions and platforms that were costing a significant amount with a significant dedicated IT overhead, but limited bandwidth, to something that's in the cloud, that's accessible online, and actually looking back prepares us for remote working. Right now, about 150 people working remotely, and we switched that on overnight. So hindsight's a great thing. If I thought that's why I was doing it, I'm probably smarter than I give myself credit for. But a real focus on online platforms and moving out of legacy on-premise applications to cloud-based integrated solutions. So HR, finance, Microsoft platform, we've Office 365, SharePoint, and all of those capabilities. And starting to integrate those and look at an end-to-end experience for our staff and ultimately for our customers. And CRM was the next piece of that, and really automating the processes. So using Dynamics and the marketing tools around there to start to build a single view of our customer, migrating out of a legacy database to start looking at new ways of creating visibility of all our interactions with our customers, and also being much more proactive in our communication and interaction with them. And then in parallel, looking at our web platforms, we have two main web platforms. We have discovernorthernireland.com, which is our consumer-facing website, which is all about exposing the products of our businesses into the marketplace. Again, a legacy platform built on a very expensive content management platform that never really worked and had cost an awful lot of money. And something that we've just actually awarded a new contract and are deploying a destination management system that also allows us to integrate with our destination management partners, so the councils and the destinations around the country, getting everybody on the same platform with the same product database and making the experience for a visitor much more streamlined. But actually the big change was in our tourismni.com site, which is our corporate site, typically the place where we posted news and where we told them about the organization. We've completely transformed that into something that we call a self-service business hub, somewhere where our businesses can register, can log in, and we take them through a journey that starts to understand them at a business level, at an offering level and product level, and takes them on a training and mentoring journey. And there are gates along the way where we get to the point where they are proposition ready, which allows us to publish the content back onto Discover NI or actually onto any other digital platform that they choose, whether it be an online travel agent or something else. Alongside all of that was something called our Tourism Enterprise Development Program, which was a major investment in a managed service to bring in best practice training for those members of our industry who needed digital capability. Everything from how to book online, to understand how to manage their revenue, to Facebook promotions, to marketing, to doing videos, and delivering right across our industry standardized training with a standardized syllabus that allows everybody to get to a common level of competency. So that was the digital capability and productivity piece, and not really where I'm going to focus this morning, but an essential building block for what I'm going to talk about, which is how we started to move into innovation and deliver some thought leadership. So from an innovation and thought leadership perspective, we were in a relatively blank canvas. The industry hadn't really thought about it. They weren't really engaged with our tech sector or with our startup sector. So we started to look at how could we invest, put some seed funding in that to encourage some partnerships and some innovation partnerships and the kind of innovation helix that you hear the academics talking about. And we leveraged the SBRI, Small Business Research Initiative, and the funding there to really run a number of competitions that were targeted at bringing together partnerships of tech companies, attractions and experience owners and providers, along with local councils or destination management organizations, to make a proposition very attractive, to do some research that was very focused on delivering an improved experience for visitors. And initially that was all about immersive technology, augmented reality, actually, to be more specific. And we worked on a number of pilots with some really interesting people, some local startups, some established high-tech companies, and right the way through to David Attenborough's production company, to the high end of video quality production. And I'm going to just take the liberty of walking you through a couple of these. This is one that is in Belfast and is all about wayfinding and signposting to our tourism attractions, but using our new transport system as the hub for how we get people to download that. There's Wi-Fi on the buses, so therefore they can get access to the to the app itself, and also the bus stops are hard coded, so we know exactly where somebody is when they have the app open, and can give some very accurate wayfinding information. Lots of lessons learned along the way here, including, making sure people aren't looking down all the time when they're crossing busy roads, and giving high level guidance rather than very specific. Follow this line. So that's one. It's taking you to the peace walls, which tells a bit of the checkered past of Belfast, and exposing that in a new way. Right now we have thousands of visitors a day, or normally would, who visit this site and see a wall and add commentary and their comments to that wall. We developed an app that slides out and tells the story in a very unpolitical way, actually using news recordings, using re-recording and putting actors in place, but through an immersive tech app that allows people to see a lot of the history behind the wall and the story, and also exposes some of the very personal stories behind that you wouldn't necessarily get from a tour guide if they were taking you there. Another one is part of Northern Ireland's background, is C.S. Lewis and the Narnia stories. So we have a place in Belfast called C.S. Lewis Square, which is dedicated to that. And we gamified C.S. Lewis Square for children, and allowed them to really explore the physical environment that's there, but starting to walk through the wardrobe and experience what Narnia might have been looked like in their imagination. An iconic part of Belfast, we have rebuilt Titanic and put it back on the slipways. We've allowed people to walk alongside it to scale, and we've also allowed them to lower the decks so that they can walk and explore the decks, things that they wouldn't see today. And actually they can put the boat back in the river and get their picture taken on the deck. Lots of interesting concepts here. We've done something in Armagh Planetarium where we have built a virtual moon. We have built an immersive room where people and the kids can walk on the surface of the room, but exposing lots more content rather than just running around and looking at the exhibits. Some stories there, some gamification that actually allows them to build up a rocket that when they take outside, they can launch and can also take home on their app. So lots of different types of experience that we've been working on and playing with. And that's the immersive piece. The next piece then was my real passion, which was around data. And how do we start to really understand our visitor behaviour? I very quickly realised that when I joined Tourism Northern Ireland, we don't have very much data in the true sense. We have lots of information about a visitor and their preferences when they're online. But when they arrive in the country, I talk about them falling off a cliff. There's a data vacuum. My industry and the individual silo parts of that know more about the visitor than we at the centre do. So how on earth can we ever get to the point where we can impact their behaviour and start to drive them around to different places, to places we want to drive them to rather than the traditional hotspots? So we kicked off a piece of work around intelligent tourism, again using the SBRI mechanism to help with that in terms of funding and engaging with industry, but very much looking at how do we start to capture data, how do we start to use data that's there, aggregate data, and how do we maybe buy some data that's also around. So let me explore that a little bit and give you some examples as well. A number of priorities in that. Presence, so when is somebody in the country? Where are they? What is their behaviour? So where do they move? How do they move around? And finally, what other information and data is being captured around the industry that we could potentially bring together under the heading of something that we call the Tourism Data Hub. I actually changed that to the Tourism Co-op because really what we want is our industry to engage with it, and for putting in their data, they get access to wider insights. But really working with a range of local stakeholders and international organisations, a mix of industry partners, data partners and technology partners that will give us a real blend of data sets. You'll see over the right hand side some pictures and really that's just to give you a flavour of some of the stuff we've been playing with in terms of Sigfox people counters and LoRaWAN, so basically counting people in and out of locations. We've got cameras and artificial intelligence cameras that sit on the edge that take pictures of vehicles and allow me to get a sense of itineraries of coaches around the country. And then we've got a rake over there of paid data sources that give us an insight into international visitor trends and spend and behaviour, and a lot of things that we're still working on and still, I'm going to use the term playing with, because we really are still in that innovation space of understanding the capability and trying to match that to a business problem. Some of my big frustrations there really have been around the industry and the marketplace and its maturity. I had thought I could go to the market and buy the sensors, to buy the data infrastructure, to consume the data. In reality, in Northern Ireland, that marketplace is not quite there yet, and we've had to create our own. So we've really started from the ground up. And if my team were here with me, they'd share the scars and the blood of all of the health and safety clearances, the GDPR, the police clearance, the council clearance, all of the things we've had to go through to ensure that we could get this stuff up and running, to start showing people what the possibilities and the capabilities of the technology before we got to what are the questions we could answer. So a couple of kind of very high level examples. This is a live one actually at the moment and is being used to monitor footfall around the city centre in Derry. But on the left hand side, you probably won't see it, but around the left hand side, those blobs are actually around a famous monument, Derry's walls, built around, and the city centre is right in the middle of the walls. But the number of visitors every year was reported on 2 surveys that happened every year based on a sampling exercise. What we've been able to do is track the number of people who come on every day, how they move around the walls, where the hotspots are, and to be able to share with the council, with the destination, where people are at what times, and therefore how we might tailor our marketing and our promotion to get them to actually move into the city centre and spend some money. But also right now in the pandemic response that we're in, to understand the actual fall off, and you can see along the right hand side the fall off in visitor numbers and people on the walls on a daily basis. So that's one of the workings. The idea being we're piloting it in one area, but also can then scale that up to be a regional response as well. But those are only numbers. Demographics is the next bit. So the next part of the question is, well, we know how many people are there. Where are they from? How many of them are actually visitors? What is their profile? And therefore then, what is the tourism impact for us? And what is the tourism potential market? And how can we market that? So doing lots more around surveying, building in online and real-time surveys into this piece to give us a better feel for the type of visitor that's coming, layering in some telephony data and layering in some spend data that gives us a better idea of the demographics of visitors to an area. This is very much an evolving area, something that's caused us a lot of heartache in terms of working our way through some of the information governance, data security, and GDPR legislation. But one is that is incredibly valuable, and we're still pushing the boundaries on. The biggest insight for us has actually been on spending data, and this is something that we have procured from a number of financial providers that give us a real sense of where people are from, what they're spending, when they're spending it, and actually where they're spending it right down to kind of postcode level. We never get the individual businesses, but we can get a very good sense across the country of where visitors are going, where they're spending, and at what point they're spending. For us, it's very interesting because we're starting to look at where they come across the border, and therefore where we start to promote and invest in our marketing activity as well. The final piece of that jigsaw has then been about, so we know where they are, we know what they're doing, what is their experience, and therefore how do we feed that back to our industry? And we have bought a platform that allows us to benchmark and to understand the verbatim reviews across something like 1,500 platforms, feedback platforms, the ability to really see how our experiences are faring in terms of visitor experience. And that feeds back into the TED program and the mentoring and the development that I talked about earlier in the journey. So that's the data journey that we've been on. It's taken us a good 2 years to get to the point where we can start to show dashboards, outcomes. We've had to develop our own analytics capability, and that's a whole story for another day around how we build that capability inside a civil service organisation within the constraints of the pay scales and the salary bands that we have there, and also the career paths. But real lessons along the way. And I guess that leads me nicely into, sorry, I've left out one slide, which is layering on things like weather and commercial information on top of all of that, thinking about it differently, aggregating the data together and delivering insights to my business. Okay. Along the way, we got some really good recognition. And for a moment, I thought about sitting on my laurels. This is a report that came out of the RSA that recognized some of the work that we've been doing, some of them moving fast, fixing things, not worrying too much if we got it wrong, doing it again, moving faster. And that quote down the bottom is one that came out of my mouth at a point in time, in that innovation isn't about the rule breakers. It's not about the really smart people or the whiz kids. It's actually about just imaginative people who understand the constraints of the system and can make things work and can do it at a pace that delivers real change. And please remember that as I talk about through the rest of the presentation, because that's something that I have taken away in terms of agility and momentum that I want to build into everything that we do as an organization. But it was lovely to get that recognition. But I had a bit of a so what moment. So we've done all this work. We've seed funded some stuff. We've got, we've learned a lot along the way. We've got some great data. But what's the impact? I'm sitting over here in my digital team thinking we're great, getting recognition from my IT industry and from government that we're doing great things. But actually, what is my organization going to do differently to become more efficient, to deliver a better service, and also to service the needs of my industry, and then to help them to do something differently as well? So that's where I get into my conversation about is digital transformation the golden ticket? And I don't believe it is. I believe it's a huge enabler. I believe the lessons we've learned and the approaches we've got in digital technology, the digital mindsets, are enablers of business outcomes. But the bit that I realized is I needed to get business ownership and business buy-in to what we're doing, and it needed to become their project, not mine. Okay, so here's a couple of themes that we started to kind of work through in terms of the data, because data was one of the easiest ones to really think about. So what? We've got this stuff, what are we going to do with it? Do we know what we know? Do we really know what we know? Are we always just producing what we always did? Do we know what we don't know? And actually, most importantly, are we using our data to drive decisions? And the truth of that is, yes, we're using data, but in the same reports, in the same format that we always use them. So how do we start to really look inside the data to what the data is telling us, not what we're asking it? And this is a bit of a soapbox of mine. There's a story in our data that we're not telling with reports. The tools won't tell us it. It needs human interaction to understand it. It also needs artificial intelligence and machine learning to help us with that, but it actually needs humans to really think about what the story is they want the data to tell us. And I've got a bit of a data storytelling hero, Cole Nussbaumer, who talks about storytelling with data. And she puts it really well in terms of how we're built as humans. We're traditionally taught how to put words together into sentences and into stories. We're taught how to use maths to make sense of numbers, but we're not taught how to bring the two things together and how to tell the stories that the numbers tell us. And that's been a huge piece for me. And a realization that it's not all about data analytics and big data. It's actually about the data literacy skills and embedding that inside my organization to allow people who understand what they're trying to do to use the business data we've got to drive change. So that's the data piece. Then as an organization, how do I take it further? How do I really take that thinking that actually we need to embed digital thinking and digital capability into the wider organization? And this is a slide I presented to my board back in January ahead of the pandemic. But it was about taking what was our typical operating model, which was very hierarchical, very silo-based, and completely rethinking it in a digital way. Starting with the data, thinking about the customer, and driving engagement with our industry and their capability to the point where we have something to sell. So anybody who's in the business development world, a typical sales cycle, but one that doesn't normally exist in a civil service organization, and one that we were pretty uncomfortable with as we started to work this through, but one that we finally got recognition. Our operating plan today sits underneath these headings and very focused on that, with governance, finance, people and IT sitting in the center, but not being up there as a pillar in its own right. It underpins everything that we're doing. So a real recognition that we've done some really interesting stuff, learned stuff along the way, established a place for digital at the table, but really the digital thinking needed to be embedded inside the organization. And it needed to be business owned to the point where just this week I've had a conversation about actually my role and what that becomes, because the pandemic has driven me into a new place where my digital mindset, my agility of thinking, my speed of execution, and ability to bring people around me and to deliver innovative outcomes has got me into the centre of the Northern Ireland government response and also sitting on some of the Westminster task and finish groups. But it's been about my digitally enabled business brain, not about my digital transformation agenda. So it's got me to the point where I'm thinking about what is the role of a chief digital officer, and back to my point at the start, which is the mysterious case of the disappearing chief digital officer. I feel like we've done a job. We've got an organization that is digitally capable. It has a place to go, but we're now at a point or a juncture where we need the business to stand up. We needed to become owners of the data, owners of the projects and the outcomes, and to help develop that capability themselves. So I'm actually in the process of embedding my team inside the organization to work with the organization rather than being a separate pillar, which leaves me free to do all of the other things and the leadership pieces that I need to do. And a lot of that is around developing resilience in my organization, but also within my industry. And that helps me talk a little bit about the pandemic and the fact that, I alluded to 70% of those businesses won't get any support from government. A huge proportion of them may not come back. And that has really opened my eyes in terms of how we need to rethink our tourism sector, how we need to build organizations from the ground up, how we need to make sure they have those core digital and business capabilities built in, and how we need to deliver platforms for them and ensure that they are ready fast to come back and equipped to deal with the next wave of whatever that may be, whether it be EU exit, whether it be another pandemic wave, or whether it may be just winter and the onset of the seasonal fluctuation in tourism. But really building in that agile mindset, data-driven decision making is a massive piece, and so my data team has now moved into my marketing team to make sure that we are doing data-driven marketing. So really trying to understand our visitors much better, understand their behavior and influence their behavior rather than just report on it and run the campaigns that we always have done. And the final piece is about data literacy, really embedding that capability of storytelling inside my organization at all levels, a common level for everyone, and then champions inside the organization who can take those tools, techniques, and abilities and embed them into the thinking of their individual units, the projects and the outcomes that they're working on, and also then build that into our industry engagement program and making sure we build all of these things into the organizations that we are there to foster and support. So that's very much the journey I've been on for the last 3.5 years. I do believe digital transformation has a huge role to play, has made a massive difference in the organization that I work for and in the industry that I work for. We got some feedback last week that we've helped them to reimagine what is possible. And I like that because they're not talking about digitally, they're talking about their business and their profitability and their efficiency and the way they go to market and the way they deliver experiences to their visitors. I'm going to leave it there, guys. I hope you found that interesting. I also hope you found it challenging. It's very much been my story and it's been my humble opinions, but I look forward to having the opportunity maybe to explore a little bit more with you. I'll be around after this for a short question and answer session. Thank you very much for your time.
And there we have Dave Vincent, Chief Digital Officer at Tourism Northern Ireland's presentation. First one up to kick off the day. And we're now joined in real time by Dave. Good morning, Dave. How are you doing?
Good morning, Chris. I'm well. Thank you. It's a difficult experience listening to yourself back.
Nice. It was a great presentation, and thanks for doing that. Some great points and some good awareness around what kind of tourism Northern Ireland are doing, and particularly as it's an industry which has been severely impacted throughout the last few months. So I think some of the questions probably that we're going to kick off will be not to be all doom and gloom, but will kind of be in and around the response to COVID-19 and how that's affecting things for you, Dave. So I think it was great kind of hearing about what you're doing, the technology you're embedding, using that augmented reality and all the various data points that you've implemented in the last kind of 2 years. Where now do you think the focus will be in terms of digital innovation, given there's going to be kind of a lull in tourism and things like that?
I guess there's two bits to that, Chris, and there's the immediate short-term piece, which is actually back to the presentation and around data-driven marketing, and the real importance of telling the industry and telling our consumers that Northern Ireland is still open for business, and it's safe. So a big focus in the very short term on building new innovative marketing campaigns that are focused and tailored to the market that we want to target. And in the next kind of 18 months, that's probably very much a domestic market, the rest of the island of Ireland and wider GB, while also still trying to promote internationally. But everybody's doing that. So how do we differentiate ourselves? And we do that by being very, very personalized. The second piece is around making sure our industry is open, end to end. So the entire ecosystem is open, and there are attractions and experiences to encourage people to get out and about, whether that be just to demonstrate that they're actually safe, and lots of online content and making them bookable, everything from booking slots for families and time slots, through to ticketing platforms, through to showing the new experiences that are already being built. And we've some incredible stuff getting built. Just before lockdown, we were getting ready with a new Game of Thrones attraction, kind of world-leading immersive technology, and that will still open. But how do we encourage those international visitors back to something that will be of a world-class scale? So a twin-track approach: one on how we talk to people and the messaging, and the second that the product and the experience is there when they get there. So actually for us, probably a busier time than it has been, and a priority focus on digital to help enable.
Sure. That's good. And then you mentioned a few times throughout your presentation about data literacy. How have you kind of gone about upskilling staff and educating your workforce on telling stories better with data and using data more effectively? Because I think it's something we've seen massively increase over the last 10 years, data storytelling and things like that, but understanding kind of how you educate frontline staff and things like that with it. How have you gone about that yourself?
Okay, quite simply, Chris, actually, there's a little bit of show and tell. So investing in the capability in my own team, training up from a technical perspective and building the engine, and then spending a bit of time trying to understand the business and build stories for them and show them the art of the possible. Showing it to individual staff members and the insights team and the wider team, but also then starting to circulate those insights to the wider ecosystem. So to our senior management team, to our directors, to our industry, and creating a demand, which then drives the need for that literacy inside the capability. And then it's actually sitting alongside them. So I think I alluded to in the presentation that we're embedding that technical capability inside those teams. We're developing champions who understand what the data can tell them, and we're embedding technical people alongside them. So we're creating that kind of self-service capability at a team level, but also then building data literacy and a demand and an understanding of it right the way through the organization as well. So very much hand-holding.
Nice. And then going back to your point on when you worked with various organizations collecting data and things like that, did you have many challenges when you were going about that? And because I can imagine it's one of those talking points we see all the time about data sharing and things like that. How did that go?
We're still in the process, Chris, is probably the honest answer. I have the scars. If you look close enough, you'll see them. Very difficult. GDPR happened in the middle of that, but actually it was more around the commercial sensitivities and the data sharing piece. So why would a hotel who understands more about the visitor than me as a National Tourism Authority share their data with me if I was wanting to aggregate that and share with other people? What is the value for them? And that's where the co-op concept has come up. So the Tourism Data Hub has evolved into something called a co-op. So in very crude terms, if you show me yours, I'll show you mine. Really trying to evolve into that mature thinking and exploring some of those data sharing arrangements that people understand what they're putting in, what they get out, what level of insight they get. So actually it was the people stuff rather than the technical challenge. Don't get me wrong, technology was difficult. And the integration with multiple systems, the scrubbing, the cleansing, the anonymizing of the data is an ongoing challenge with all sorts of APIs and web services getting developed. But actually, it was the sales job and the people piece and understanding what people wanted, what they had, and what they wanted out of it. So what was in it for them? And once we identified that, and that's an individual per business thing. But as we onboard more and more people, then that sales proposition becomes clearer, and it's very good to be able to articulate the benefits that somebody will get out of it.
Sure. And we had a question in on Twitter asking about what your seed fund was to encourage game developers and whether that's still open.
It's not open at the moment, but it will open. We open it annually, Chris. So I'm a public sector organization, so a lot of my innovation funding comes available in year.
Mhm.
Watch this space for COVID-19 digital innovation funds that will come out, not just for Northern Ireland, I'm assuming, but there'll be a significant fund there and a digital element to that, and certainly immersive, that bringing people out and helping them to explore some of those hidden experiences and expose them to stories and content will definitely be a theme there. So there will definitely be an immersive piece of that. But
Yeah.
it's not just technology; it's digital innovation across the piece, but also business innovation as well. So I'm in the process of writing some of those competition briefs, but they'll be on the SBRI type platform that we've used previously and worked really well. But trying to encourage people to engage with our local tourism providers as well. It won't just be a technology or a company pitch. Looking for a
Mhm.
partnership.
Nice, that's good. And then moving away, let's remove kind of COVID-19. That's not happened. Kind of what are the major challenges within kind of public sector transformation? Obviously, you've moved from a role in technology consultancy and into the public sector. Obviously, challenges are completely different. It's not so much profit driven and things like that. What are the major kind of challenges, pitfalls to transformation within your
Um,
role?
I'm gonna sound like a bit like a broken record here, Chris, but actually, you have to realize that everything in the public sector is a process and there's a system. And if you try
Yeah.
to break that process sometimes, that's the wrong way to approach this. So
Hmm.
turning it on its head and looking at what the outcomes are and the changes you can drive, and then working it through the process. So the business case, the procurement, the justification, the sign off, the hierarchies, all of those
Hmm.
things are there. And you need to have a way of kind of breaking through those in small ways, showing the benefits and encouraging people to participate in that. Um, I talk about a couple of things. I talk about data literacy, and I've shared that already. I'll not go back over that. But it's also around building agility, velocity, and momentum into the process, and not getting stuck in we've got a methodology and it meets every 4 weeks, to review the project. We need to
Sure.
do stuff in between. We need to work in parallel. So for me, it's very much a digital mindset piece. And I guess, that's a good example. The pandemic has been a classic example of how we've had to use digital thinking, agile thinking, to get government to respond really quickly, really uncomfortably, and to
Yeah.
make a lot of decisions and to do things much quicker than they would, to do procurements, to implement systems in a much faster way than it would traditionally. So in many ways, it's been a good thing, and we've kind of fast tracked things like agile working, flexible working, home working, 18 months down the track, when as technologists, we've been trying to get people to do this for years.
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair enough. That's a good answer. We've had another one coming in. How has digital transformation influenced the degree of strategic flexibility in your organization?
Um, Lots is the simple answer. And actually, it's as much back to the mindset and the agile mindset as it is anything else. So it's about thinking about things in smaller chunks. It's about
Hmm.
trying, it's testing, it's learning along the way. But it's also, I use the term that our industry said we thought we'd help them reimagine what was possible. Um,
Hmm.
I work in a civil sector or public sector organization that has been underinvested in terms of technology, in terms of interest in how technology can support and improve their processes. So things like putting in a new HR system, a new finance system, which is self-service, gets my
Hmm.
staff thinking in a different way, raises their expectations, starts to get them challenging and thinking about what they could do better and why they're doing things the way they always do. I'm currently rewriting an assembly questions process. It's a bit like parliamentary questions, which has been the same process for years. It's passing
Yeah.
pieces of paper around with lots of sign off. And actually, I've got people from the business involved in rethinking that, not automating the process that's there, because we could do that
Hmm.
right now and it's just moving things through stages, but actually create a blank page and think about what it is we're trying to achieve. And if we had no constraints, how would you do that? So planning without constraints is one of the things one of the strap lines that we use, which is let's think about this from the ground up and let's think about how we would do it if it was all inside our control.
Yeah.
So back to the mindset, it's all about creating that capability, but creating the freedom and the flexibility for staff and giving them the
Mhm.
permission to be creative.
Nice. And then just to wrap up, obviously you've been, from your presentation, it looks like you're taking good use of kind of emerging technology, whether that be the AR side of things and whatnot. What's kind of, again, looking beyond COVID-19 limitations and things like that, in a dream scenario, what's next for tourism in Northern Ireland in terms of digital innovation? Or is it
Yeah.
very much now a case of we'll have to see?
No, actually, we're in investment mode, Chris. It's actually about continuing the journey we're on. So trying to
Right.
build some artificial intelligence, machine learning technology into that
Mhm.
data journey. So without telling a big long story, if I understand who's in the country and I understand their behavior, then in theory, I can build my own Netflix for tourism.
Nice.
So if I understand who you are, I understand what you like, I understand how long you're here for and what you're interested in and what you've already booked, then in theory, I can use data-driven marketing to push things at you that you might like and influence your behavior, move you about, and think about how I get you around the country and to explore those places outside the hotspots that you haven't got. My last one is around sustainability and really trying to explore the role of digital in a sustainable tourism environment. That's one of the good things out of the pandemic is a cry for greener tourism. What does that mean? And what has technology got to play in that? It is something that's occupying my sleepless nights.
Nice. Good stuff. Well, Dave, thanks again for joining us. Thanks for the presentation and for coming in for the Q&A. It's been brilliant to have you involved, and it's nice to start the day hearing about what you're doing in tourism Northern Ireland, and that, you know, it's great to hear as well that COVID-19 isn't a limitation, that you're in investing mode and things like that. So it's kind of positivity we need to hear. So Dave, thanks again, and it was great to have you with us.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for the time.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah. Cheers, Dave.
Cheers.
Okay, so next up, we're going to be welcoming George Pollard from Cloud Health by VMware. Cloud Health is a software platform for accelerating global business transformation in the cloud. And in this presentation with George, we're going to understand more on how News UK migrated to the cloud. So next up, George from Cloud Health, and then we'll be on a live Q&A with him after the presentation. So do use the chat function down here to ask questions, pose questions. You can also do that in the live feed. You can use the official event hashtag, which is down here when we're in presentation mode, to ask questions, get involved, get engaged. But yeah, next up, George.
Cool. So good morning, everybody. So my name is George Pollard. I'm one of the senior account executive over in the Cloud Health team. And today we're going to be looking at how News UK have migrated to the cloud while keeping their expenses on the ground. And that's mainly been due to the way in which Cloud Health has been able to partner with them to provide them a sort of cost visibility and optimization tool as they've gone through that journey. To give you a little bit of background as to who Cloud Health is and what we do. So currently we are the global leader in multi-cloud management. Essentially what that means is that we have around $11 billion worth of cloud spend go through our platform. And you can see here that around 52% of our customers use a multi-cloud approach. So that's the likes of AWS, Azure, Google, and also the VMware Cloud Foundation or VMware platform as well. As probably a lot of you know, when it comes to the cloud, one of the big things that you'll probably see is it improves the speed of delivery. It allows much more flexibility and ultimately it is meant to or should improve customer service overall. There's lots of benefits to the cloud. A lot of the time it's about speed of delivery. If we look at the reality, speed of delivery comes at a cost. And one of those things that we find often happens is that budgets are overshoot. And this is usually for things like unforeseen charges. So this can be anything from data transfer charges that weren't necessarily costed in, as an example. We know for a fact that from a security point of view, the cloud can be classed as being a little bit risky, with data exposure being one of those biggest risks. And this is mainly seen in sort of examples in the media where sort of storage buckets have been left open to the internet and data has been exposed accidentally. It's usually never with an intention to do so. And one of the areas that we find with the cloud that's really quite interesting is that as people upload their data or migrate to the cloud, they do either a lift and shift which is kind of moving everything in one go and leaving the configuration as is, or they kind of migrate up to big infrastructure types where they think they need a lot of resource. They go into the cloud, they start utilizing it, and what they find is that they don't then optimize those workloads. And what that really means is that essentially you're not streamlining your cloud consumption to be based on what you actually need. Instead, you're actually basing it on what you think you need, what you've configured instead. If we go over and look at how Cloud Health works as a tool, as a product, then what you'll see first of all is that we connect into the likes of your AWS as your Google environments. So we centralize that by configuring it into one platform. We then have the ability to take that data, so kind of streamlining the operation. So we take it into a centralized layer, and then we use what we call perspectives in a way of being able to provide kind of business logic on the data that you're spending in the cloud, what you're utilizing. And we create either financial reports, and we can provide governance and policies, and more importantly, we can provide dashboards on security and compliance status. And for the more technical people, all of this data can be extracted through our API. So it's very much user-focused. It's making sure you have the accessibility at the click of a button, but you can also pull the data through our API as well. The way in which Cloud Health is ultimately driven, where we're trying to work with you guys, is number one is providing cost visibility. We know from building a cloud center of excellence, there are some core steps in the journey into being able to be fully functional in the cloud. And this is where you're really having to change the view or the model on how you guys are interacting with the cloud. And that's by number one, gaining visibility. The second part is really providing that optimization. So as you understand what you're utilizing in the cloud, how well optimized is it? Who's owning it? Who's taking responsibility for that resource right now? The lights are on, but essentially you want to ensure that somebody's home. From a Cloud Health part, we can then build in that governance and automation. So this is where we can take multiple parts of the business, be it the finance team, the operations team, and of course, more importantly, the developers and maybe the architects who are building those services, and work with them to kind of put the governance into place with Cloud Health, so that as you spin up infrastructure, it's immediately associated with the correct business unit. And ultimately, what that should drive is better business integration. And what we really mean by this is that you're driving accountability for what you're utilizing in the cloud against what your business units are essentially utilizing the cloud for. So, for example, application owners can associate application with working out whether or not it's financially viable to run in the cloud. Are they making a profit? What's the end result? Is there a positive vibe by having cloud resources versus maybe using on-premise infrastructure? All things to really consider as you migrate to the cloud, and things to kind of keep an eye on as you kind of to expand your expertise there. Ways in which we can do this, as you can see, and very much talks around the fact that Cloud Health is cost and security led. And we do that with a combination of tooling. So one of the areas that we have, for example, is Cloud Health, but we also have another tool which is called VMware Secure State. And this is very much built around looking at the security architecture and essentially ensuring that as you move to the cloud, you've got a full control on exactly what's going on. As an example, as a vanity slide, you can see we have over $11 billion worth of spend in the platform. We have over 48,000 policies enabled. So this can be anything from resource policies, who can configure what's allowed, what's not allowed. And then more importantly, we found over 7 million violations. And this can be anything from security config to budgets going over the top, or maybe the misconfiguration of an environment based on a policy. As an example to how VSS works, you can see here that VSS essentially connects into your AWS Azure environment. Essentially, it's driven to interconnect all of the different security models and provide a real-time update. So essentially, it's very similar to Cloud Health in the sense that it's API driven. We're taking in from a security element the configuration of your environment, We're analysing and providing an assessment and giving you a nice interface that kind of gives you that centralised view to see how well your environment's configured, and if there are any security concerns. Security is, if not always, the number one priority, and I think cost is a close second. If you don't have the money or you don't have the resources, then you can't really go and spend. When it comes to what Cloud Health is ultimately driving towards, it's increasing agility. So essentially providing the speed, allowing you guys to improve the collaboration between the business, creating a common language on cost. And really what that means is that instead of it being a kind of a who's who or a finger pointing exercise as to who's responsible for what cost, instead it's identifying what those resources are doing, why they're configured in a certain way, what the cost is, and what the impact or results are for the business. And ultimately, that should lead to a better way of driving innovation. As an example, just so you can kind of see the different users or personas that utilize Cloud Health, you can see as an example all the different people we've been talking about, so the likes of our enterprise architecture teams, so ultimately those guys who are going to be leading us in the thought process around how to configure and what to configure in the cloud. The operations teams who ultimately are going to probably maintain the responsibility and keep the lights on. The security and compliance teams who are very much focused around making sure that the business is safe. And of course, your engineering and app development guys who are going to be looking at the innovation, looking at new ways in which you can build applications. And ultimately, that's all sewn together with the finance team, who are really going to be looking at kind of the overall cost and what that looks like for the bigger picture of the business. Now, what we're going to look at now in a little bit of detail is understanding the journey that News UK went through, and essentially how Cloud Health was able to partner with them in order to provide better cost optimization in their journey towards the cloud. So we know that back in 2010, that News UK started looking towards the cloud as being their kind of way forward, looking at a way in which, number one, they could essentially start to leave the data center over a period of time and start to ramp up using lots of different cloud services. As you can see, the first thing they did was run an assessment, so really identify what was in the data center, and then from there identify which cloud that would best sit on. The main thing they found, and probably most businesses have noticed this, is that web applications, mobile apps, test and dev environments are suited perfectly for the cloud environment. And what we know from there is that there are different cloud environments that have a different benefits. So for example, there are services between AWS, Azure and Google that are better focused. So as an example, AWS is very well known for its infrastructure services. Azure is very well delivered when it comes to PaaS and kind of getting rid of that management piece for the infrastructure. And Google is very well known for its analytics capability and looking at kind of the big data warehousing aspects. For News UK, what they found initially, or the struggles that they had, was that there was no tagging or sort of reporting structure. So what this meant was that lots of accounts were being spun up. Those accounts were being utilized, but there was no accountability. No one knew who was using what. And this was driving a number of different things to happen. Number one, they weren't right-sizing their resources. And really what this meant is that by not right-sizing their resources, the costs were going up, especially around storage as an example. More and more data was going into the cloud, but no one could identify kind of what storage tier it should sit on. All these things had been well defined within the data center, especially by buying different storage arrays, but this hadn't necessarily been accounted for when it came to the cloud. There were lots of examples of environments that were spun up, the lights were left on, but nobody was home. Essentially, this is quite common, which is where you have tests and dev environments where you'll be testing out a new application type. You'll spin up an environment that might represent or mirror the likes of production, but actually the resource utilization is probably very low being a test and dev environment. especially in the evening at weekends where it's no longer a production environment or isn't a production environment. So therefore, what we found, or what they found especially, was the fact that they had lots of cost increase because these environments were not being switched off at night. Similar concept really to kind of, light switches. When you no longer need the electricity, you switch off the light. So what ended up happening was Cloud Health partnered with News UK back in 2014 after they had started up in their journey in the cloud. And we quickly configured their environment. So they had over 90 different accounts that needed to be configured into Cloud Health. So we pulled that in very quickly. And immediately we were able to provide them with lots of different reports and dashboards. And this led to over 200 different reports being distributed within the business and being looked at on a weekly basis. And to this day, these reports are still being issued. If not, there's more reports going out now. And this is a combination of cost, compliance, utilization, security, a whole blend of different areas of business that ultimately wanted to look at the data in their way. And Cloud Health was able to provide that in one sort of centralized view, essentially. You can see that we were working with the likes, or are still working with the likes of the finance and operations team and service owners, which is a big thing really. Essentially the people who are responsible for budget, those BU leaders, as an example, have the ability to log into Cloud Health and see a dashboard, what the cost is, what the delta is between, has it gone up, has it gone down, and where their risks might be. Where could there be some compliance issues against the business's policies or a security issue. All of this was essentially centralized into one tool. What this led to from an optimization point of view was the ability for Cloud Health to enforce tagging. So this means that as each resource is spun up into the cloud, it is appropriately tagged or identified in a way that allows the business to correlate that back to its business units or to its owners. And this ultimately led to Cloud Health being able to provide an enforcement of this through the tool. We were automatically able to help with right sizing. And really what this means is that Cloud Health analyzes the infrastructure, understands its utilization, what that machine is up to, what business units associated with, and provides a custom right sizing report. So knows, for example, that there are particular application types that need a certain configuration. So it takes that into account and then provides a recommendation on what you might want to migrate it to, maybe a new type of instance, or maybe downgrade it to a smaller size instance that's more in line with its actual utilization. Along with that, you had the security and compliance reporting. It's not just about telling you what the problems are. The platform also provides recommendations and remediation steps. So essentially it will say these are the resources that might be out of compliance for whatever reason, and then provide a report and a kind of step-by-step process about how you fix that. And then lastly, from a right sizing and sort of visibility point of view, what we were able to do is provide RI recommendations. So as many of you may already know, when you go into the cloud, one of the big opportunities is that you can use reservations. You can buy essentially discounts in the cloud through reserving infrastructure or utilizing savings plans, things like that. And this allows you to buy sort of like a bucket of resource at a discount. One of the things that we find is that customers might buy this a bit too soon in their journey without really looking into the future. And this is by essentially looking at the next 12 months ahead, trying to work out, well, what resources or what applications will I be running in the cloud? What will they be doing? Are they always going to be on? Or is this kind of a short-term project? And Cloud Health essentially was able to provide kind of recommendations based on a return on investment. So essentially not just saying, provide the biggest down payment and you'll get the biggest reward. Instead, it was saying, well, we know that at least 80% of the environment is going to be switched on 24/7, 365, and there's going to be no change for the next year. So therefore, let's kind of sculpt and mold the RI investment and what we do to better suit that actual need. And ultimately, what this means is that we are able to help them provide a more accurate purchase and then of course track that purchase. And that's probably the thing that might be forgotten when it comes to the cloud, is that you want to track your investment through reservations to know whether or not you're actually saving money and you're not underutilized. And what this really means is that when you go into the cloud and you buy your reservations, you want to ensure you're utilizing them, you're using up all the hours every month. And if any of those hours are not being utilized, you want to identify why and provide a remediation step. And that's where Cloud Health can do both, essentially provide the recommendation, monitor the recommendation, and provide recommendations on how you can improve. Another really interesting example, and I think it's quite pertinent based on where we are at the moment, most people working from home, is that News UK heavily utilised workspaces. So this is essentially a form of sort of VDI or remote desktop. And one of the things that Cloud Health was able to do is provide insight as to how each of those workspaces were being utilised and where they may be sort of desktop switched on, but not necessarily having anybody logged into them. From there, essentially, the News UK teams can then take a better call as to which ones they may spin down or switch off or change the model on the type of plan that they use. You can either have on demand or sort of per hour, or you can have kind of month-to-month contracting. Cloud Health was able to provide these reports on a different type of use case. You know, it's not just about the application, it's about allowing those users to log in. And essentially Cloud Health can provide an overview of those workspace reports. And by doing so, help them kind of ensure that they were streamlining the number of users who are logging in and not just having kind of resources there but underutilized and not being used at all. From this, the best practices, so essentially what was learned from essentially utilizing Cloud Health and partnering was the ability to, number one, centralize the tooling. So centralize a view where everybody can use a common language. Each cloud environment has its own separate language or terminology. That's absolutely fine, but it can become slightly difficult to maybe translate that to all the different business units or leaders who might not necessarily be familiar with that language. So finding a common language or tool set is really quite important. Partnering with strategic vendors. So the likes of Cloud Health, number one, but also partnering with the cloud vendors themselves, the likes of AWS, Azure, Google, and VMware are all happy to help and provide kind of more sort of context as how they can kind of enable you as a business to essentially be successful. And I think that's probably the biggest thing that was learned. It's not to see it just as a tool that you're buying, but a partnership of how essentially these companies or the likes of Cloud Health can kind of better enable your teams. And you can see some other areas. So for example, policies, so identifying in the business what the strategy, kind of the definition of how they're going to manage the cloud environment. Ensuring that those standards are met and being controlled. So essentially enforce the policies, don't just create them, ignore them, actually enforce them. And by doing so, you will build better discipline in cloud delivery. And when new resources are spun up, they are tagged, they are identified, and they are following the company's expectations. And then interestingly, the likes of lifecycle management. As you're probably aware, the cloud changes on a very regular basis. And with that change comes new types of infrastructure. So essentially looking at ways in which you can migrate or upgrade to a new type of instance that may improve the overall efficiency of an application. So really building in the kind of the ROI around that. And then lastly, and probably the most important one out of all of this is the automate aspect. And really what that's driving is to say that, you know, where you can automate, use tooling that allows you to script the deployment of infrastructure, bring in kind of infrastructure as code essentially. And by doing so, it helps you kind of adhere to all of the elements above by having those policies, right-sizing metrics, ownership. By having that through an automated process means that every time you deploy and deliver your infrastructure, it's accurate. And I think that's the biggest area that Cloud Health was able to assist with. It very much allows users to log in, see the data, analyze it, and produce an outcome, produce a decision. But at the same time, it's also got an automated aspect that's keeping an eye on the resources in the background and automatically providing those updates and applying those policies to ensure that you remove that kind of, sort of maintenance task from your teams and free up the hours so they can be doing sort of more valuable tasks, essentially. So that's really everything from an overview from both the Cloud Health and News UK parts. I will be around to answer some questions. So if there is anything, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thanks, George. How are we doing?
Hey, everybody. Very well, thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. It was good to get some insights on the work you're doing and working with News UK on that. Are you there, George?
Yeah, sorry. I think I was caught on mute. Yes, yeah, really interesting project, really. News UK have definitely sort of been the tip of the spear when it comes to cloud adoption. And I think we've seen some really interesting results as part of that. I think, ultimately cost visibility is one of the key areas that you need to look at from a cloud perspective. It's just very different in the sense that it's more of a metered connection versus kind of an initial investment that is kind of spread over a number of years through kind of the traditional models. So it comes with a slightly different mindset, but ultimately it's driving better efficiencies. It's making the business more agile by kind of looking in a little bit more detail as to kind of what the cloud is there for and how you can leverage it in the right way, and make sure that you don't just make it kind of a dumping ground for anything that you're unsure of. It's more about guiding the right practices to really ask the question, where and how does the business want to utilize either cloud or on-premise infrastructure to get the best value for money, essentially.
Of course, and what's kind of your recommendation to organisations in the cloud who don't currently have cloud management or any kind of governance in place?
Good question. So I'd say the first thing really is look at the ways in which you can build a cloud center of excellence, or CCOE. And essentially that's kind of forming a team internally to identify kind of what the guardrails should be in the cloud. And essentially, who has responsibility or ownership and what you want that to look like in the future. The best thing to do really, like anything, is to make a plan and try your best to stick to the plan. But a cloud center of excellence is definitely the best first step towards getting there and doing the right thing.
Sure, and how does a cloud management platform help organisations kind of evolve their digital transformation strategies? Obviously, organisations are on many different kind of paths and journeys with regards to digital transformation, but how can it help with them to evolve that that transformation that's already in progress, kind of thing?
Sure. So essentially, with the power of something like Cloud Health, it's like we've been saying, sort of creating a common language and visibility point. It allows everybody to kind of view kind of the estate from the same pane of glass. So therefore, everybody can start to understand things from the same perspective. And that's kind of key, really. When you can kind of collaborate centrally, it allows you to sort of remove any potential sort of crossover in terms or language, and really helps you kind of drive the digital sort of transformation really through the power of kind of efficiency. It means that you can kind of see exactly what's going on within your cloud estate. It means that you can start to build out a better narrative around what you want to be doing and how you want to be moving forward, and brings the conversation to sort of everybody's same level, really, through that kind of single pane of glass. So that's kind of where Cloud Health can really help. It can take something that might be a bit of a mystery to some, but might be really obvious to others, and creates kind of a common language which allows everyone to understand the power of cloud, but also where there are opportunities to become more efficient, and kind of give back time to those different teams.
Sure. And then looking kind of more into the technicalities of cloud health and kind of cloud management in general. So with cloud health, can you report on top cost drivers, even if they're from different cloud platforms?
Yeah, definitely. So Cloud Health has its multi-cloud approach. So it's kind of combining everything into one view, allowing you to actually see the true cost of your estate. So the one thing that we can definitely do is provide you with the reporting capability to essentially identify where the costs are going up, and ultimately provide you with a drill down. So you can go from a high level of understanding kind of the percentages of growth all the way down to understanding which of those individual assets are making up that number. So yeah, so we can do that from a very high level all the way down into the weeds of the individual assets.
Nice. And then things like allowing for testing in production environments to have their own policies. Is that something that's in place, kind of thing?
Yeah, definitely. So we use what we call perspectives. So it's a type of viewing capability that allows you to look at environments based on their kind of design or sort of purpose. So we can definitely build policies, automation, certain tasks that would be more focused on a development environment. So one common one is known as the lights on, lights off policy. Sort of talked about previously, where you essentially want to look at your development and test environments and kind of reduce the cost of those for out of hours activity. So turn them off at weekends, turn them off in evenings, and only really run them during the day when your teams are going to be actively using those environments. Switch the lights off at night essentially is kind of the guidance. So Cloud Health can differentiate between the two to understand what a production environment is, therefore provide the right level of reporting and recommendations for something which is critical to the business, versus kind of what might be critical in a development environment, and understand where there are more efficiencies that could be driven there through different policy management.
Sure. And then looking at the kind of the broader picture right now, it's with COVID-19 and the crisis. It's kind of a really good time for organizations, small and large, to kind of step back, reassess what kind of strategies they have in place, what kind of technology they have in place, and it's kind of a good time to potentially bring in different implementations of technology and things like that. How big do you think a cloud strategy is needed right now, and how does that tie into the overall business?
To be honest, I'd say it's probably one of the sort of top priorities, really, as businesses pivot, I think, away from kind of a traditional working environment, and we look at the ways in which we can communicate basically through the cloud. I think one of the key things to do is make sure that ultimately you have the right tools in place to ensure that something which is a rapid change in direction doesn't become a rapid cost at the same time. And I think that's where it's ultimately really key to ensure that you've got control of that early on, or as you start to see that scale up, start to look at kind of different tooling that could potentially help bring that back in line, or at least give the business the confidence to know that as it's deploying into the cloud, it is doing the right thing. There aren't any hidden costs, and actually ultimately you have control of your estate. And I think that's going to make a big difference for businesses moving forward, especially with there being more collaboration over the likes of, say, Zoom. You're going to see a need to have a single pane of glass review where you can all look at the same screen at the same time, and identify a way of being able to sort of talk through that information and find an objective and an action point to sort of improve your cloud efficiency moving forward.
Nice. Well, thank you very much, George, for joining us and for the presentation. It was nice to bring you in to answer some questions, and it's good to see as an example of what you've done with News UK. It's been great having Cloud Health support the event and as sponsors for the event. So really do appreciate taking your time to answer these questions, and yeah, hopefully you'll be sticking around for the day if there's kind of further conversation and engagement there. But yeah, George, thanks so much.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
See you now. Okay, so we are now moving to the next presentation this morning, and for this one we're going to be with Sedef Gavaz. She's the Interim Chief Digital and Product Officer from the Natural History Museum. Prior to Sedef's role at the Natural History Museum, she spent 10 years helping various organisations on digital customer experience, including the British Council and also the NHS King's College. And in this presentation, we're going to learn a bit more on the museum's digital journey and also their pivot as a response to COVID-19, as it's clear their environment and it's very much changed over the past couple of months. So I'm going to move on now, and we're going to hear from Steph's presentation, and then, like the last two presentations, we will be bringing in Sedef for some live Q&A. So don't forget to tweet the questions in, and also to use the live chat function. If there's anything you want to ask Sedef about their digital transformation journey, just let us know through those mediums. So now we're up to Sedef.
Hi everyone, I'm Sedef Gavaz. I'm going to share how we've grown our online audience and social engagement by up to 40% over 2 years at the Natural History Museum. But before I do that, I thought I'd tell you a little bit about me. I trained as a research scientist, and then I moved into digital, and I've worked in digital since 2007. And I've seen a lot of change over that time in terms of how we do things, what we do, and why we do them. And all I can say is I'm glad those days of 150-page functional specs are behind us. So if I say the word museum, what is it that springs to mind? Perhaps it's old, traditional, history or historic, past, objects in glass cases, look but don't touch. Perhaps it's all of these and more. The Natural History Museum was opened in 1881, so that means we're almost 150 years old. So yes, all of that's true, and in our case, also dead. When I first got the job at the Natural History Museum, I told a friend how excited I was to be moving there, and she told me a story about her daughter. She was 5 years old and they were in London for the day, and she said, "Sweetie, I've got a real treat for you. We are going to the Natural History Museum. It's such an exciting place." And they turned up and they wandered around, and very quickly her daughter realised that everything around her was dead. She pointed at the birds and she said, "They're dead." She pointed at the dinosaurs and said, "They're dead." As they wandered round, she pointed out more and more things that were dead. And at some point became completely overwhelmed, sat down on the floor, burst into tears and said, "But Mummy, why did you bring me to see all these dead things?" But I'm not here to talk to you about the past. I'm here to share a story of a digital revolution. So there are three parts to this talk. The first is around product. The second is around content, and the third is a pivot and an acceleration, all driven by COVID-19. So NHM goes Silicon Valley and moves into product. So to introduce and embed product as a discipline and as a way of working, as a structure, is to completely transform an organisation. But before I tell you about the transformation, I need to tell you a little bit about how it was so you can understand what needed to change and why it was such a big shift. And I hope that this will resonate with some of you who are going through digital transformation. And I also hope that it will resonate with those of you who have been through this transformation and inspire those of you who are just about to start your transformation. When we come to the Q&A session at the end of this talk, I'll ask you how familiar this traditional setup is to you all, and then I'll also ask you how familiar the new setup is to you. So previously, we had been a technology-led organisation. Decisions were made by groups of people sitting around a table and deciding what they thought was best. There was a huge and heavy reliance on third-party systems tools. Timelines were long, lots of stuff was outsourced. And I'll come back to this one later on in the talk, but everything was built around one audience. And that was the audience who would visit the Natural History Museum. But in 2017, Piers Jones had a vision. He was ex-Guardian, he was ex-Amazon. He'd been through a massive digital transformation at the Guardian and then worked in product at Amazon. He decided to take on the role of that transformation at the Natural History Museum. And we would all know when the transformation was complete, because it would move from a museum with a website to a seamless digital service that reconnects people with the natural world and provides natural history on demand to anyone on any connected device anywhere in the world. Great, that all sounds amazing, but how are we going to get there? So Marty Kagan, also known as the god of product, and who works extensively across Silicon Valley and also the rest of the world to transform organizations and improve their product structure, believes that there is one role that is crucial to producing a good product, and that absolutely is the role of a product manager. And so that's one of the things Piers Jones set about doing. He introduced product management and he introduced product managers. And alongside this came the rest of the revolution. So the Natural History Museum led to a product-centric organisation with cross-functional teams, and a bit of an experiment. Marketing was also added into those cross-functional product teams. Overnight, the digital presence became audience-led, placing users at the heart of decision-making. Also, evidence became really valued. Not many people know this, but the Natural History Museum is a scientific organisation. And so it's bonkers not to place evidence-based decisions at the heart of an organisation that values science and evidence so much. There was also a fundamental shift to agile and on-platform development, and innovation happened and new things were put out on a cycle of weeks instead of months or years. The next fundamental shift was key. The audience strategy went from one audience to two. One based on visiting the museum, so continuing with that one, and a second one based on the science of the museum and the work of the scientists. So when it came to thinking about product, there were lots of questions. How many product teams? What should they focus on? Where would the growth come from? And how could this new structure be future-proofed? In the end, 4 product teams were created with 2 conversion funnels. So the first one was around visiting the museum, inspiring and helping visitors before, during, and after their visit, which had a natural follow-on and flow down in terms of the conversion funnel to the commercial team. So increasing income through optimizing online sales. And last year, in autumn last year, we also introduced donations because we are a charity. The second conversion funnel was all around our science. So the Connect team, also the growth team, that's the team that drives all the growth that we've seen, connects people to the natural world through our science. And the Participate team is all about getting you outdoors, interacting with and engaging with nature, investigation in the natural world. So the product teams were born and the structure was set up, and all of this aligned to what was happening within the museum on a kind of day-to-day basis, but also with the museum strategy. So all of that looked great, but how were we going to measure success? And it needed to be really simple, because the Natural History Museum, as I said, it's almost 150 years old, steeped in history. There are many reasons why things are done the way they are, and the story that was being told through this digital transformation needed to be kept simple. Piers Jones also embedded OKRs, and I'm grappling with that one today in terms of helping people in other departments beyond digital to understand what they are and how they work, and how they help to have empowered product teams. So we have 3 key results: the number of sessions, so number of visits to the website, the number of social engagements, and commercial transactions. So as an organisation, we have a link to the Department for Sports, Culture and Media, DCMS, and traditionally government departments love these massive reach numbers. But we all know that reach is one thing and engagement is another. And it's a bit like that billboard that you drive past and it says, get your ad up here. 20 million eyeballs are on this a year. And you think, well, are they? Or are they mostly driving and a few of them kind of pause and look up at your billboard when there's traffic? So we're all about meaningful metrics. So the team was set up in 2017, and what you can see here, so it's digital media and marketing was set up in 2017, and what you can see is that the 2 years before the team was set up, there is no growth, it's absolutely static. And after the team is set up, we have a 40% growth since the formation and 14% year on year. So that takes us to October 2019. And just to say, since then, the growth has been absolutely phenomenal. So that's website sessions by year. It's the first metric. And the second is social engagements. And prior to 2017, there wasn't much really going on in terms of the way the museum was measuring what was happening on social. And so we don't have numbers prior to 2017. But again, what you can see on social is a 40% uplift year on year, and that's across Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. And that is for likes, for shares, and comments. We're not interested in potential eyeballs. We're interested in people actually doing something with what we share. And our commercial transactions, you might be wondering what they're for. So we sell tickets to temporary exhibitions like Wildlife Photographer of the Year, and also to our new exhibition that will open hopefully towards the end of this year, called Fantastic Beasts, which is a link to Harry Potter, but also to lots of events that we run and hold within the museum. So for example, on the 14th of February, Valentine's Day, there was a superb Valentine's event. We also run things like yoga in Hinsey Hall underneath the magnificent blue whale skeleton. But in addition to all of those commercial events, we are also a charity, and to support the work of our scientists, in autumn last year, we launched donations. And this is something that Piers also brought with him from his time at The Guardian, because he was responsible for launching donations there and kind of seeing that grow. So we have a short ask and a long ask, and they are beginning to perform really well during lockdown and kind of since closing the doors. But that's more I can talk about in the Q&A session if you've got any questions on it. So moving on to the second area to talk to you about, it's really is all about our content strategy and what we do and why it works, but also how it's different to other museums and cultural institutions. So most museums are focused on using digital to get people into the museum. In the V&A strategy, which I read online a couple of months ago, it had said the purpose of digital is to get people into the building. So digital, if you like, becomes a huge conversion funnel to your physical visits on site. But at the Natural History Museum, since 2017, we have had two audiences. Absolutely, a massive audience that is linked to visiting the museum. And I should say a year, we're at about 15 million visits to the website a year, which is absolutely phenomenal now. So our numbers have kind of gone up a lot since October, November in the last graph I showed you. So if we look at the museum strategy, there are two parts. One is around educating the public and kind of having a big impact and sharing all the knowledge and information that we have and sharing our collections. And we have over 80 million specimens in our collection, which is absolutely phenomenal. And we're doing a great job of digitising those so you don't have to kind of come to the museum to access those. And the second is that we are a scientific institution, and so we have scientists that work on a wide range of things, all relevant to the natural world. So the second audience that we've built up is one linked to our science and the work of our scientists. And in all likelihood, it's also an audience that will never set foot in the museum. You might be wondering why I'm showing you a beautiful photograph of fir trees, of evergreens. Well, that's because the big focus in the content team and of the content strategy is to create evergreen content that's timeless and therefore always relevant. And this has held us in really good stead, and I'll talk a little bit more of that in section 3 of my talk. So, thanks COVID-19, we've had a huge pivot in terms of what we do, in terms of how we do it, and also along with that, a significant acceleration in terms of how we use digital in the museum. So if part 1 of the digital transformation was introducing product teams, and part 2 was setting up an evergreen content strategy that aligns across these two audiences, that's made up of families and millennials. And part 3 of this digital transformation or digital revolution is absolutely due to COVID-19. So on the 18th of March, we closed the doors of the Natural History Museum to the public. Excuse me. It was an incredibly emotional day. I was in the office on the 17th, and as people turned up to work, I turned them away. I said, look, we're closing the museum. Take your laptop home, take what you need, just, leave, go home. We're going to be closing. We're not coming back into the office. Thankfully, as a digital team, we were all set up with, Google Docs, Slack, and the museum had just begun rolling out Teams as well. So it wasn't an issue to transition the team to working entirely from home. Nonetheless, it was an incredibly sad day. And then we got planning. So a year, we have 7 million people who come to the visit section of the website. And what would it mean with the doors closed if we were to lose 7 million people? The challenge was around how could we keep them engaged? And if we could keep them engaged, it would hold us in really good stead for when we reopened. But at the same time, we also had an audience, our science audience, that never set foot in the museum. So on the one hand, I was slightly concerned and worried that we might lose a whole chunk of our user base. And on the other, I was reassured by our two audience strategy. So we wasted no time. We put a call out on social to ask our engaged users what they wanted to see from us. And 3 new themes emerged in addition to what we were already doing. One was around virtual tours, which will come as no surprise to you. In the first few days of lockdown, virtual tours were highly Googled across all cultural institutions here and in the States and many other countries. The second one was about things that people could do at home. For example, creating your own dinosaur egg this Easter with a really cute little peg and paper cutout. So making a series of activities that people could do at home, both for children, so for families, but also for adults, based on things that people were likely to have at home. And the third category started off as nature from your window, because we thought we might go into an Italy-style lockdown, and then merged more to nature from home. And there we created activities around making a nature journal or observing the birds you have in your garden, building a butterfly feeder. Fortunately, our lockdown wasn't as harsh as Italy's. And here's just a close-up of our submersive, immersive, interactive experience that we have on our website. And if you do have 5 minutes, I recommend you take a look at this. This is an experience about the blue whale that hangs in the main hall as you walk in through the main entrance of the Natural History Museum. And just to give you some idea of the numbers we're seeing, so kind of last week overall to the website, we had 306,000 visits. And our virtual museum section had 21,000 of those visits. So this is performing, extraordinarily well. But do check this experience out. The URL's in the bottom left-hand corner for you as well. But what about our members and patrons? They are our supporters. Their offer is predominantly based around visiting the museum. If you're a member, you don't need to queue, you can walk in at any time. Well, what happens to all of those physical-based benefits when the doors are shut and the benefits are not available to them? So once again, Lucy Brooks, who heads up our content team, she does an absolutely amazing job of this, put a shout out to our members and our patrons to ask them what it was they wanted to see from us while we were closed. And the Hive was born. It's an exclusive area for members and patrons. It contains curated content aligned with the things that our members and patrons wanted to see from us over the coming weeks. And it also includes special exclusive online events. And the idea with the Hive is that every 2 weeks, we offer up a new selection of curated content. So it's drawing on the evergreen content that we already have created, but it's pulling it together and creating a curated narrative specifically for our members and our patrons. And the feedback has been absolutely brilliant around this. And so, this is something that will absolutely continue and we will keep once the museum does reopen. Another area we had to look into, we were forced to look into, was events. So when the museum doors are open, we run many events in the museum. They are for the public, they are for patrons, they're for members. Some of them are free, many of them are free, some of them are paid for. And we had a challenge and we also had a choice. Would we stop all of our events because the museum was closed, or would we find a way to hold and host digital events? So the studios team that usually produce film and also live events in the museum found a brilliant piece of software, and we set up live events. We've had over 10 live events now out to the general public, and you can see the format of them on the screen. So we'll have a science communicator up the top, and we'll have a scientist, in this case it's Fred, talking about an area. And traditionally when we run these events in the museum, we might have 50 people watching them in our Attenborough studio, named of course after David Attenborough. So if you think about 2 events a week with 50 people watching them and kind of multiply that up versus what we've seen online, which is 105,000 views of our Nature Live events. So digital has been a massive enabler in terms of allowing us to continue with our activity, but also allowing us to reach and engage with much, much bigger audiences than we could have ever done in the physical space within the museum. We also launched on the first Friday of lockdown the Nature Drawing Club, and these are some of the drawings that the public have shared with us. We also set about launching a new tool on the website called Flockler, which pulls in and aggregates images off of social media. So we're now able to share the works, whether it's something's drawn or whether they've made a nature journal or built a hedgehog house, we're now able to share that with other people across our website as well to help encourage them to participate, to join in, and to kind of take action in nature. But, was any of it successful? Did the public like it? Did our audiences like it? Well, don't take my word for it. I've got some evidence in terms of what's resonated and I'll also show you what some of our users have been saying. So these are just 3 different activities that we've shared across our new content themes, and they've all had a brilliant uptake from our users. And just these 3 pieces of content have received 25,000 engagements and a reach of 250,000, which we're pretty chuffed with. But also, the challenge for us was particularly around the visit audience. And so here you can see some tweets and comments from people who we have managed to keep engaged during this time. And in addition to that, we've also gathered new audiences, or we've reconnected with people who visited the museum when they were a child. We've inspired people in the UK and also globally. So of those 15 million a year, 6.6 million of those are global. So they come from all sorts of different countries, a lot from the States, but also from Europe as well, and India. So when we do open our doors, I'm confident that we have successfully engaged our audiences and that they will be ready to return. So I'd said to you that I would share a story of the Natural History Museum's digital revolution and transformation, and that I talked to you about how NHM goes a bit Silicon Valley with product, but also how we've built audiences through our amazing content strategy and audience strategy, and also about the pivot and the acceleration of digital and digital activity due to COVID-19. So that's it for this talk, and I'm now available to take questions. Thank you.
Hi, Sadaf. How are you doing this morning?
Hi, Chris. I'm doing great, thanks. How are you doing?
Good, and thank you for the presentation again. Real nice insights into what the Natural History Museum are doing. I'm a big fan myself. Lived in London for 6 years and made it part of an annual visit. So a big fan of the museum itself, and it's great to see what you're doing on the digital side of things.
Thanks.
So I think you started somewhere near the start of the presentation, you were talking about other museums and their digital strategies. How much of a community is there in terms of collaboration, ideas, sharing with other establishments, with kind of regards to product, digital innovation and things like that? Because obviously the science side of it, I can imagine it being a very, you know, collaborative community worldwide. How does the digital side play out?
That's a great question. So as a kind of, I'm fairly new to the museum sector, so I've been working in the space for a year now, but I've been building great links across with folk at the V&A and also the Tate and other museums. We have a great Slack group, which is really nice. Mm-hmm. And of course, there are a few museums conferences like Museums Next, where everybody gathers together, and there are always kind of talks pulled out on and across digital. So, you know, there is a great community. We are connected. There's also a really nice Slack group for South Ken. So okay. Teams, people from across the teams are speaking to each other about all sorts of different things. And there is a recognition and an understanding that for the most part, we cater to different audiences. So although we all sit in, or three of us sit in South Ken, we are reaching out to and engaging with different people and different audiences. So we're not in direct competition with each other.
Yeah, well, that's good to hear. And I think at a time like this, it's nice to remain, you know, more collaborative and pull heads together, especially when things are a little thin on the ground, kind of thing.
Absolutely, yeah.
And then with the digital visitors and kind of the virtual tours side of things, do you reckon beyond lockdown that this, you know, do you have a strategy around, you know, growing this out even further and you know, making this, you know, more part and parcel of the experience beyond, you know, being within the walls of the museum?
That's a great question. So I've mentioned that we have 6.6 million visitors to our website a year who are based across the world. And actually with the virtual museum content, it was scattered throughout the site. So what we did at the beginning of lockdown was pull that all into one virtual museum hub. It's performing incredibly well, and if we look at the traffic again, people are coming from all sorts of places. So I think it's really important to keep museums free, open and accessible to people wherever they are. So we will absolutely continue to keep that content as a hub and keep it easy to find. And I think the other part of it is the museum strategy is about getting people out and into nature. We want to create advocates for the planet. So in order to do that, the first thing we need to do is engage with people. And you know, the Blue Whale experience, do check it out. It's really fantastic. It's been on the site for a couple of years, but again, the levels of traffic going to it are phenomenal. So if that's your first experience of the Natural History Museum, what a fantastic way to engage with us.
Yeah, no, definitely. And then looking kind of more into the digital workplace side of things, you mentioned about the kind of remote working solution. Was this already in place kind of before March 18th, or did you have to quickly roll out new collaboration, you know, communication systems? What did that look like?
Yeah, so as you can imagine, the digital team was set up. We had Slack, we were using Google Docs. Most people in the team had laptops, and it was incredibly fortuitous that our technology department had also begun to roll out two things alongside each other. One was Teams and the other was laptops for everybody else in the organisation. So they had a moment of absolute acceleration in terms of getting those laptops out to people, whilst in the digital team, we just took our kit home and plugged it in and got started. We've since also made the transition from Slack to Teams, but that was no big deal for the digital team. So I think the bigger part of the journey has been for people from across the museum, from other departments, and kind of integrating them into ways of working that we're all really comfortable with. But it's been a huge transition for the museum as a whole, but also a brilliant one. And we've seen lots of collaboration coming out as a result of being in lockdown and working from home.
That's good to hear, and I think it's the old adage that, you know, in these kind of times, you know, it's creates an atmosphere of innovation and, you know, out the box thinking. We're forced to make, you know, different decisions and create different products and things like that. So I think, you know, out of that collaboration, you know, comes good things. Now, there were a few more questions, but we are running a little tight on time. But you'll be joining us for the panel session after the morning break. So we will get back to you on a few things there, Sadef, if that's okay. And we look forward to kind of diving a little deeper into kind of more of the pivot and the response to COVID-19 in that discussion as well.
That's great. Thanks so much, Chris. I'll speak to you later.
Right. Yeah, I'll see you soon. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye-bye. So we're now into the final talk of this session. And that's going to be with Matthew Parker, who leads Vonage across the UK, Ireland, and also in the Netherlands. Matthew is going to be presenting on smarter communications and better engagement, something I think we can all agree on will be paramount in moving forward over the next 12 months away from this crisis. We'll be joining Matthew after the talk for that live Q&A, and then we'll have our first kind of break for the day. Before the hour-long panel session after that. So up now we have Matthew from Vonage. So welcoming Matthew.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Matthew Parker. I'm Country Manager for UK, Ireland and Netherlands for Vonage. I will be, over the next 20 to 25 minutes, talking to you about smart communications and better engagement. I will attempt to position Vonage and talk a bit about why we feel we're qualified to talk about such a subject, and talk a little bit about the art of the possible, I guess, and some of the use cases and trends that we've seen, especially over the last few months, when obviously we're now in challenging times and we're seeing a number of our customers and prospective customers adapting to that in different ways. So without further ado, I'll press on and just talk a bit about that. So as we know, industry leaders are looking at customer experience and seeing the level of importance in that. And in many ways, that from a lot of analysis has overtaken price and product as the key brand differentiator. And a lot of the drivers behind that are obviously around digital transformation, as I'm sure we all know. But one of the key components to that are programmable APIs, because effectively they are the building blocks for that transformation. And we'll talk a little bit about some of those building blocks in a bit as to how they can be implemented and what they can do to support that customer experience and that customer journey. So who are Vonage? It may be an organisation that some of you may be aware of from many years ago. So Vonage was well known for providing unified communications as a service to SMEs and home workers. And in some ways, it revolutionised the ability to hide in some ways your location and make it seem as though you were a global player, even if you weren't. And so Vonage was very much synonymous with that. But over the last few years has been on an acquisition journey to enable itself to have a true omni-channel story, a true omni-channel play. So it's been on a series of acquisitions over the last few years to flesh out that omni-channel play, to make sure that it can provide programmable APIs across the piece. And that's everything from contact center right through to programmable APIs covering all forms of messaging. And again, I'll touch on that again in a second. We are truly global, and as you'll see there, our revenues are in excess of $1 billion. We have in excess of 2,200 employees around the world. And those dots on the global map there are truly dots where we have locations and people. They're not just dots where we say we are. We have actually got people in these locations, which is a strong thing to be able to say. We have a strong developer community worldwide, and we're passing in excess of 20 billion minutes of messages around the globe at any time. So we are truly global, and I think that in the current economic climate is a critical thing to be able to say. So we have to be able to help companies address different markets around the world at different times as they grow, and we'll touch on some of those use cases as we go forward. So the platform itself, we as we've gone through that acquisition journey and built our bag of APIs or building blocks, we have those across the piece, and I'll touch on some of those in a moment. But underpinning all of that across that Vonage communication platform is the ability to have a global carrier network, global cloud infrastructure, and third-party integrations to enable us to deliver messages, video, and other communication channels on a global basis. So we need to have that underlying infrastructure and carrier network in order to maintain control around the delivery and the SLAs that we would need to provide. And we're fundamentally split into two divisions. We have an application division, which covers our unified communications and contact center solutions. And then we have our communication API platform, which is the division I work in and is the bulk of this presentation. But obviously, we have the ability to combine both of those in one integrated solution. So if, for example, we were talking to a large enterprise about their contact center strategy, then part of that would be making sure that we understood what was required from that contact center in and out from a communication perspective. And then we would underpin that with our APIs in order to make sure that the messaging channels that were appropriate for that were supported through that contact center. We are trusted by loads and loads of large companies. This is just a cross-section across various vertical markets. And as you can imagine with APIs especially, they're not restricted to one vertical. We might be talking about fraud and two-factor authentication or simple SMS messaging in finance, through to talking about other social media channels like WhatsApp in logistics and transport. And we'll touch again on that in a moment. But across all of those verticals, they tend to be the strong verticals for us, where messaging and seeking to improve customer experience is extremely strong across most of these verticals. So this is just a cross-section. It's not a comprehensive list, but hopefully it gives you a feel for the level of credibility that we've got across all of these verticals on a global scale. So our platform is pretty comprehensive. From a communication API perspective, we have pretty much all of the conversational channels that you would expect, from voice and video through into SMS and other social channels like WhatsApp. We can also help organizations if their strategy is around in-app. So we have a full SDK portfolio that can support companies where in-app is the key strategy. We have a series of specific API services that are addressing specific issues or specific things. So for example, if you have a challenge around two-factor authentication, we have a specific product which again we'll touch on a use case in a moment around Verify, which supports that. And interestingly, in the lockdown and COVID times that we find ourselves in, there's been lots of analysis to suggest that fraud and fraudulent activity has been on the rise over the last few months. So we have seen a dramatic increase in organisations inquiring about our Verify capability to support two-factor authentication and provide a stronger and more robust offering around that. But in addition to that, we have other services and capabilities where organisations want to increase the level of security they've got around hiding, for example, driver numbers, because there's been an increase in deliveries to houses over the last 2 or 3 months. And in some cases, those organisations don't want to enable the driver's phone number to be revealed to those end user houses that are receiving those parcels. So we have capabilities to hide mobile numbers from end customers. But fundamentally, we have a full portfolio of communication APIs, but we also recognise that we need to support those APIs with other management capabilities. Now, whether or not that's reporting, so whether or not that's delivery rates or its success rates around successful verifications, through into providing auto data redaction capabilities, especially if we're talking about the financial sector. So we've got a whole raft of additional management APIs that support our abilities to deliver the message in order to provide additional insight for those organisations into what's actually going on. And that in turn is enabling them to make better decisions on where to expand capabilities, whether or not that's on a regional or global basis or around particular messaging types. And again, we'll touch on some of the successes with some of those messaging channels in a moment. And then finally, the other key thing perhaps to touch on here is that our strategy is very much to support the enterprise. And as you can imagine, with an API platform, it is by nature self-service. You can go onto our website as soon as this presentation finishes. You can download any of our APIs and start using them. So it's designed to be inherently self-service. But in reality, we recognize that for enterprises, in order to get the maximum from those communication APIs, there is a requirement to support that enterprise either with additional resources around implementation through into in-life support and providing SLAs around delivery rates and platform uptimes. And so we've built a comprehensive set of capabilities based around our product service called Enterprise Plan in order to provide the right level of support and resources for that particular enterprise. And in some cases that needs to scale over time. So whilst some projects may be proofs of concepts and they may be initial projects to see and test the market, we recognise that the support plan needs to be able to grow with those organisations over time. So we've built some stages to the enterprise plan to support that particular requirement. And then finally, we have an extensive partner network, and I'll touch on some of that in a minute. But that partner network is really designed to fill the gap between the capabilities of the enterprise itself and maybe there are gaps in skills or development capabilities in-house between the enterprise and our own platform. And there's sometimes an air gap between the two that requires some form of development expertise, whether or not it's integration or application integration or workflow analysis or workflow and development work that needs to be done. So we've got a comprehensive set of partners across all of our APIs with specific skills in order to support any of that development work if and when required. So I wanted to just touch on a couple of use cases. And the first one I wanted to touch on is our product called Verify, which is our two-factor authentication service. So this is most appropriate in many sectors, from financial services through into some of the social channels that we have very strong dominance in also. So this product and service is pre-built. It provides two-factor authentication, allows customers to be validated onto the platform in question with one-time passcodes that are sent to a handset most typically. And it's been a successful product and service for us over many years. But what we have done in recent times is adapt that to provide a point of difference around the fact that you will only pay for successful conversions, and that's a significant point of difference in the marketplace as we speak right now, and means that we not only do we back ourselves to provide the service in all of the countries in question where we say we've got service, but we also therefore take the risk around making sure that those conversions will be delivered to the particular handset or user in question. So effectively we are backing ourselves and taking the risk away from the enterprise, and therefore we deliver a high quality service around that. In addition to that, I think because of that successful conversion rate and the data we can provide behind it, it becomes a very powerful solution to support customer registrations and sign-ups, which obviously is a critical component to a number of the business models, especially in social, that we would be engaging with. And so we have lots of expertise in that. We would provide resources to support the implementations around that. It would be covering SMS and voice most typically. It would be covering number vetting. We would expect to be involved in the workflow and making sure that we were building the appropriate templates and global compliance to deliver. And most of these solutions tend to be on a global scale, so they will typically be in 10, 20, 30 countries around the world. And we've got experience in understanding some of the compliance risks and delivery challenges in those countries. So if you'd like to know more about that, obviously I'll be staying on at the end to answer any questions, and I can talk a bit more about some of the clients that we've done that for successfully already. And a really good example of this is one of our clients, Revolut. So an organisation that I'm sure most people have heard of, but they use our Vonage SMS API for user identity. And and they're doing that on a global scale. And that service has been running for quite some time, and we have a very strong and successful relationship with Revolut. So again, I can happily talk a bit more about that at the end, but we are, as it suggests on there, I won't go through elements of the slide, but we are providing a secure method to verify the identities of the people that are registering for their services, which obviously is particularly key in financial services. Next example for you is talking a little bit about alerting and notification. So we have APIs that cover SMS and other messaging channels, but we also have what we call Messages API, which enables our clients to move and link a number of those messaging channels together to retain context to the conversation. And that I think is particularly important, because whilst in the initial instance, many enterprises are trying to message their customers and prospective customers in a controlled way, but equally, the research suggests that customers and prospective customers want to be able to message and communicate with enterprises using the channel of choice that they've got. So that creates its own challenges and creates its own need for the ability to keep context into that conversation in a different way. So we have a comprehensive API that enables that to happen and enables our customers to implement additional messaging channels in a seamless way to enable them to appear to be having conversations across multiple channels whilst maintaining the context to the conversation. So a really good example of that is Aramex. So Aramex are a global logistics company focused predominantly in the Middle East. However, they do have global capabilities and are delivering parcels in 63 countries around the globe. And the use case with them is about how could they improve last mile delivery. And as a result of that, they're trying to improve it to lower costs and lower the needs to re-deliver parcels where potentially they weren't delivered the first time around. So they managed to do that with an implementation around WhatsApp. And they managed to lower the re-delivery rate quite dramatically. But in addition to that, they also had a significant sub-ROI benefit, which related to the number of contact center agents that they had in place. So they implemented on the back of that a bot in conjunction with WhatsApp. And most typically with logistics company, the question very often is, where's my parcel? Or I want to change the date and time that my parcel is delivered. So they were able to, through the implementation and automation of a bot in conjunction with WhatsApp, actually lower the number of contact center agents by over 40%. Now that's quite dramatic in terms of that result. But what it highlights, I think, is that with the right amount of development and the right amount of thought, there are spin-off benefits in addition to maybe the additional use case where other productivity gains can be made through the use of automation and through the use of bot technology. And again, we've got a comprehensive set of developers that are focused around particular implementations, whether or not that's with WhatsApp or with other messaging channels that we can work in conjunction with if that was something that was of particular interest. But it simplified their model. They are currently certainly one of the largest implementations of WhatsApp globally. I think at one point they were potentially the largest, but they are certainly one of the largest and greatest users of WhatsApp on a global basis. So again, I'll happily talk about that at the end and touch on a bit more detail around what we've seen there and what our relationship is, not only with WhatsApp, but with Aramex. And then finally, video. And video right now, probably of all the channels that we're engaging on, is probably the most successful in terms of and most relevant to what we're seeing in these COVID times. And we have seen over the last 3 months a dramatic increase in the amount of video usage that we've seen. And I've put a couple of stats up here, but that trend is only continuing. And certainly from the forecasts we've got from our customers, and most of the ones that we've seen have either been in healthcare or in education or in some kind of sport or health related exercise type channel. So all of those markets, and in addition to that, I would suggest e-learning and training has been another one. So all of those channels had some use case already in existence, but not only has the usage increased, but the demand around scaling of those platforms, the scaling of the amount of video, the scaling of the number of customers, concerns about security, making sure that the data is remaining within certain zones within either Europe or within the US or the APAC region. Those things have become increasing concerns for many, many companies. So we have a comprehensive product set, which I'll touch on in a second, but really those use cases tend to be, in the main, and especially what we've seen in the UK, has been around one-to-one consultations, whether not that's patient to doctor, or it's where we've got teachers talking to students, whether or not that's in higher or lower education. Both of those are directly relevant. Or alternatively, in the training sector, we've seen trainers that need to then remotely secure users to verify who they are, and then run live videos or live training with those students on an ongoing basis. So there's a number of different use cases that could be appropriate, but our technology and API is able to handle all of those. We have a comprehensive feature set, and I won't go all of that, but through all of that. But again, you would expect us to be able to record the conversations. You'd expect us to be able to do screen share. You'd expect us to be able to make sure that the data and the recording was secure, and you'd expect to be able to link into that voice and other messaging channels, which we can also do. And probably one just to touch on, and this is a large French healthcare organisation called Doctolib, but this is equally appropriate to a number of the healthcare sector companies in the UK that we are already providing services with. So again, I can touch on some of those at the end, but most of the organisations that either were already in existence and running video consultations, we already work with. But in addition to that, the government over the last few months has issued new contracts to a number of video consultation companies to help GP surgeries and NHS trusts deliver secure, high quality video on an ongoing basis. And most of those organisations we are trading with already. So I think it's fair to say we are working with and providing services to in excess of 75% of those companies in the UK. But Doctolib is a very, very good example of this. So fast-growing e-health startup in Europe. They've enabled in excess of 180,000 teleconsultations over the past 2 years, and they've seen significant growth as a result of COVID-19 over the last couple of months. But a massive use case, and one that we're supporting. And some of the challenges they have faced over the last few months have really been around scaling. If you can imagine, the number of users has literally gone through the roof, and the number of consultations has gone through the roof. And we're talking about, by that, a factor of 10-fold. So we've got a platform that can scale to that level where appropriate. So again, key factor to consider is that scalability. And back to where I touched on at the start, one of the critical things here is that as you start to onboard some of these APIs and you start with success in mind, then we fully recognise that there will be a number of resources that you'll need to get access to over a period of time. That's help with solution design and consultation at the front end, through into implementation, and then through into in-life service support and SLAs around that. So we've got the full cycle of services and support and contractual SLAs that we can provide. But the key thing to understand here is that we have resources that are available to be used depending on where on that equation you need support. But certainly for the enterprise, typically what we see is they will need some pre-sales resource, they'll need some help implementing, and they'll need some support with SLAs and in-life support, because the importance of the use case will increase over time. And then finally, just to touch on our Connect partner network. So I've put on this slide just a few examples of the partners that we work with. But we have in excess of 350 partners globally now, and they're covering everything from being bot builders, so that could be voice bots, chat bots, they could be multilingual, so we've got solutions that are covering multilingual bots in 14 languages. We've got no-code tools, we've got SI partners, we've got marketing platforms and engagement tools that we're already working with. So we generally can say that depending on the use case, depending on the requirement, we can make sure that where we're trying to fill that air gap between your in-house capabilities and our platform, we can genuinely say that we can provide several partners that would be appropriate. And they will have different charging models, they'll have different philosophies around how they operate and different skill sets, but we can make sure that we can provide most typically 2 or 3 different partners to give you a chance to look at the use case and provide quotations or the resources required to support the use case in question. In some cases, these things can be on pretty tight timelines. So, for example, the governments around the world have been implementing WhatsApp to take care of some of the simple COVID-19 questions. And typically with those use cases, they want to be up and running within weeks. So sometimes it can be a matter of making sure that the partner in question has got the resources available to implement quickly. So we understand that, our partners understand that, and we have good relationships with many of them, and we can make sure we map those things accordingly. So final thing really to say is, why should you be talking to us? Why should we be talking with you? Not a blatant sell here, but really just to try and summarise some of the things that where we think we've got some points of difference. We have a breadth of API services on a global scale, and in this current climate, we all need to be thinking globally, and so we have resources and services available on a global scale. We have extensive pre and post sales support, so we recognise that for the enterprise especially, we need to be able to offer that capability, and certainly we have advanced skills and resources to be able to support that at the right time, and build a scalable model to be able to support that. Our models are flexible, so that's not only in terms of the APIs themselves, which tend to be usage-based, but in addition to that, we recognise that we need to be able to support that growth over time. So we fully recognise, for example, in video at the moment, that we need to be able to provide flexible models that maybe adapts to COVID times that we have at the moment, but at the same time, when things settle back down again later in the year, perhaps, we need to be able to have a model that is appropriate for that particular phase. So we've got flexible models that we can support. And finally, we have a comprehensive partner network that can support any development needs that you have. Now, whether or not that's us working directly with your development teams, or it's trying to fill an air gap between the skills you have in-house and our platform, we can make sure that those development needs are met by that extensive partner network. And finally, that's it from me. We do feel we have a flexible, intelligent communications platform to support all of the enterprise that's out there. And again, the proof of that will be in the pudding and testing out some of that. So by all means, you can go to our website straight after this presentation and download any of our APIs to start testing them. And we can provide additional support through sandboxes and such like to provide additional capabilities to test out those APIs and get a sense around how easy they are to look to implement into your existing applications and your existing workflow. And finally, if you'd like to learn more, by all means, go to our website, or alternatively, I put my email address on here. By all means, you can email me, and I can get back to you with either answers to your questions or appropriate content to give you a bit more in-depth detail to the presentation. And obviously, I'll be around for the next 5 minutes or so to answer any questions that you may have. And that is it. Thank you very much for your time, and enjoy your lunch.
Thanks for that, Matthew. Are you with us now?
I'm with you, Chris. Yeah, I'm here.
How are you doing?
Yeah, it's not too bad for a sunny Wednesday.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, thanks for joining us, and thanks for the presentation. Good to hear from you and from what Vonage are doing. I think it's an entirely relevant solution at the moment. So good to hear from you and what you guys are doing. You did mention just in one of those last slides there about the flexible commercial models. Can you explain a little bit more about those? We've had a few on those.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I think that takes a number of different forms. In one form, it may well be that organisations that we're working with don't necessarily know how successful their project is going to be. So they might be looking at a proof of concept initially. They may be looking at a subset of their customer base, and therefore, because the success and the potential volumes are not known, it can be the case that we need to be able to work with organisations as that success increases. So typically we recognise that, and we can build not only commercial models that reflect the increases in volume, so have certain check-in points through that proof of concept into business as usual, and set checking points to review the volumes and provide improved pricing or improved rates per voice or per message, whatever that happens to be. So we can look at it from a commercial and volume perspective, but we can also look at it from the point of view of resources required. Because again, very often, most of the organizations that we would work with have a particular use case or a particular business problem that they're trying to solve. But they know full well that thinking with success in mind, that they know that there's potential to integrate other messaging channels, integrate other use cases, solve other problems. And as a result of that, potentially the resources that we would need to deploy to support that can increase over time. So we can build in different models to apply the appropriate amount of resources at the right time.
Sure, that's good, especially in a climate as we have now. It's good to hear that. And then with the kind of video usage, that's clearly been rising dramatically during lockdown. I think that's very clear to see, and from all analysis and reports, that's most certainly the case. Well, how do you see that usage going in the medium term? So further down the line, a few months time, we're hopefully all out of lockdown and out of this. How do you see kind of the future of that? Will it continue to rise? Are people going to become more kind of engaged with this kind of thing, and it's going to become the new normal kind of thing? What's your opinion there?
Yeah, and I was listening to your previous presenter, Sadev, I think, and she was saying that things will, in her view, fundamentally change, and I think I agree with that. I think certainly what we've seen through the last 2 or 3 months has been a dramatic rise in the use of video. I mean, obviously, we all hear about Zoom, and obviously we're on a Zoom call here. But the actual use of video, full stop, and our video API has grown dramatically. And as I touched on in the presentation, we've seen a 10-fold increase in usage over the last 3 months, which is incredible. And I think we anticipate that usage will continue to grow over the next 2 or 3 months. But as we start to come out of lockdown, I think what we will see is that usage will flatten out, certainly, and maybe even dip slightly as people start to interact a bit more in a face-to-face way. However, I think a number of the channels that have been opened up to people, either through healthcare consultations or through e-learning or organizations that are in the education sector, I think what will happen is that the video will be a channel that will be open and available to organizations at a much, much higher scale than they were before. So whilst we may see a potential a dip in traffic a little bit as people start to interact more face-to-face, that channel of communication will be a more active one as we go forward over the next few years. And I think generally that's what we will see. And I think we've all seen, I've certainly seen in terms of my own company, that actually productivity for us certainly has not been lost by being remote. Because we're able to sit on a laptop and function through video and other messaging channels that we have at our disposal, we haven't actually suffered from a productivity perspective. We've just seen that communication flow and how we communicate change a little bit. And I think that's what we'll see continue in the later part of the year.
Nice. And then for those of us that kind of perhaps on the start of a digital journey, or in the infancy of a digital journey, where would you kind of recommend those to start?
I think and that's a good question, and I think lots of organizations have been on a digital transformation journey for many years, and maybe they were early adopters using one of the public cloud platforms, whether or not that was Amazon or Microsoft Azure, for example. And they're well down that journey, and they're starting to maybe embed programmable APIs like our platform into their workflow. So there could be companies at that stage, but as you quite rightly allude to, there are still lots of companies at a fairly early stage, either because they are risk averse, or alternatively they've got challenges around legacy platforms, legacy data. So my advice would very much be to jump in. Just get going, just start and just try something. Maybe potentially pick something that is a burning platform type issue, something that actually you've got to deal with, because actually there is no choice, because you'll either start losing customers or you're going to start to impact your service that you provide to customers. So I would suggest jump in, try something where there is a compelling reason to have a go. And we have enough of an extensive partner network that can support organizations if they've genuinely got skills gaps in their technical knowledge, whether or not that's IT tech or software development skills. So we can definitely support that, because ultimately our platform is as I said in the presentation, it's a set of building blocks. It's like building a brick wall. We'll supply the bricks, but you still need a builder to come along and build it and put the cement in. So we've got an extensive network of partners that can support wherever the skills gaps are for organizations. So my advice would firmly be to jump in, have a go at something that's a burning issue, and we can help support organizations through that journey.
Nice. Thanks, Matthew, and thanks for joining us for that live Q&A, and thanks for a great presentation. Nice to see what you're doing, and appreciate your time. Thanks so much.
No problem at all, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Matthew.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So with that, we are approaching a break now, and we're going to be back at midday or slightly after midday. Realise that we've gone a little over on time by about 5 minutes or so. So we'll get back underway for the panel session shortly after midday. That's UK time, GMT +1. So in around 25 minutes or so. And we're going to be joined by Elizabeth O'Neill, who's Head of Change at the Charity AIDS Foundation. We're going to be joined by Christian Harris, who's former Head of Digital Entertainment at 3. And rejoining us will be welcoming back Sadef from the Natural History Museum. So if you've got any questions for that panel discussion, do fire them away on Twitter or use the online chat function within the page if you're on the Beyond Buzzwords page, and also comment on that live feed as well. So we'll be fielding questions throughout that panel, as well as some kind of preceded questions we have with our panelists. So we'll be back here in around 25 minutes time, so enough time to grab a coffee and get some caffeine running back through the system. We'll see you back here shortly. Thank you.
Hi guys.
Hi there.
Hi. How is everybody today?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, it's been gorgeous. I'm down in sunny Kent today, and it's actually a really nice day. It's not too hot for a change.
It's all good. Chris, can I just check? Are you going to ask everybody the same question, or are you going to choose?
Hi. How is everybody today?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, it's been gorgeous. I'm down in sunny Kent today, and it's actually a really nice day. It's not too hot for a change.
All good. Chris, can I just check? Are you going to ask everybody the same question, or are you going to choose?
Hi. How is everybody today? Oh.
Good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, it's been gorgeous. I'm down in sunny Kent today, and it's really nice.
We are back on air. I think one of you may have the stream open with the audio that's repeating back.
Everybody the same question, or are you going to choose?
You make sure that's off. Hopefully we're all sorted on there. I think we'll be able to tell in a minute whether or not we're okay with the sound. If you just want to put on the mics as we move through, obviously it's a little bit more difficult to navigate a panel session online versus a live event with regards to kind of passing the microphone over. So we'll do our best, and I'll do my best to kind of aim the questions at individuals versus kind of open-ended questions, and hopefully we can establish some kind of natural conversation throughout. But lovely to have you back with us, Sedef, and welcome Liz, and welcome Christian. It's great to have you with us. So we're joined by Elizabeth O'Neill, who's Head of Projects and Change at Charities Aid Foundation, and Liz is helping to deliver technical and cultural change to motivate society to give more effectively. We've also got Christian Harris, former Head of Digital Entertainment at 3, and Christian was responsible for the digital content strategy and execution for 3 here in the UK. And Sedef, we heard from you earlier. You're the Interim Chief Digital and Product Officer at the Natural History Museum, and we heard a great presentation earlier from you on kind of your response to COVID-19 and the digital journey over the last 2 years you've taken. So thanks again for that. I think a good place to start with the panel session is kind of defining digital transformation. So I think everyone has their own kind of formulation of their idea of digital transformation, what it means, whether that's cultural, whether that's technology investment, and whether that's disruption. So if we could start perhaps with you, Liz, on kind of your definition for digital transformation and what it means to you.
Oh, so it's really weird, isn't it, as a statement? It's one of them kind of catch-all statements that means everything and nothing all at the same time. So for me, it's about people. It's about getting what people want and need from you as an organisation in a way that works for them, and that's both your customers and your employees. And technology is only actually a very small part of that. We need to put people at the centre of it, and then figure out how technology can help make that a reality. And that's what the transformation piece is for me.
Thanks, Liz. And perhaps Christian, if you could define your digital transformation.
Hello, everybody. So I'm Christian Harris. I recently left 3 UK and I'm joining a new venture in July. So at the moment, I'm going to be talking about this from my own personal perspective and also historically what my previous role. 3's been on a digital transformation journey for. It's probably more complex in their case than other panelists and maybe most of the people joining this webinar, because it's a organization at its heart running a network led operation. For a business like that to do digital transformation, a number of things, but first and foremost, it meant moving all the IT infrastructure into the cloud, and that's a private cloud network. And the previous speaker from Vonage talked a little bit about this. There's different forms of cloud IT, but for Three and for all telco businesses, that means managing all your technology in data centers around the country or around the world. That's the first thing. The second thing, as Liz mentioned, is about ways of working. So it's about people. What do people do? How do they operate together? What's the target operating model for that? So that changes and has been accelerated by COVID-19. And then the third thing is the way that the customers experience your service. So for example, the actual moment when Three decided to kick off the digital transformation program was when eventually somebody said that the top-up process for pay-as-you-go was so utterly horrendous and so impossible and so convoluted and slow and difficult, we have to undertake digital transformation, even if it's going to cost us a huge amount of money, which it does. So those are the three areas that I think constitute digital transformation for a business like Three.
Nice, thanks, Christian. And then back to you, Sadaf. With regards to that, what's your kind of definition of digital transformation?
So I absolutely agree with Liz. People are at the heart of any transformation, but it's also very much in the institutions that I've worked in, so particularly the British Council and the Natural History Museums, in both public sector, it's absolutely a culture shift. And in both of those organisations, a discrete space has been carved out for the new digital teams, and significant investment has been put into those. And then it's about getting that team set up and running and getting brilliant stuff out there to the public. And then the second phase of that is integrating, bringing the rest of the organisation with you and upskilling across that organisation as well. So from my perspective, it's a culture shift and it's centred around people.
Thanks, Sadaf. And then moving on now, so we obviously realise that digital transformation is nothing new, and organisations have been on some kind of digital transformation journey over the last 5, 10, maybe even 15 years in different ways. But now, due to kind of COVID-19, it's been forced upon many organisations. Sadaf, you mentioned earlier about your pivot in response to COVID-19 and the need for that kind of rapid change. But what would you all consider kind of transformation priority during this time? So whether that's new ways of working with digital technologies or creating new consumer platforms, or even the more cultural side, so the lean approach, or whether it's going to be rapid automation, all these different things. What would you say kind of is the priority? And perhaps this time we'll start with you, Christian, on that one.
Hi there. Yeah, thanks, Chris. Well, the first and biggest challenge of a business like Three is having 335 retail outlets, because obviously when those are no longer in use, you have to have a really sharp focus on the digital customer journey. And it's often the case, not always, but often in large corporates, that there is a little bit of siloed thinking in the way that customers experience their journey through your service. So you might have a set of things that you expect to have in retail, which could be quite different from what the customer is expecting in a digital environment, say online. So that has provided an opportunity to harmonize things and try to make sure that they can be, so that they reflect one another. So if offers in retail, then you have them in vice versa, which might sound obvious, but it's not always the case. So that's the first thing. I think the second thing is ensuring that you've got the capability to offer a full service digitally. So there are still a lot of businesses in the UK who have a hybrid setup. So they have quite a lot of capability on digital, but not everything, and some of it is still physical or bricks and mortar. The impact of COVID-19 on businesses like that is to have to complete that step, complete that 20 or 30% that perhaps was lacking previously. And that's a major challenge. I would say that's the second thing. And then the third thing, which everyone's talked about in all the sessions so far today, and I think is absolutely right, is how people are expected to work in an environment like this. In fact, we had a working group set up last year to explore flexible working, and I think it's just worth out that the difference between remote working on the one hand and flexible on the other. Remote working is just being able to do things through Zoom, Google Meetings, Hangouts, whatever. And the other one is flexible working, which is allowing people to work how they want, when they want. So, for example, someone mentioned Slack in one of the previous sessions. You know, Slack is a wonderful tool. Slack is all about flexible working. It happens to be remote, but it's flexible because it allows you to post information and documents and conversations at night. So I think those would be the three things that I would really focus on. It's the customer experience, harmonizing digital and physical, and enabling the employee with the tools they need to work in an effective manner.
Thanks, Christian. And what about yourself, Sadaf? You know, what would you see as transformation priority right now?
So at the Natural History Museum, it's really been two-stage. So we've had to furlough staff, so it means we are down on our capacity. So as the doors of the museum closed and everything was shut from the 18th of March, it was very much a focus on, you know, what can we do with the resource that we've got? What can we do to keep our users, our customers, our readers and our visitors engaged? And that was absolutely content. So it was putting out new content, but it was also curating content for members and patrons, and it was looking at taking our museum events into online events so that many, many more people can access them. So stage one was content. Stage two that we're moving into now is absolutely around product. So we are looking at what new products and services we need going forward to help sustain engagement and help deliver great experiences to our users, visitors and readers.
Thank you. And Liz, yourself?
I'm going to start a little bit with kind of just explaining what the Charities Aid Foundation does for people that don't know, because it will provide a bit more context. So we provide financial services to the non-for-profit sector, and part of that is we run a full-scale bank for charities. So as you can imagine, moving a bank that is 100% based in an office to being able to work remotely is quite a big challenge. And we've managed to, that's where some of our focus, as well as the rest of our organisations working remotely. We were pretty much 100% office-based before COVID-19. So that's been one of our biggest challenges. And unlike some of the big banks, we've kept our full call centre opened, and we've still provided every single service we do to our customers, which is a massive testament when we're a non-for-profit ourselves. So we don't have the resources and money that some of the big banks do. Within this situation, non-for-profit organisations are really, really struggling, obviously being able to fundraise and whatnot. So making sure we have added new products and services to help support our sector has been a real focus for us over the last 3 months, including new grant services and being able to get money out to the charities that need it. The second part of that is probably automation is a big part of it. Like many financial institutions, we look quite nice on the front end, but there's still quite a lot of manual and paper processes in the back end, and being able to automate them when we haven't had people in the office has been one of the biggest challenges for us. And we've actually managed to do that really well. Some of it quite tactically, and some of it with a bit of a sticky plaster and whatnot. But that's the two focuses for us currently. And then I think you're right, comms out to our sector and making sure people are aware of what's available, and how to support the third sector has been the other focus for us from a content point of view.
Of course. Thanks, Liz, and thanks everyone for those answers there. Some nice insights. And looking now towards kind of more internal transformation, I think reading a lot more about kind of employee experience at the moment and how that's potentially at the front of the queue with regards to digital transformation. So digital technology and transformation no longer a nice to have, but an only way work will be done kind of scenario now. What can kind of business leaders and workforces expect in such a shift in managing workforces, and whether that's kind of the investment side, so investment in digital technology tools for workplace, whether that's remote work approach, how that affects culture, of course, communication, which we've touched on a few times there, and then just kind of overall management of workforces. Obviously, we're changing a lot, and for those organisations that weren't already spending a lot of time on things like remote working and, you know, removing the need for offices in 9 to 5, Monday to Friday kind of way. How's the playing field going to be affected and change potentially beyond COVID for this? And perhaps we'll start with you, Sedef.
Thanks, Chris. I think it's a great question to ask. You know, these are unprecedented times and there is an awful lot that is changing very quickly. I just want to kind of bring the conversation round to remote working approaches. When you've got Silicon Valley, Facebook, Twitter, for example, saying, you know, there is no need for employees to return to the office, they can effectively work from home forever. We do have to look at how we can flex to better meet people's needs. And I think we've all seen, it's been a great experiment during COVID-19. I think we've all seen that teams are able to work, teams are able to function. And not only that, they're able to kind of get great stuff out whilst a crisis is happening. So I think as employers, you know, it's great, you know, when people go for interviews and say, oh, you know, I can work from home 1 day a week. This is a great company. They offer flexible working. The idea of flexible working will have completely changed as a result of COVID-19, and it will require organisations and employers to really place their trust into their employees. I was speaking with Andy Budd from Clearleft, and he'd said, you know, why can't you have a nap on your sofa for an hour at 3 o'clock and then pick up work afterwards? So I think there will be some flex around what we think of in terms of what is a work day, what are core hours, when must people be on, and you know, it will come down to trust, but I think nothing will be the same again.
Yeah, certainly, I'm with you there, and yeah, some good points made, particularly around it, you know, becoming that new normal. I think things will change beyond this. What are your thoughts on that, Christian?
Yeah, I mean, this is the question, isn't it? I mean, this is the big question. You know, to what extent is society and working life going to change? I think that the announcement by Twitter was quite pivotal, and I can imagine people looking at terrible job offers and saying, well, one allows me to work whenever I want, wherever I want, doing job X and doing the same thing. I've got another company that's got its feet in the 20th century and requires me to go to an office. What's with that? You know, crazy request. I actually think the pendulum will fall back somewhere in between the two. I still think that there are conversations, insights, creativity, and thinking that happen only when people occupy the same physical space. I do believe that there will be a value in continuing to attend somewhere, and it might not be a formal office place. It might be something else on a regular basis, in order to exchange ideas, in order to invent, in order to inspire, and are some amazing tools out there, and goodness knows if COVID-19 had happened in 1995, it would have been a very difficult experience, much tougher for all Western economies to deal with. But still, I would still argue that there is a logic and a value in people attending some physical location to do things together. We are physical beings at the end of the day. But I think that needs to be managed in a way that's consistent with people's work-life balance. And I think there's a recognition now that there does need to be an adjustment in that regard. There needs to be some reevaluation in terms of what people's expectations are and what employers can require. So it could be that, in any given 5-day working week, there's 2 days where you're expected to be in the office, and the other 3 days you work how you want, or you work when you want, or, as long as you're delivering the projects that are expected that you do that. And the responsibilities on the employer to ensure the tools are available to empower the employee to deliver on those results. But I don't think that the last employer relationship point of view will be total flexible working and remote working on that basis. I think that's very unlikely. I still think there's a role for physically sharing a space on a regular basis, and I think it will benefit the individuals and the business to do that.
Yeah, most definitely. I think at the end of the day, face to face is always going to be the best form of communication. We're, at the end of the day, we behave like animals, and we read behaviours better that way, and come together better that way. So fully with you on the requirement for being in physical spaces, and moving innovation forward in that way. Liz, did you have any thoughts on that?
So I couldn't agree more with Christian. I think there is still definitely a need for that physical connection. I read a really interesting article, I think last week, on video conferencing and why it's so draining. I spend most of my day every day going back to back video conferencing, and I couldn't realise just how tired I was at the end of each day. And there's a really interesting article produced on why, and I think, and actually that while it's better than telephone conferencing, it's still nowhere near as useful and valuable as face-to-face communication and people being in the same physical space. I think it will depend on the organisation. So we're hearing a lot of noise about it will be a new change, a new normal, but I work within the financial sector, which is very traditional by nature, and can lag behind. So I think it will depend on the organisation and what each organisation needs from its people and how it chooses to work. I don't think everybody's going to go back to being back in an office full time, because I think this has actually empowered employees to be able to have that conversation that with the evidence that, hold on a minute, we've been working at home for 3 months perfectly fine. There is no need. So I think it really empowers our employees to be able to have conversations to break down some traditional stereotypes that still exist in quite a number of organisations, I feel. I do think it will also mean some of the organisations that sit further on the digital transformation piece will take an even bigger jump to breaking down hierarchies and moving to swarm type structures and stuff like that. So I think it will move everybody forward, but depending on where you were before the journey will mean kind of where you end up afterwards, would be my view on it.
Nice. And just before then as well, we've touched on Slack multiple times throughout this morning, and that's typical of how the digital transformation conference goes. A lot of people do pick up on that and speak about Slack and how wonderful that is as a communication tool. Are you using kind of any other tools within your organizations? Christian, with you, I guess it would be when you were working at 3 that kind of do enhance employee experience, whether that's communication tools or gamification tools within the workplace. In your experiences, have you seen any great, working digital tools in the workplace on that? And I guess we'll start with you there, Christian.
Yeah, I'd like to answer that, but just very quickly, I'd like to just pick on something that Liz said there, because I think there is one emerging benefit of the recognition that projects can be done effectively remotely or digitally, which is to widen the pool of talent available to businesses to be able to, Liz mentioned this idea of kind of, very fluid sort of working arrangements. I think there's going to be a major shift as a result of digital transformation, which allows businesses to reach way beyond their normal talent pool to create projects which have roles which are highly targeted, highly focused, but temporarily and intensely brought into use in order to deliver something over a relatively short horizon. And that is actually a benefit. I mean, in all of the challenges that we discussed today, it's an emerging, maybe really huge benefit that if I need someone of a specific skill set, I can get that person from, Brazil or Jakarta. I don't have to just look at the M4 corridor. Do you know what I mean? So I just wanted to make that point. Then in terms of the tools well, I mean, it was Microsoft Teams, which I have to say is really a pale imitation of Slack, but it's kind of like a version of Slack, but it's a Microsoft product which does all the same things, allows you to create groups and create rooms and chat with discrete groups and post documents and track projects, etc. I think one of the challenges isn't so much are there the tools out there, it's the proliferation of tools, and it's also the manner in which they're used. So for example, one thing that I noticed, it happens a lot in my previous employer, is that you started to see discrete groups appearing within, for example, WhatsApp. So I might have, out of a project of 25 people, I might have 9 of them are on WhatsApp having a sort of conversation over here. And then there's a broader conversation in Teams happening over here. And that perhaps not all the information that's in WhatsApp is being shared in Teams or some variation of that. And so you end up with a kind of not everybody knows everything scenario, because you do need some kind of governance around these ways of working. You do need some kind of rule set that says, look, if we're going to use Jira, we're all using Jira, and we're all going to run our projects through Jira, and I want all the comms to go through Jira, and if you have a Scrum Master, that gets managed in an appropriate manner, because otherwise you end up with some people know things that other people don't know, and it can be a bit disruptive in the delivery of a project. So I think it's really about how you manage all these tools and ensuring that there's some structure and there's some rules around that which are fair and open.
Of course, I think you raise a very good point on the governance side of things, and it's definitely something as kind of digital workplace tools evolve, I'm sure will become kind of more common ground. So yeah, that's an interesting point that you've raised there. And Sadaf, you were one of the speakers earlier that had mentioned Slack. Are there any kind of other digital tools that you use and are a fan of?
Yeah, so we as a digital team have been on Slack for years, and we've just sort of transitioned over to Microsoft Teams, and it at times that's been a bit frustrating, trying to get your head around everything that's happening with COVID-19 while still delivering all of your work and transitioning to a new tool that, I mean, it really does pale into comparison against Slack. But also, Google Docs is great for real-time collaboration. And we use that all of the time. And what we've started doing more recently is addressing that challenge of how do you run a workshop remotely? So we've been trialing a bunch of kind of whiteboards of workshop collaboration tools. And I went to a brilliant workshop set up by our lead UX designer, and she'd she'd done a bunch of pre-work, had a bunch of post-its up, had pulled in some kind of animations and pre-populated it with questions. So in terms of running creative workshops online, although usually lots of preparation goes into workshops, I feel like you need more preparation for a digital workshop. And also there's something really difficult about getting people's energy levels up. So if you're in a room all together, you get a buzz, people start to bounce ideas off of each other. When you're communicating through a video call, you got, you know, one moment in time you're facing front on looking at the other speakers, then you're in the whiteboard, and then you're coming back to see what you've missed in terms of body language and non-verbal cues, but obviously that's only from the waist up. So it's a different experience. And, you know, Marty Kagan is a big believer and a big advocate of co-located product teams work best. You know, it's that cross collaboration, it's that water cooler conversation. I heard that Google elongates and kind of delays queue times in its canteens to allow for those sparks of innovation that would never normally happen because those two people are not working together. So my worry is, you know, in the short term, this is brilliant, but in the long term, how do we keep that creativity going? How do we foster those kind of incidental moments that lead to brilliant things being created? So yeah, lots of good tools out there. And Teresa Torres is a big fan of Miro, and we've just started trying that one as well. But, you know, I think time will help us to understand what the limitations of these tools are. And I kind of agree with the comments Christian was making around probably being in an office part-time, but also kind of having a bit more flexibility and working from home more often than not, because we need a balance of both of those things.
Sure, nice points there, and I'm kind of glad that you've mentioned about live workshops as well, because we've got a presentation tomorrow with the head of user experience from Aegon joining us tomorrow for a presentation all about how she did a virtual sprint over 3 different countries. So be some interesting insights on that one. So nice that you've picked up on that one as well. And for yourself, Liz, has kind of there been any standout workplace tools or technology that you've become a fan of?
So we're pretty much the same. We've literally just in the last couple of weeks rolled out Teams across the whole organisation. We have some significant security, GDPR and regulatory stuff that we have to work through to do anything at all because of just the nature of what we do and the sharing of data. We have used Jira extensively for years and years and years now, and that's a lifesaver for making sure kind of work gets done and flows and what's not, so that's been useful. I think one of the big things that we're kind of still working on is communication across our whole organisation. So like all staff briefings and stuff like that. Normally we would be very physical and get people together and be able to communicate and ask questions and whatnot with our leadership team, and finding a way of doing that works for everybody has been really good. I'm going to probably raise something else that maybe not necessarily digital transformation, but something that we've definitely struggled with. A lot of us are based in Kent, where our head office is, and obviously we're in the country, so broadband connection is a challenge. And when you're running 2 call centres remotely with people over broadband, making sure that just getting the basics right with people are able to connect, they're not falling in and out, they can actually deal with video conferencing without it continually breaking up, has been some challenges for us. And I'd imagine every organisation with people in different parts of the country and whatnot. I think from a tooling point of view, we're still trying to figure out what's best for even just the basics, things like getting documents signed. We do a lot of wet signature still, again because it's financial monies and whatnot, so putting in some basic automation tools that we hadn't even really thought about previously, because you just walk upstairs and get somebody to put a signature on it. just doing some of them bits have been an interesting journey for us. And what we have still done fortnightly system level releases while everybody working remotely. We deploy content daily. We've deployed a whole new telephony system while in COVID as well. So there's been some interesting activities going on from a tooling point of view for us.
Nice. And Liz, I think you and I both sat on a panel, I can't remember if it was last year or the year before, where we discussed digital transformation. I think there was a bit of disdain with the word or the phrase digital transformation, and it was much debated on that panel, you know, what it really means. And, you know, at the end of the day, we all realize that it's a huge encapsulating buzzword. And, you know, I have to defend the phrase because our conference is named from that. But is it now time, do you think, to kind of slow down digital transformation efforts and put in kind of more sustainable approaches to working? We keep hearing in the press and across business press, especially about the new normal, and I think personally it's a bit of marketing jargon, but you know, what exactly is this new normal, and are we going to be looking at less investment in digital technology or more as a result of the virus?
So I totally agree with you. There is no such thing as normal. Every organisation is different and they're at different points in their journey. I don't think it's going to reduce investment in moving us forward from a digital point of view. I remember the debate and argument quite well on the word transformation, and I was definitely on the other side. I don't like it. It's about how do we move forward, and whatever we have to give it a name. So it's probably as good a name as any. I think what we're going to see is a bit of a rationalisation as the tooling becomes the norm. We've seen across our organisations and pretty much everybody I talk to in the industry, there's pockets of different tools and pockets of different approaches, and I think we're going to standardise that more in the coming months and whatnot, because of exactly what Christian said about making sure everybody gets access to the information and how that works. I think that every organisation is going to find their own new normal, and I think if I had to pick a middle ground, it will be that kind of 3 days out, 2 days in an office or some kind of location. If I had to pick a norm, I think that's where it will land. I would love to see more and more organisations moving towards a more swarm type structure and a flatter structure, and giving people true flexibility of working, because that's not just about the location you work in, it's about caring about the outcome of the job and not the timing and the hours or the location of it. And I think some of the people that were already further ahead will take that natural next step. So I think that'll be really interesting to see. I think one of the things that COVID will do is help us to become more socially responsible with things like travel and our environment and how that will work. Do we really need to be there physically? And if we do, then that's fine. But if it can work in a different way, so I think it will help in a number of them cases, or at least I hope it does.
Nice. Yeah, that's a good answer. Thanks, Liz. And with yourself, Christian, the new normal?
Yeah. While Liz was talking there, I was looking at the builders in my garden and thinking, how has digital transformation changed their lives? You know, probably not very much, right? And we are, I think, sometimes inclined to kind of think inside the bubble. And we're all in these sort of technology kind of functions, and where we can access Slack and Microsoft Teams or Hangouts or whatever. And of course, it's worth remembering that there's whole sectors of the economy that don't have that luxury. But But I just like to pick up on one thing that we sort of referred to or alluded to earlier, which is this point about, I think it was Sedov who said, you know, Google slowed down the queue in the canteen in order to get people to mix, if I understood it correctly. And one consequence of you know, only working with people with whom you'll have direct working relationship on a specific project is, of course, you miss all of this other information that's moving through an organization. So for example, if I think about 3, it was structured on 4 floors, the head office building, and you know, we'd have, you know, for example, legal was on the legal and regulatory affairs was on the first floor. I was on the product and partnership team. I was on the top floor with marketing, and then, you know, we had finance on the 3rd floor. Now, and you know, the smart people in that business made a point of moving around the building. You know, talk to people. What's going on? What are you busy with? What's happening with this? What's happening with that? And you've developed a broader, you know, better perspective on the priorities of the business, what's happening, you know, what challenges that other people having, and share ideas, share thoughts, etc. One consequence of this environment which we're describing here is a much narrower focus. It removes that limits your sort of purview of understanding the broader challenges an organization might face, or the opportunities as well. Which I think that's something that no product has addressed, and it does come back to this question about, you know, where will the pendulum fall from, like, fully flexible remote to fully office based, and coming somewhere in the middle there. To your question on the new normal, I think it's going to be what suits organizations the best, and what they need and what their employees expect. I mean, it's going to be a sector by sector thing. You know, there are services that companies render where there is no alternative to physical interaction, and you know, that is absolutely unavoidable. And you know, a lot of the retail world will remain. You know, that will continue to be the case. However, they may, through social distancing, change the way in which they present their services or their goods, and they may undertake to alter the manner in which, for example, content is used in the way that you know, the Natural History Museum has done really, really well. So I think that's really exciting. Actually, I think that might be really you know, might present a whole load of new opportunities for businesses like that. But fully digital businesses probably already there, but at least it will force companies to do what 3 has done, which is to try and ensure that at least all the customer journeys are joined up, which is not always the case.
Yeah, nice. And again, got a great presentation tomorrow coming on customer journey mapping. So I think that's a lot to kind of do with that. So thanks for that, Christian. And then with you, Sedef, are you know, a fan of kind of putting in more sustainable approaches and slowing down digital transformation, or is it very much, you know, all go with regards to digital transformation still with NHM?
So at NHM, the digital transformation that's been pushed through from COVID has really been, as I said in my talk, the first step has been around content, and the second bit that's related to COVID will be around product. So the content will be there to stay, and the product work will kind of see us through the next transition. So lots of museums and cultural institutions and galleries are looking at putting in free timed ticketed entry. You know, how long that will be there for, who knows, but it's linked to COVID, it's linked to social distancing. We need to know how many people are in the building, but also we know and understand as an organisation that that conversion funnel is from digital. So we've got those 15 million people a year engaged with what we're doing, and they feel very safe at the moment in their homes. And what we're wanting to do fairly soon is open up our doors and have those people walk through our doors again. And I think it's a really interesting one. The question implies that digital transformation in itself isn't sustainable, but what I think we're saying is it's about probably embedding it and having it kind of run through organizations. And there are two things that come into play there. So it's as the millennials enter the workforce and as they kind of step up and take on more and more senior roles through organizations, and the digital natives and the Gen Z, they all have these things appended to them. I was running a meeting with someone in my team and they said, sorry, Steph, I just need to pick up a really important message. And I thought for a moment, you know, I'm also a millennial, and I thought, gosh, that's really interesting. This person, you know, this is as a part of them, and they can't kind of separate work from their device. So there's one part of digital and digital ways of working and digital transformation being far more normalized as we have millennials and Gen Z moving through the workforce. And the other is absolutely driven by the external environment and the context. So what is it your organization does? Who are they trying to reach? Do those people have access to devices? Are they able to be connected? I think just looking at what's happened with high street banks, so retail banking during COVID-19, you know, seriously reduced banking hours. So a really short amount of time where people are actually able to get into a bank, and a huge push to divert people to using online banking. Well, that's great if you're all set up with the kit at home, you know what your different passwords are and how to access it. But it might not be so great. You know, my grandma, she's definitely not on online banking. She hasn't got a smartphone and she doesn't want to have one. So we have to make sure that as we transform our organizations and as digital kind of moves forward and progresses, that we don't leave a whole group of people behind.
No, I think that's a really good point. You know, it's not one size fits all, and personalization is also key here, and in terms of serving your various audiences in terms of the digital services you offer. So it's a whole kind of new talking point on that. So good that you brought that up. So going back to you now, Liz, you've mentioned quite a few times about automation, and looking again what's been talked about in the realms of digital transformation and enterprise technology, kind of rapid automation, I keep seeing come up. Are we going to see more increases in different types of automation and reducing kind of workforces, and you know, are these huge vast workforces going to be a thing of the past? How do you see that kind of playing out?
So I don't know about rapid. Within the financial sector, we don't really do much things rapid. But within my sector, and I would say both for finance and for charities, we have had very much what I would call a duck approach to digital transformation, where on the surface it all looks elegant and nice and gleaming, and underneath in the back office the legs are going a little bit like crazy. And we're going to need to solve that problem, especially where paper is concerned, because it's just not going to work with a flexible working arrangement and with social distancing and people touching stuff and whatnot. So workflow management and the reduction of paper and the automation of everything from online applications through to signing off invoices and whatnot, I think is going to be the bit. I think it's going to require rapid automation, but depending on what you feel the word rapid means, I don't know whether that's days, weeks, months or years, but I think it is something we're going to increase focus on. What that does to the workforce will be really interesting, because I don't think it's actually going to reduce the workforce in a number of areas. They're going to realign the workforce into other areas that will make it more important, whether that is making sure that we still have appropriate telephony type banking for people that aren't comfortable with online banking, whether that means more people writing content to make sure that we've got them stuff, whether that's people looking at the workflow systems to make sure that they're optimized and things are still going through the relevant things. So I think it's more that the physical aspect of the work is going to change. So it'll be on a screen rather than on a piece of paper, but it won't necessarily reduce the workforce, would be my view on it, particularly within my industry. I think we have to streamline stuff for automation. We have to make sure that every touch point is absolutely necessary and reduce the number of touch points as much as possible. I know loads of organisations that to get something from A to B has about 20, 30 different touch points. A lot of them there because they've historically been there rather than actually are still needed. And I think in order to automate, we're going to have to really, really challenge ourselves with, does this step really, really, really need to happen? Why does it need to happen? Is it because we just don't trust people? Is it because Fred just likes it that way? Is like, what is the reason for this point, and can we remove it? And I think that's the only way we're going to get to rapid automation.
Thanks, Liz. And Christian, your thoughts on that?
Again, I'd like to just briefly go back to a previous point, because as we talk through these things, then I think about additional things to say. Yeah. But just on the one major benefit to the transformation programs that we're seeing, and everyone will have seen evidence of this, is the positive environmental impact. And I unfortunately have been guilty of this a lot in the past, of getting on planes to go to 1-hour meetings in other countries and things like that. But more on a more practical basis, not having to get in a car to go to work every day. I mean, that is a huge positive for the environment, and also the explosion in cycling, which is and now the government's commitment. I think it's a couple of £1 billion in the UK to invest in cycle lanes in cities. A lot of Scandinavia and already have done that 30 years ago, but it doesn't matter. Let's do it now. It's going to be a really positive thing. So it is actually creating societal change, and that societal change has a lot of net benefits to it in terms of people's physical and mental well-being, as well as the environmental impact. So I think that's it's just worth pointing out some of the positives to all of this. On the automation thing, yes, I mean, I agree with everything Liz has said, and I don't have a huge amount to add. I mean, I think all businesses are looking to try and find efficiencies through automation, and I think for some it'll be really dramatic. A former colleague of mine works in an AI business that have successfully automated mortgage applications for, I think it was Halifax, and managed to remove the human process in the majority of cases for being able to assess the credit risk of mortgage applicants. That automation is saving Halifax a huge amount of money, and it speeds up the process for that. So in those cases, I think something like AI or ML, machine learning, can have a huge consequence, and the same could be true in a lot of other sectors. But I think where businesses can do it, they absolutely should.
Yeah, nice. And Sadaf, have you got anything to add on the subject of automation?
Yeah, so I think automation has a role to play across many different businesses and organisations. If I think about some of our own work, Amazon's brilliant feature of people that bought this were also interested in X, Y, and Z. At the moment we kind of curate content by hand. It's a personal service, and it's based on what our users are interested in. Could I see that being automated? Absolutely. If I look around, there are small everyday things that take time and an investment from people in order to deliver the best to our customers, users, and readers and visitors. Is there a role for automation? Yes. And I think it's really interesting. When I was at the British Council, they had published some research into what will kind of future skills be, what will be valuable, what should the youth of today be kind of training up in line with this automation. There were some brilliant stats a few years ago about the percentage of the workforce that will be out of work in America due to automation. And it's absolutely going to be creativity. There will be a huge focus on creative skills. And alongside that, there will be a really big focus on soft skills, emotional intelligence, EQ, because they are all the things that we don't get from automation. And if you like, automation I tend to have quite a rose-tinted view of it. It's there to kind of clear up and do the things that can be automated that are fairly systematic, probably quite routine, and also possibly quite boring, which means that we are freer to do what we are really good at, which is to create, to connect, and to innovate.
Nice, yeah, and I think you raise a good point there on the kind of the upskilling side of it, and we've got a presentation later today from Lewagen on coding boot camps and how they're kind of upskilling digital people, and I think that should be quite an interesting area to explore. So, in kind of wrapping up the panel session, and I think it would be nice to kind of finish on your own points of view, on your own personal kind of learning during this time. So whether that's a new approach to your way of working during COVID-19, or, you know, some musings you've had during this time, which, you know, I think we've all been able to step back a little bit from our professional roles and kind of reassess, you know, what's happening with regards to our businesses. So what's been your biggest learning? And perhaps we'll start there with you, Liz, if that's okay.
Yeah, so there's kind of two bits. So my biggest learning is that everything is possible. Necessity is the mother of invention. And the amount of conversations I've had over the last couple of months where historically I'd have been told, no, that's not possible. No, we can't do that. No, we can't. And we've done it, and we've made it work, and it's worked better than the existing process. So that's one thing. On a way more personal level, what I've learned is I'm a real organic communicator. I'm a people person, and I like being around people, and I see people's face and go, oh, I must say this, and I'm, you know, and so that overhearing of things and that opportunistic conversation, I've really had to change how I manage my team and how I interact with people to get over that in a working remotely kind of situation. So that's been the personal learning and growth for me. But yeah, necessity is the mother of invention is the thing I'd kind of like to leave with.
Nice. And yourself, Sadaf?
Thanks, Chris. Oh, Liz, I agree with so much of what you've just said. You know, the number of times I've heard, no, we can't do that, or it's not possible. We just wouldn't operate in that way. And all of a sudden now people are kind of knocking at the digital door and saying, oh, could we? Let's just try. And, you know, that's been really nice. So instead of being the one kind of jumping up and down going, hey, what about this? We could do this. We could try this. Let's run an experiment. People have been really forthcoming. And you know, there's been great collaboration at the Natural History Museum as well. But if I have kind of any advice to give to viewers of the conference today, it really is stay connected to your users. You know, ask them what they want from you. Don't be afraid of their answers. You can only learn from what they want or what they think is working. Stay connected and close to your data, because that gives you an indication of what's working, and you can join that up with the insights you get back from your users and your customers. But also stay connected to your team. You know, without our teams, we're nothing. And on a personal level, I have had to use a lot of heart and a lot of empathy to guide my decision making, whether that's in relation to the teams, in relation to furlough, in relation to what we're going to do, in relation to problems that people might have been having. And I read a great kind of message that someone had shared on LinkedIn, and it said, let's get one thing straight. We are at home trying to work during a global pandemic. You're not just working from home. And I use that, and I said it to my team time and time again, and just reinforcing that we're all human and we are all trying to do our best. And by doing that, it gave the space and ability to my team for my team to say, hey, actually, I need to look after my toddler this afternoon, but I'll be back online a bit later. And it gave the ability for us as a digital team to flex, and across the Natural History Museum as well, and accommodate things in a really personal, human way that perhaps wouldn't have been as acceptable before COVID-19.
Nice, some good points that resonate well there. Thanks, Steph. And finally, yourself, Christian.
I guess you asked for my personal reflections. I think actually on a societal level, it's made the entire society reevaluate what's important.
Yeah.
And especially place more value on the NHS and on people who perform critical roles in society. And some of the things that seemed important before COVID-19 now seem a bit ridiculous and a little bit pointless. And so I think it's changed people's balance of that view. I think secondly, it's re-emphasized the importance of things which are local, people's physical proximity to things and people and services, and the value of that even in a digital world. And then my third observation is, having had a little bit of time out from work, bricklaying is much harder than it looks. That's it.
Nice. Thanks, Christian. Well, it's been a real pleasure having all of you with us. Liz, great to have you back with us. After speaking with us a few times in previous digital transformation conferences in a more of the live format, it's nice to see you in this digital capacity, which is the new normal for the time being. Sadef, thanks for joining the panel as well. It was great to hear your presentation earlier, and lovely to have you with us on the panel as well. And Christian, great to have you here with us, and all the best with Life Beyond 3 and the new venture. I'm sure your expertise will be greatly used in that respect. So with that, that's the closing of the panel session. Some good discussion there, and some nice insights from those working on the forefront of digital transformation efforts and innovation. So real good to hear from those individuals. We are going to be back in an hour's time for the afternoon session, where we'll be hearing from former Lloyds Bank Head of Change Risk, Lewagen CEO Boris Payard, an Agile coach from Booking.com, Carsten Yarn, and Alistair Heath, Digital Adoption Lead from Mars. So this afternoon, switching over to more of a cultural aspect of digital transformation and the shift there, which has been plenty of conversation with this morning, but properly looking at that and focusing on that. So we'll see you back here in an hour's time, where we'll continue the presentations for the afternoon session. Thank you very much, everyone, and see you in an hour. Okay, welcome back everyone. I hope you had a lovely lunch break. For once, as this isn't a live event, it's not been my responsibility, so hope you managed to enjoy a bit of a break before we kick off this afternoon. As explained, before we broke for lunch, we've got 4 more presentations for the day. We're starting with former Head of Change and Risk at Lloyds Banking Group, talking about enterprise agility and digital leadership. Then we've got Wagon with us, talking about coding bootcamps. And then Agile coach Carsten Yarn from Booking.com, talking about the generation gap and his observations on that. And then finishing off the day with Alistair Heath, who's digital adoption lead with Mars Global, and he's going to be talking about how they are using digital transformations to drive change and touching on their response to COVID-19, of course. So without further ado, we're going to kick off with Milind Dabhol, who I just mentioned was Head of Change Risk at Lloyds Banking Group for 3 years, and previous to that was working with Barclays, Betfair for a short time, and Nationwide. He's going to be talking about enterprise agility and digital leadership. So we will kick off the afternoon with that, and welcome back everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all are doing well. I hope you all are coping well with the new realities of life. I'm hopeful things will get better when we can meet in person. But until such time, I'm delighted to be joining you virtually. My name is Milind, and I'm a digital transformation leader, having led digital capabilities in various companies, small and big, more recently in banking sector. Just to introduce the topic, I'll be talking about digital leadership and enterprise agility. Now, the world of leadership and enterprise agility, where do they meet? Where do they conflict? Is there a conflict in the first place? What aspects of leadership come in sharp focus in the agile and digital world that we increasingly move into? Now, the definitions for leadership and agility are on the screen, and I'm sure many of you will find these too simplistic. There are many other aspects to leadership than being in control of a group or a situation. And same with agility. There are many other aspects of agility. I think the point here is what I want to share is my experiences and thoughts on how these two interconnected topics operate. And I'll be giving some examples as I go through. My starting point on this one was some of the business publications. I know a lot of material exists in academia. Many notable speakers and business leaders have spoken a great deal about leadership. But I wanted to look at what has been said and what are the areas I have seen that some leaders need to change a little bit in the digital world. Maybe there is change in emphasis, the change in style. And my starting point was these business publications to really use word cloud in these publications to see if there are some common traits, some focus areas, and then examine my own experiences and share my thoughts. So I looked at these publications, pretty reputed ones, and here is what I found through one of the word cloud applications. As you can see, the usual suspects of, I guess, people, employees, work, success dominate quite a lot. These terms appear quite frequently. Learning as a term just about makes into the top 5 frequently used words. So we have got some answer here. About the learning being just about slipping into the 5th place, just hold that thought for a second. Now this is one word cloud application. If I use another one, very similar sort of philosophy, just throw slightly slightly different presentation and slightly different feel to it. Apart from the words in the previous cloud, you will notice words such as can and will and must and success feature heavily. And if these words give me a feeling of certainty, where the leader knows and predictably moves the organization relying on her or his wisdom, that's where one of my first reflections are, which is being okay with not knowing the answers is fine. Now, what do I mean by that? Let me explain. The patterns not even imagined beforehand are discovered by machine learning, which necessitates new learnings, what I call unlearning, to solve critical business problems. Now, I've provided a couple of examples, predictive sourcing being one. What predictive sourcing can do is it can combine very diverse set of data sources, maybe historical sales volumes, external climate data, supplier products, logistics, in a way that wasn't possible earlier, to uncover some hidden patterns. The other example that I have outlined here is K-means algorithm. Now, what that tries to do is, instead of splitting your population, whether that's a customer population or any other demographics that you are interested in, instead of splitting that into the traditional fixed buckets of, say, low income, medium income, high income, it creates its own clusters. This is quite tremendous. We don't have to define our own clusters. Algorithm can provide us the answer. How cool is that? And as I was saying, there are many other examples. The point here is, could leaders move away from fixed or expert solutions, and could we be led by intelligence available to us through machines? Trial data feed is another example. You can feed the model to explore initial insights, and the process can be repeated to refine the insights. And this is enterprise agility in action. Another example that I have outlined here is, why rely on your experience or your intuition? That is, I know what I'm doing. I know my customers. I know what my customers want. When you have sophisticated A/B testing, which will tell you if one version is better or worse, and whether the difference between the two is statistically significant. Now, this is marvelous. The second perspective I wanted to share was around agility in everything and at every level. Now, I know adapting to changing circumstances is important for Agile, and it has been extensively talked about. There are all sorts of things that are happening in an organization that needs adapting to changing circumstances. That's new staff joining, some new suppliers coming on board, some suppliers going bust, new tools, many more things. However, I think the critical thing about enterprise agility is really about a view of outside-in approach. So adapting your ways of working and your delivery on what customer wants is what is important for enterprise agility. The second point that I have outlined here is about having a vision. Having a grand vision is fine, and it has value in it. Equally important is to empower people so that they can create their own sprint goals or OKRs at their level. Whether you use a SAFe framework or not, that Scaled Agile framework or not, maybe you use a different framework, that is all fine. I think what is important is all legs of the enterprise use Agile approaches and philosophies. that includes business, that includes risk, audit, and operations leadership. I'm going to talk about two examples where this actually is best fitting in different organizations. DevOps is a really good example. Development and operations can coexist. There are natural tensions between the two. One wants change delivered quickly, and one wants stability. I think in terms of enterprise agility, the DevOps philosophy and all the approaches, which I won't go into, really is a critical element. Enterprise agility, what I've shown on the right-hand side, can be achieved in other functions and activities as well. And investment decision cycles, for example, which are team-based, much more frequent than the sort of traditional project-based yearly funding cycles. The other example is a synchronization of reporting cycles. When different legs of the organizations have very different reporting cycles, then it can act as a drag on the organization as a whole. And the last one on the right hand side, the use of tools and terminologies across all legs of the organization is an important aspect of enterprise agility. Whether you use Kanban, Jira, Confluence, maybe some data analytics tools, it's important to embrace some of these appropriately. Otherwise, what happens is, new initiatives or interactions in one side of the organization can become overly onerous because other legs of the organization don't quite relate to these things as seamlessly as they could. The third thing I wanted to talk is about digital fluency, and I'm probably a lot more traditional in my thinking. You do need to have a technical minimum viable fluency, even at leadership level, because it's an essential ingredient, in my opinion, to stay relevant in a rapidly changing world. Now, digital can mean many different things to many different people. I have outlined what I see as the main components of the digital, but for your own organization, you can add to the circle. I've talked about data science quite a lot. Agile obviously is an absolute must. Cloud offers many opportunities and just makes the seamless CI/CD pipeline management in DevOps so much possible. Of course, AI and machine learning doesn't need an introduction nowadays. Open source probably is one of the least talked about ingredient, which I think is an important component as well. And then there is digital risk and governance. I will be touching upon that in subsequent slides. The digital natives will have very different challenges in terms of digital fluency in their organization compared to a large traditional organization. And hence the need for strategic capability development program, which looks at longer term digital needs and what extra support needs to be mobilized and in which pockets of the organization and what skills we need to recruit externally. The fourth aspect is about ability to attract and retain digital talent. I guess the easiest perspective or easiest dimension to understand. And there is a need for digital leadership well, there are two levels at which the talent attraction and retention issue manifests itself. The first one is really knowing what technical skills are valuable. And the second angle is about what sort of culture and what sort of platform or environment that I'm creating or my staff is creating where digital can really flourish. Now, if you are able to say the things that I have outlined on this slide, you are well ahead of the curve. I attract curious minds. I'm patient with failures. I reward innovation. I encourage connectedness. I have T-shaped skills. I provide psychological safety. And I think these are really, really critical aspects of how talent management is slightly different when it comes to the digital and agile world. Great. Now we are coming to the sort of last dimension of what I wanted to share with you, which is an important aspect of digital leadership in enterprise and enterprise agile world, which is digital risk and governance. Now, when we march on this digital journey, we need business and governance leaders to reimagine governance in a digital age. Now, I have extensively talked about this in previous conferences. Conscious of time, I'll touch only upon a couple of aspects here. Now, if you close your eyes and think of one object or one artifact that comes to your mind when I say the word governance or control, what that would be? So I just repeat, I want you to close your eyes for a few seconds and think of an object or artifact that comes to your mind when I say the word governance or control. Now, if a 72-page long written report comes to your mind, which is what I have depicted on the left-hand side here, or do you get something which is on the right-hand side? Now, I know this is quite a simplistic example, but what I'm trying to explain here is, remember, a lot of controls can now be codified. It is important that you reimagine governance, automate the controls. The example on the right might be a product backlog item, but your governance and risk requirements can go straight into the backlog rather than an afterthought or an add-on inspection after the product has been built. That is digital. The other couple of important aspects of digital governance, explainability will become important for digital governance. And there are two angles to it. First, to explain the machine learning decision to impacted customers. For example, if my loan application has been rejected, it is important that the customer knows why that is, and if that was a machine-led decision. Explainability to the business owner is another important aspect about the workings of certain algorithms, because most of the times the accountability lies with the business owner on how your AI and machine learning application has been configured. The other angle is obviously about transparency of what data we collect, how we collect it, how we use it. Office of Information Commissioner has published some draft guidance around this, and there is quite a lot of regulatory focus on these areas as well. So we're just coming to an end. Thank you for your listening. I hope you have learned something new. I would really welcome your comments, specifically two things I would like to know. What appealed you most in my presentation, and what specifically did you learn new? If you can reach me directly or interact on the LinkedIn, that would be great. So just coming to the last conclusion on this topic. The digital journey has less finality to it, as I started the presentation. And I have explained the reasons throughout the presentation. The arrival terminal is less distinct, if you will. And it demands the sort of conviction leaders amongst us to dial down some of our long-held convictions and be more open and more led by answers provided by data and intelligence of others, in this case, machines. Now, every organization will have very different challenges depending on their digital maturity and size of operations. But I think the digital journey is infinitely more beautiful because the destination is not fully known, at least for now. I think enterprise-wide agility and digital leadership are important chapters in that journey. And on the right-hand side, what I have outlined are kind of summary of what I talked throughout this presentation. And these are the key characteristics of digital leaders or digital organizations. Openness to be led by data and intelligence of algorithms, promoting agility across the enterprise, being technically fluent, having the ability to attract the digital talent, digitally ethical and digitally governed. Thank you so much for listening, and I'll be staying here for question and answers. I think I hand it over back to Chris.
Thanks, Milind, and that was a really good presentation on digital leadership and agility. Some lovely points made there, and we appreciate you joining us. Good afternoon, Milind. How are you doing?
Pretty good, Chris. I'm enjoying the digital conference. I hope you all are. Really good speakers, and really enjoyed the morning session as well. Can you see me and hear me okay?
Yeah, we're all good. Yeah, can see you fine and hear you fine. Thank you. So I guess just to kind of kick off the Q&A session, I want to rewind back to the slide where you mentioned about retaining digital talent, and wanted to kind of go a little deeper on the T-shaped skills that you mentioned within that. It's a term and a phrase I'm unfamiliar with, so it would be good if you could perhaps elaborate on that area a little bit more, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. No worries. So T-shaped skill, that terminology is used to describe some digital skills. So the idea is like this. If we have complete generalists, then we have got people who are good at this and that, and also that, and a little bit of that, right? That is fine in certain situations, but you don't get the depth in those individuals. So those are the generalists. If we have people who are what I call I-shaped, so they have got a very narrow sort of focus, but whatever they know in their own area, they know inside out. They are almost an expert, so they can move around in any of that space pretty fluently. Now that's the I-shaped. Now, ideally, we want everyone everyone as deep in all skills, but that's not going to be realistic. So here is the concept of T-shaped comes. So you are familiar with many of the skills in and around, in the vicinity of one skill that everything about. So that's the T-shaped concept. So you have got one thing that inside out, but in the vicinity a few things, and you can operate interchangeably. That's the concept of T-shaped. And there is another pie-shaped. If you think about the symbol pi, that's sort of having two legs, and that's the concept. It just gives a bit more flexibility, and shuffling around becomes much more easier, and it also encourages the learning process, and that's really the concept behind the T-shaped.
Nice, thanks for that, Milind. And we've had a question coming on the live feed from Nora about any suggestions on how to increase digital fluency of the leadership.
Oh, that's a very good question. So there are sort of 3-4 different things that come to my mind. The first one is encouraging continuous learning at every level, and almost providing a platform or creating a culture where new learning, however illogical that might sound, is encouraged. So you're not putting people saying, well, this is what you do X, and your next learning is going to be X dash, or that sort of ethos kind of restrict true learning. And I think creating that sort of culture where people are pulling different things and curiosity is what driving the upskilling agenda is one. The second thing is really investing in tools and funding and all the there is so much available out there in terms of learning solutions. For small organization, medium, big organizations, the solutions might be different, but really investing in those learning solutions is really important. The third thing is really about kind of shared learning. So you actually go out of your way and allocate time to actually do things along with your coworkers in different teams that are not probably even in your vicinity. That consolidates some of your understanding that you might have got through the courses and the training. And last but not least is, which I very briefly mentioned, is having a sense of your capability development. So having an assessment that truly checks where you are in terms of your own journey, both for leaders and for others. That those are sort of 3-4 things that that takes the organization from one step to the next step. I hope that helps.
Nice, yeah, it's a very good answer. And another one on Twitter about how do you begin the journey for what they think is the hardest task, which is change management. Now that's quite obviously a big question and could go many ways. But how perhaps what are the kind of the key things perhaps people should be thinking about when embarking on any kind of change management?
Yeah, I mean, you're right, Chris. I could be here for next 2 days talking about change management. That's my expertise. But look, for digital, it's not entirely different world from a change management perspective in terms of winning hearts and minds and getting the mechanics of change right and making sure that the outcomes are achieved. It's just there are some variations that makes the digital world slightly different. There are slightly areas where there is slightly change in the emphasis or a style, and hopefully through the presentation I've explained those things that make the digital journey and change management a bit more easier and a bit more painless. That's how I kind of see the change management angle within the digital world.
Nice. And then I think someone's trying to come in and top and tail the previous question and asked about how do you measure digital fluency of your leadership? Is there, are there key indicators here, or how's that done?
Another great question, and I think the answers are complex as well, right? And I'm not denying that it is an easy thing to do, but the answers kind of lie in sort of 2-3 areas. The first one, for your organization, do you know what does digital actually mean? In one of the slides that I've explained some of the components that I think are the kind of essential ingredients of being digital. But for your organization, it might be slightly different. You really need to know what does digital mean for you, and then you take it to the next level of detail, saying, well, what are the sort of technical fluencies and what are the approaches and the mindsets which are slightly difficult to measure, and you divide that at a level that is appropriate and effective for your organization. And the third thing really is to have some sort of scaling attached to it that's acceptable to the culture of the organization. And there are industry level frameworks. There are some other competency HR kind of frameworks that you can just pick and lift, or you can devise your own. Sometimes it's not a bad idea to create your own kind of dictionary around it. But getting everyone together to say why we are doing this. This is not performance management ratings, right? It is really to consciously drive the organization in certain direction and in certain skills and approaches is what we are trying to achieve. And I think getting that message across is a challenge for leadership. But when it is done well, it reaps benefits multiple times. So those are some of the things that I think works over the long term. As against to have you done the training? Tick mark. Do we have the skills on this one? Yeah, broadly speaking, we do. That's less robust and less sustainable. I hope that makes sense.
That was perfect, and that about kind of wraps up our time here, Milind. I think we could talk all afternoon about some of these things. So I think it would be brilliant to have you back in the near future, where we can further kind of discuss and chat about your opinion on leadership and these things, because that was a really nice, insightful presentation. So I do thank you for joining us and sharing that, and it was great to catch up live here and have that Q&A session. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Cheers, and we'll catch up soon.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. So that was a great presentation from Milind, who was the former head of change risk at Lloyds Banking Group. I think in the live feed down below here, there is some links to his profile and the various frameworks mentioned. So make sure you do check that out and connect with Milind on LinkedIn. We're now going to be joined by Boris Payard, now from Le Wagon. And Le Wagon helps to bring technical skills to creative people and entrepreneurs. And it's ranked as #1 coding school worldwide. Boris himself is passionate about education, and in this presentation, he's going to offer some insights into coding bootcamps and how they are the new standard in digital upskilling, something we heard earlier in the day that is kind of critical now to businesses. So we're gonna hear that presentation, and then we're going to be joined by Boris for a live Q&A after that's taken place. So stay tuned for Boris now.
So welcome everyone, I'm Boris Payard, I'm the CEO and one of the co-founders of Le Wagon, which is an international coding school. And in this session, I will be speaking about coding bootcamps. So I'll tell you more about this format, and also I'll tell you more about how I see it being more and more adopted for corporate education strategies within companies, and what are the main problems for scaling bootcamps within companies, and what are some insights on how we could change the approach to make bootcamps even more adopted by companies. So in this talk, I'll first give you a bit more context about what Le Wagon is, what my company is about and what we're doing, and tell you more about how we've managed to scale the coding bootcamp in 38 campuses in the world. Then we'll spend some time defining exactly what makes a bootcamp, what's the specific education format about, and why it's so efficient to upskill someone rapidly. And after that, I'll dig more about the corporate education part, and we'll discuss why companies need to embrace coding bootcamps and launch bootcamps as part of their training strategy, additionally to online courses, and what are the main challenges for them to scale bootcamps internally, and what could be different solutions to do so. So first of all, a few words about Le Wagon and what we do. So we are a global education company, and we are specialized on coding bootcamp. So we help people change their life, find a new job, or thrive in their career and reinvent themselves through immersive bootcamps in data science and web development. So we take absolute beginners and we give them the skills in 2 months to be working in a data science team or to be working as a junior web developer. we've been doing that for the last 6 years, and on both major platforms, listing all bootcamps and listing all student reviews that are Switch Up and Course Report. On both platforms, we've been ranked as the best coding bootcamp for the last 3 years. So right now, currently, as I speak, we have more than 1,500 5-star reviews on both Switch Up and Course Report for web development bootcamps and our data science bootcamps. So we've been leading a bit this movement of upskilling people through this specific format. We were the first to launch a bootcamp back in the day in 2013 in Europe. It was our first bootcamp in web development. Right now, we have more than 7,500 graduates who did our bootcamps in data science or web development. And we have a network of more than 1,400 teachers all over the world. We have campuses in 38 cities, so mostly in Europe, but also in Latin America, in Brazil, in Argentina, in Mexico, in Canada, and in Asia. So we have campuses in China, in Japan, in Singapore, and so on. And apart from the coding bootcamp we offer, we also have lots of events and free technical workshops that we offer to people throughout our meetup groups all over the world. And on Meetup, we've trained in workshops more than 75,000 people. So we have more than 75 Meetup members globally. So as I told you, we are specialized in 2 topics that we do and we do good. It's data science and software development. So originally we are a consumer company. We are a B2C company, but for the last 3 years, we started discussing with big companies or university and schools to actually deliver for them or with them coding bootcamps to upskill their teams or their students to this new topic like web development or data science. So it's new for us. It's not a market we know well, but we've been doing lots of bootcamps for various partners. And so that's why we have some first insights about where we see this going. So before giving you more insight about like bootcamps and how it can be embraced in a training strategy within a company, let's spend some time defining exactly what the format is about and why it's so efficient. So just for you to know why we call it a bootcamp, the bootcamp, it comes from the military vocabulary. It's a military camp where you come to practice and to work hard, basically. That's why it's called bootcamp. So by nature, a bootcamp must be short. So it's a very efficient training. So it should not be for 2 years or 3 years. So it's not like a degree program. It's really a short training program. It should be immersive and intensive. It means that it's not self-paced where you work on your project whenever you want at your own pace. It's really intensive, and you have teachers and teaching assistants that help you solve your problems on a daily basis or on an hourly basis for you to learn very quickly new skills. It's focused on practice. So in most bootcamps, we do maybe 20% of theory to explain the core concepts that are important to understand the topic. But then we practice a lot on real project like developing web application, if it's a web development bootcamp, or solving a real data science problems for a data science bootcamp. And last, for now, bootcamps are really specialized on digital skills and on teaching tech skills. So it started with software development. Now there are lots of programs on data science, but we can see more and more programs also on cybersecurity, or more generally on the digital marketing or technical sales, for instance. Just to give some numbers to show you that it's not a small trend that we can see appearing. It's the first bootcamp was launched in San Francisco in 2012. It was a company called Dev Bootcamp that does not exist anymore, and they were the first to make this very bold assumption. Okay, I think we can train software developer in 2 months. And at the time, it was really a bold move because people were traditionally graduating from 3-year computer science degree to get a developer job. And Dev Bootcamp came with this idea that with the maturity of technology and of the open source libraries, and we needed just to understand the core concept, but by using all these tools and library, we could be hired as a junior developer within 2 months. And then from then it's really a movement that grew. And if we look at the number of graduates from boot camps just in the US, it has grown by 10 times since 2013. And in 2019, so last year, in the US, there were more than 23,000 bootcamp graduates. To give you a benchmark, compared to the number of graduates in computer science, it's close to a third of the computer science graduates in the US. So it's really, there are more and more people that choose this very short, intensive format to get skills and get jobs. Right now, there might be more than 100 different bootcamps in the US. So most of them, they are very local. So there are a few campuses, mostly in the Silicon Valley or in Chicago or New York. And in Europe, there are a bit more than 30 serious bootcamp providers. Interestingly, because the reason why bootcamp came at the first place was that because graduated from traditional university didn't have the right technical skills to apply to certain jobs like web developers or data scientists. And that's why the bootcamp were created, to fill this gap between a traditional university and the company's needs. And since 2017, 2018, we've seen more and more universities, especially in the US, launching their own coding bootcamps, sometimes with providers like Trilogy Education Services, or sometimes partnering with local bootcamps. And we can see the same in the corporate world. So for the last years, we've really seen a growing adoption and more companies willing to launch this new format to upskill their employees. I think if you look 10 years ago, it was totally something that the company would never consider, to send people for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 9 weeks to get skills. But this is so efficient, and the digital transformation challenge are so important that now companies, HR departments, learning and development departments have understood the need to also send their employees to upskill in such formats. In terms of topics, it all started with programming and software development. We can see now more and more bootcamps teaching data science, and we actually teach data science and software development, our core topic on which we are experts. But we can see in the market more and more bootcamps teaching UX design, cybersecurity, digital marketing, technical sales. So it's a growing movement, and I'm sure in the future we will see more and more bootcamps launch on different topics. So the question is, why companies need bootcamps? So actually, if you look at the training strategy of companies, there is a first stone that all the companies have put, which is purchasing online courses. So with great platforms like Coursera, LinkedIn Learning, Udacity, or Pluralsight, and offering these courses for their people to upskill. So the thing is that it's a great and a useful foundation to spread digital literacy in your organization, but we all know that we are not always sure of the results you get from that, and that it's hard to get people engaged and really get actionable skills sometimes through online. So I don't oppose online to immersive training with instructors and teachers like bootcamps. For me, it's two different solutions that should be part of your training strategy if you're serious to give digital skills to your team and face digital transformation challenges. And for me, if you really want the thing of bootcamp, what bootcamp have proven, it's really an inefficient training. So if you look in terms of return on investment, a bootcamp is the quickest way to actually give effective skills to someone in a short period of time. So that's why if you want efficient results on your upskilling strategy, bootcamp is a great other tool that you can use additionally to online courses. And actually, I'm not the only one to say that, because I'm not just preaching for my own church. There are lots, we can see more and more initiatives in the corporate world of people launching bootcamps. And this is an extract from a human resource specialized media where it speaks about all these initiatives by big companies to be partnering with bootcamp provider to upskill their teams or to develop their own ones, their own bootcamps. So there is a typo, it's L&D, Learning and Development Teams. So HR and Learning and Development Teams are aware of the efficiency of this format and they are looking more and more seriously into how to put that in place within the company. Another thing that the HR teams and the Learning and Development teams know is that such training must be outsourced. Because the thing is, as this training are focused on teaching technology-oriented skills, we all know that the technology evolves very rapidly. So the language change, the tools change, the best practices of digital marketing right now are not the best practices that we had 5 years ago. So all this is changing very rapidly. And so you can't be really developing your own training because you know by nature that if it's not your core business model to maintain great tech curriculums, they will be outdated, they won't follow the best practices. Just to give you an example of that, if we consider our software development bootcamp, which is the first one we launched in 2013, since the very beginning, we've iterated on the content of this cursus, of this curriculum, more than 3,500 times. And of course, some of these changes were minor change where we just improved an exercise or changed a course to explain a concept a better way. But some of these changes were major refactoring of our curriculum, where we had to change a lot of things because a technology had a new version, or we had to really change a part because the best practices have changed. If you look, for instance, front-end development and CSS, there was a lot of new way of doing CSS in the last years with a component approach, with the atomic design approach. And so you don't do a front-end development right now the way you did 5 years ago. And so in order to be relevant, you need bootcamps that maintain their curriculums, because as a company, it's not your core business to be maintaining this kind of courses. So the question is, if everyone knows it's very efficient, and if everyone knows it must be outsourced, why it's not massively adopted in the corporate world as part of the training strategy of companies? So I don't have the answer really to that, and I just try to give you some insight about how I see the current mindset of companies when they're purchasing a training program versus what could be a different approach to it. I don't say I have the solution, I just want to share these insights with you. So if you look basically at like companies that are looking for a bootcamp provider or a technical course provider with an immersive format, most of the time they will come with a bespoke request. So if you look at the way a company is purchasing online courses, it's really straightforward. They purchase online corporate licenses to different courses on Coursera, and then they make it available to their employees to actually follow these courses. If you look at the process to organize only one bootcamp for a company, from a bootcamp provider perspective. So I will tell you all the steps that you have to go through. So first, you need to customize the curriculum, because most of the time the company will come with a very specific needs in terms of stack, in terms of the specific tools they want to use or the specific skills they want participants to have. And so you spend a lot of time customizing the format. And I'll tell you that sometimes it's good and sometimes it's not efficient. Then you have, of course, you need to agree on the price and the terms and conditions, find suitable dates where everyone will be available, which might be a challenge, because if you try to find a 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, even 9 weeks where 20 people will be available and not key to the business, it can be quite a challenge sometimes for a company. Then you need, of course, to select enough participants to make it sustainable, because the bootcamp provider will want minimum 10 or 15 or 20 students. Finally, as the bootcamp provider, you will need to assess if the selected people have the prerequisite skills. So maybe if you do a web development bootcamp, you can come as a beginner, and we will give you some preparation work so that you're ready on day one. But if you come to a data science bootcamp, as a bootcamp provider, as Le Wagon, we will make sure that you have the bare minimum foundation in mathematics and programming to actually be able to follow a very fast-paced training like a bootcamp. And finally, once we've selected people with the right prerequisite skills, we need to prepare them for the bootcamp, sending them preparation work, because when you do a bootcamp, you don't want to start from zero. The idea is not to code a hello world function or very simple things, but to start really building up on your skills and knowledge from day one, which means that everything that's easy for you to get with online tutorials, we will give you that before, so that when you come to the bootcamp on day one, you really build upon that, and you build really actionable skills and not spend time on very simple concepts. Then, of course, whenever that the planning is organized, you need to find a space to book instructors and to run the sessions. So all the tasks that are required to organize a bespoke training bootcamp for a company, there are lots of work involved for any session. And so sometimes the risk, I don't say it's what's happening. I just want to raise some point about the potential risk. The risk is that you might spend more time planning the training bootcamps than actually training people. And that's something I think that if we change a bit our approach to bootcamp within companies, that can change. So I'm not just here today to speak about problems, but also to discuss about potential solution or what I see as potential solution to it. So I think a very interesting direction to take is to consider a bit what's happening when you're purchasing online courses and try to adopt a similar approach for immersive training. So what if you were, as an HR department, like a digital transformation department or learning and development department, what if you were purchasing bootcamps or in-person training the way you're purchasing online courses? So instead of saying, okay, I want to find people, to find the exact curriculum that fits the team's needs, to select people with the right skills, to plan a session with given dates that are not necessarily the normal dates of the bootcamp. What if you say, okay, there are so many great bootcamps over the place teaching web development, data science, digital marketing. I'll just negotiate open seats for the normal session that these bootcamp providers are organizing. And okay, maybe it's not perfectly the curriculum I want, but if the bootcamp provider is serious and has a good track record, you can be sure that 95% of the curriculum is relevant to your team upskilling needs. And maybe you don't have the 5% customization that is missing with an open approach versus a bespoke approach, but you are saving all this additional work of planning a dedicated session and discussing a customized curriculum. So I don't say that this subscription model work all the time. Sometimes, as part of your training strategy, you have a team with a very specific training need, and you need a provider to be able to come up with a very specific solution. And Le Wagon, in the past, we've worked on very specific bespoke programs for companies and come up with curriculum for them. I just say that in lots of use cases, when you want to upskill people to data analytics, data science, web development, or UX design, there are some common needs of team where you could have this different approach of just leveraging all the great bootcamps available and sending people to the existing session versus trying to organize bespoke sessions that are more time consuming and not always cost efficient. So let's just detail a bit what are the pros and cons of both models. So the pros of bespoke training, of course, you end up with a curriculum that is really customized to your needs. So sometimes it's great because sometimes you need something customized. Other times, all these discussions, they can be cosmetic because ultimately the bootcamp provider has something on the shelf that corresponds to 95% of what you need. And the 5% more, people at the end of the bootcamp will get the skills to learn that by themselves. So you don't really need to discuss that and make it the curriculum perfect. You just need to make sure that the right concepts are taught in a good way and that people will understand the skills and get the skills involved. But still, it's a pro in many situations where you really need something customized. The other pro is it's easy to monitor and keep track of a class because you've got all the people, all the participants attending to the course. So it's easier because it's a group. So you're speaking as a group as you would be speaking to one person. and to handle the selection process, the preparation, the training, the final assessment to see if they really got the skills right, and the final feedback. All of this is facilitated when you're dealing with a given session that you organize. Same for final assessment. It's easier to keep track, to evaluate the final assessment on a class and get their final feedback on the training and the instructors. The cons are it's not flexible. So every new session, you need to discuss dates, find a minimum number of participants, etc. And so it's not really repeatable. So each session requires the same amount of work, which means that it's not really cost efficient. And you can end up doing the same work again and again to plan every new session. Some potential risk is that the student experience will not be really exciting. So this is a risk. Of course, if the bootcamp provider is great, it will be a good experience. That's what a bootcamp provider is selling. But sometimes if you take a group of people from the same company, they will miss what normal people coming to bootcamp will find, which is being mixed with other people, entrepreneurs, artists, journalists from different backgrounds, and really benefit from this variety to get new ideas, to share with people with different backgrounds, instead of being with people from the same company. And I think one of the real, if you look at student reviews from bootcamps, one of the real benefits also from bootcamps is also mixing people coming from different backgrounds. It's a real added value, and you don't get this added value if you plan a session for just people of the same company. I mean, you get that, but you get that a bit less than if it was open and mixed with other people. Finally, and it's really important, because it's not repeatable, because you have all this process of customizing and planning, by nature, it will be more expensive because you spend more time on it, and so it ends up with more costs. On the other hand, if you look at the subscription approach, so trying to plan and to run immersive training the way you're doing for online courses, well, the pros is that it's flexible and scalable. So you can start with few people having some open, like being able to join a planned bootcamp. But then if it's a success, you can scale that to as many people as you want, because you don't have this constraint of organizing session after session. It's cost efficient because of the same reason, because it's less time spent on customizing curriculum and planning session, then less cost and a more competitive price from the bootcamp provider standpoint. You end up, if you send your employees to a bootcamp session where you will have people from other companies, you'll have entrepreneurs, people that follow the course from different backgrounds, then you end up with a more exciting student experience, to my opinion. What are the cons? So the cons is sometimes you need something customized, and then you won't be able to have something customized with a subscription model like that. Another really important point is, like, if you let people and team decide of which employee to send to different sessions throughout the year, it's harder as a company for you to keep track of the progress, of the final assessment, of the final feedback of all the students, because instead of dealing with a group, you will be dealing with lots of students doing lots of different sessions, and it's harder to keep track of. So on this last point, my vision of it, if such as you have great platform, online platform like Coursera, I think it's doable to come up, working hands in hands between bootcamp provider and companies, to come up with software that facilitate this and that give you the same transparency from the selection, the preparation, the onboarding, the training, and the final assessment, that give you the same transparency as you would get when organizing a one-off session. So we'll see, but that's, I think, a direction that will be mutually beneficial in lots of different ways. So as I told you, for this approach, this subscription model to work, we will need to build products, such as there are products for purchasing and scaling online courses like Coursera. Give you just a screenshot of our own platform that we've developed for our own use case of scaling our bootcamps in 38 campuses worldwide. So we had to face the same challenge. How do we scale training to lots of different locations? And we are the only coding bootcamp with that many locations in the world. And for doing that, we have 20 engineers that works every day on working on our training platform. So not only on the platform, we can manage application, selection, and preparation and onboarding for all the students, But then we, on a daily basis, because either it's on the web development bootcamp or on the data science, we can monitor student progress on every challenge they do during the day, because every challenge, we have written some tests to test the code or test the data science project. So it gives full transparency on a daily basis to what to the progress of any student. We also integrated to ensure the best experience to our students in all our 38 campuses. We make sure to collect feedback from any student on any instructor and on the training, and we can deduce the Net Promoter Score. And at Le Wagon, the Net Promoter Score is our main KPI. So it's the first KPI we monitor is the satisfaction of our students, and that's why we end up having so many great reviews. And I think again, it's something that's scalable to the corporate environments. And finally, because we assess daily students on their performance, so at the end of the training, we have really a lot of data about the performance of each student and about the skills they have acquired. Again, that's something that's really important for a company. If you think of sending people to different training, you need at some point to have a dashboard and to see the return on investment of your training policy. So in conclusion, well, I just want to remind you that bootcamp, digital bootcamp, is not a minor trend, but a massive wave that's really changing digital upskilling. That company who managed to really to leverage this movement and to use all the great bootcamps in the place will train their teams more effectively and rapidly, and in the midterm will develop competitive advantage because they will have better trained team to these skills. But to do it, of course, the companies still have specific needs, and I don't say that the bespoke approach should stop, but I think there is another model that will be really interesting to develop all together between companies and bootcamp specialists, trying to take what's working for online and applying that to immersive training. But for that, to make this scalable model work, we need a proper software, such as there are online software to scale online courses. Well, that's it. I hope that you have interesting questions on this, and that you're passionate about the subject the way I am. And well, I will be really happy to answer any question and discuss all together how we can scale in-person training, because I think it's really an efficient model. Thank you.
Hi Boris, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Can you hear me? Because I had some issue with my AirPod yesterday.
Yeah, no, we're all good. We're all good for now. I'll let you know if anything changes, but the sound is all good. Good to have you with us, and thanks again for your support. It's great to have Le Wagon as part of the event. We're a little tight on timing, but we do have time for a few questions. And I guess it would probably be a good one to start with about how Le Wagon's corporate training in-house has performed and innovated and supported digital transformation to date within companies.
So as I told in my talk, like we are pretty recent in the corporate space. So we've been working with, I think, with 10 different companies on different use cases. So for now, the majority of the use case we see is on the industries that are most affected by digital transformation. So that would be bank, like finance, insurance, consulting, and IT services. And most of the use case we see are on data and on like short weekly training, basically either to teach data analysis with powerful tools like Python, or most like generally to teach people to scale their task and move from Excel to Python. That's a big use case we see, is how we train people to be using data analysis with Python, for instance, to automate tasks or be more powerful in their analysis of data. And then we have some more like some longer training, for instance, with a company in Sweden, for really reskilling people. So this time we had analysts with pretty good analytical skills, but they really wanted to make them data scientists, as there were really a shortage of data scientists in the region. And instead, because they could not find them, then they sent this analyst into our data science bootcamp, and they made internally they created 20 data scientists from people they already had, basically.
Nice. And you mentioned a few of the skills there, Python and whatnot. What in your opinion, or what are you seeing at the moment, are kind of the skills that are more in demand?
So I think if you look at all the kind of reports from LinkedIn data based on job offers or profiles, it's pretty obvious that most of the demand are on software development and data. Because if you look at digital transformation, it's first about digitizing like your business by either using SaaS platform that you are buying or developing your own tools. And once you've done that, once you work on the software piece, it generates data that then you can exploit, analyze, and to optimize your process or develop new business models. So I think software and data are quite complementary, and that are the two main things on which we see a demand. So on software, to be more specific, like it would be on specific technologies. So it's more sensitive to the stack. For instance, banks that are requiring Java as the main stack, as the main programming language. On data, it's more generic. It's based on Python or sometimes some BI tools like Tableau software, but it's more generic. There is less variety of stack. And then the new topic we see coming are more like cybersecurity, but it's more early stage. But we all know it's the next things coming.
Nice, yeah, and I think particularly over the last kind of, well, up to kind of 5 years, there's been constant analysis around kind of the digital skills gap. Are we slowly but surely bridging that gap for organizations through things like, you know, what Lewagen are doing and things like that? How close are we to kind of, you know, bringing people up to, you know, up to the right kind of standard and upskilling workforces?
So I think there's still a long way to go. I mean, if you look at the overall at the digital skills gap in Europe, it's huge, and it's even like accelerated with AI. So we are doing our part, but for it to work really, we need companies to work with providers like us to actually accelerate by actually upskilling their employees. Because there is one part which is for us to upskill people that are willing to find tech jobs, but we will just accelerate complete a part of the gap. But another part of the gap is upskilling people with jobs already that are becoming either obsolete or needs really drastically to upskill their knowledge. And that part should come from the company. So for now, I think that the gap is still huge. But well, I hope that we might complete that sooner than later.
Nice. Well, Boris, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for your presentation. Good to hear about what you're doing. If people want to contact you, I've noticed there's been a few tweets out, and obviously good to connect with you on LinkedIn to carry on the conversation. So thanks for joining us, and thanks for making time for the Q&A. It's good to hear from you, and good to see what you folk are doing over there.
Thank you, and I hope everyone like a good time for the rest of the conference.
Thanks,
Bye.
Boris. So great input there from Boris Payard, CEO of Lewagen, about kind of coding boot camps and upskilling and the importance of that. We're now going to be joined by Karsten Jan from Booking.com. Karsten is an agile coach based in Amsterdam, and he's going to be sharing insights today on the generation gap and the part that plays in business today. And we'll be joined by Karsten after the presentation for some live Q&A. So do jump on the hashtag and do submit your questions through onto the live chat. And if you do have questions, and realise we're running around 10 minutes off schedule, but as this isn't a live event, there's less emphasis on pulling that time back. So we will still be doing the Q&A session for both Karsten and Alistair afterwards from Mars, but we are running around 10 minutes here over, but we're going to begin Karsten's presentation now. Thank you very much.
Understanding the generation gap in the tech world and how to deal with it. Hi everyone, I'm Carsten, and I would like to not talk too much about what I do right now, but I would like to talk about how I get to be the person that I am right now, because I would like you to think about the same thing eventually. So I was born in 1978. It was a tough winter, my parents told me. Just before I was born, a couple of years earlier, my parents got their first phone. They were the first ones in the area with their friend circles. They only had my grandfather to call. So that was probably a lot of fun. Then they got a VHS system, the VCR, before I went to kindergarten, which means that I cannot remember a world without a phone, without the possibility to talk to someone that is not in the same room, and without the ability to watch something specifically at a specific point in time by hitting a play button. That was my reality. What I do remember, though, was the first one evening when my father came home with a lot of boxes and he unpacked the computer. The Commodore C64, that was a hoot. I think I was about 6 or 8 or something like that. Played a lot of computer games, obviously. It was those where you had the joystick and would have to rattle very quickly to make the pixel mishmash on the screen run as fast as possible. And I started coding on that. So I started referring to that Commodore 64 as basically one of the first reasons for me why I ended up in computer science eventually. During that time, during my primary school time, also this sign came up a lot. Chernobyl happened. That happened when I was very young. I was too young really to understand what a power plant is, but I learned what power plants are with the same sentence that they can blow. And when they do, that's really bad. Bad meant in my case, I was not allowed to eat salad a lot anymore, which is not the biggest deal for a 6-7-year-old. But also I was not allowed to play in the sandbox anymore, which was a big deal for me. So that was the thing. Short after, there was the unification of Germany. I'm German. I grew up in the West, close to the Dutch border. The unification and everything that came with it taught me a lot about unity, about freedom, and all these aspects. My whole perspective is shaped based on those events. Coming a little bit away from these cultural things to technology, the Game Boy came out. I was a big fan. I got my first Game Boy and there was a lot of freedom, a lot of playing, gaming, wherever I was. I was not so dependent on other people, not so dependent on the situation, on the localization anymore. I was able to play my Game Boy and that was great. Also came the compact disc, the CD. That was the thing when I remember discussions with my uncles about how clear the sound was and how amazing everything is. That was a new thing. By the time I turned 15, there was an established technology. When I started going to first like school dances and whatnot, we had CDs being shared, an easy medium for us to deal with music of good quality. That was something very natural for me. The internet came out then as well. During the late 80s, 90s, I started getting an understanding of what the internet is. It provided me with a lot of information, access to information, ideas of communication, different styles of communication. That was the whole thing. And then, of course, the mobile phone. The mobile phone was freedom. I was able to communicate to whomever, wherever. So that completely revolutionized the way of communicating for me, together with the information. Now I could continue this list for a long time, and maybe we can talk about this later in the questions. Obviously, there's a lot of deciding factors on an individual, but I wanted to focus this a little bit on technology. And when talking about technology, there's this really nice quote by Douglas Adams, who said that I've come up with a set of rules that describe our reactions to technology. 1, anything that is in the world when you're born is normal and ordinary and is just a natural part of the way the world works. 2, anything that's invented between when you're 15 and 35 is new and exciting and revolutionary, and you can probably get a career in it. 3, anything that's invented after you're 35 is against the natural order of things. Now I leave that sitting with you for a second. Think about where you are in this categories. And I would like to continue with a little bit of a warning. This is everything that we talk about here is subject to high generalizations. And I do that purposely. I think it makes a lot of sense to start putting us into a category of where did we grow up and what were the deciding factors for us. Now, what I really, really want to stress is that doesn't mean we're all the same. That doesn't mean that just because two people were born in the same year, they have the exact same experience or the same technological understanding. All of these are different and they vary a lot from one person to the other. It doesn't matter where they were born. I just would like to use these as a model, as a categorization to help us understand the complexity of reality. We always need to simplify, to understand the basic aspects, and then zoom into to really deal with the complexity with the individual persons. So for now, let's talk with the generals. And when we talk about generals, I would like to talk about three different generations. The first ones are the baby boomers. Now, the baby boomers is a generation that is defined with the people that were born after the war, after 1945, until the mid-60s, 1965, say. Now, these generations are, again, very, very general and very basically rooted in Western cultures and all that. It doesn't really matter. It's really just an idea of where we are on the timeline. So wherever you're from, whenever you're born, just try to use this as an example to find yourself in these timelines and see what are your experiences with that. The generation following the baby boomers is the Generation X. They were born between 1965 and 1980. I was born in 1978, as I explained already. So I'm at the end of the Generation X. And it also shows that, okay, I was born just before the end of the Generation X. So do I have much in common with the people in the beginning of the Generation X or with the next generation? There's no clear line, right? The next generation are the millennials. They're often talked about in today's world. Those are the people born between 1980 and 1995. Now, all these generations is just a classification of people. We have the silent generation, the baby boomers, Generation X, millennials, Generation Z. The following one will probably be called Generation Alpha. The research is still on that. But what I would like to focus on are really the three in between, in the middle, because that is what that is basically the majority of the people in our business world today. So let's look into the adult life of these people. Let's look at what happened in adult life. I would like to define as people that are not teenagers anymore. So older than 20, and I would like to use the upper border of this time range as the one that Douglas Adams defined, younger than 35. Fairly just a pick, just to give us an idea of where are these people, what was the time range. So the first baby boomer turned 20 in the year 1965. As a category, as an idea. The last baby boomer turned 35 in the year 2000. The Generation X's, the first one turned 20 in the year 1985. The last one turned 35 in the year 2015. And the millennials, the first one turned 20 in the year 2000. And the last one will turn 35 in 10 years from now. So this just gives you an idea of where we are, where are the adult people, when were the youth, when were the young adults, and all these things. And I would like to get rid of the Generation X altogether, because this is an in-between step, and I would like to increase the contrast just to see the different polars to get a clearer picture. So the year 2000, as you see clearly here, is the divider between the younger adults of the baby boomers and the millennials. Now that doesn't mean that before the year 2000, millennials were all just toddlers, and after the year 2000, baby boomers were all just pensionists. That's not the case. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to focus on the young adult age and where were these ranges, right? And I would like to put different things on the timeline now. So the first one, we put a man on the moon in 1969. I would use this as an example to explain what we're seeing right now, because in the year 1969, Aldrin and Armstrong were on the moon. And there were baby boomers that were adults at that time already, which means they were working, they were in business, they have active memories of the time when the moon landing happened. Okay, let's look at other events during these timelines. The VHS started in the late 70s, the compact disc in the early 80s, the Super Mario Bros. And the Nintendo Entertainment System was launched in 1983. Amazon, and I use this as an example for e-commerce, started in the mid-90s. We have Windows 95, the mainstream operating system superstar of its time, in 1995. DVD started in the late 90s. Then Google as well, which revolutionized the way of navigating the internet. YouTube started in the mid-2000s. 2007, the iPhone was introduced. And then in 2016, TikTok was founded, and it really became popular in 2019. Now, I would like to bet, when you have never heard of TikTok before, the last little item that looks like like a music note, you order 35. No shame in that. It's really, I installed it on my smartphone somewhere in fall. I opened it 5 times, I think. It's a video sharing platform. Not so interesting for me, but it's very, very big at the moment. So let's clean much out of that again right now. What I would like to look into is a couple of specifics. The iPhone basically started the smartphone idea, right? So it was the first smartphone where you had a device, a handheld device that you can literally navigate with your fingers. Sure, there was other solutions beforehand. I had a Windows mobile device that was a little handheld computer with a stylus. I could navigate and basically had a little window screen, and it was a mess. That has nothing to do with the smartphone idea, which came around and became really popular around the year 2010, I would say. Now that happened. Then around the late 90s, very late 90s, around about the year 2000, texting became a real big thing in youth culture, especially. So texting meaning sending SMS, sending messages on chat, in chat rooms, or in messenger services like ICQ, MSN, and what have we. They really kicked off. So this was the first time in the history of mankind where youth cultures would send messages written through a tiny keyboard. Maybe on the computer, maybe on the mobile phone at that time by SMS and all that. That hasn't happened before. Just until before that, it was very common to have face-to-face interactions. By the year 2000, there was a big divider. Most young people would then be having a lot of communication through texting services of whatever sort. And another event that happened in the early 2000s, in 2001, the Agile Manifesto was founded. Now, again, this was not the first of its kind. It was not the first time that people discussed agility or different focus, but it's certainly a cornerstone in the idea of customer centricity, of people and interactions. Especially when we talk about digital transformation, I think the Agile Manifesto plays a crucial role in this. So all these 3 things, the Agile Manifesto, texting, and smartphones, all of these started or became a thing within the last 20 years. That means that, just following this chart, that means that all baby boomers were older than 35. Following Douglas Adams again, that means that is against the natural order of things, right? And for millennials, most of the millennials either were becoming adults, were teenagers, were young adults during the time it came up, or they can't even remember a world without it. Look around you, think about yourself. Where are you on this timeline, right? Where are your colleagues, the people that you're working with, your manager, the people you're managing? Were those the people growing up with these technology? Do you remember the advent of these technologies and all these things? I think it's really important to get a awareness of when did that happen? What did that make with you? Well, how did that impact your communication style as well? Because fundamentally what this means is that baby boomers never learned real texting communication at young age. Many of them learned it afterwards, but the first time you were able to learn it was when you were older than 35. While as for millennials, this was a thing that they grew up with. It became very natural. It's like, for me, working with the VCR, I was the only one in our family that was really able to program the VCR. My father always struggled and always recorded something weird that he didn't want to. And my mom was good at it, but I always had to do that as a job. So think about this, because basically it divides us between, and when we talk about these two different polars, between the digital natives, so those that grew up with all these technologies, those that can't even imagine or remember a world without it, and the digital learners, so those that were there when it came up, experienced how it came to these technologies, how it came up, why it's there, what to do with it, how other people use it, and then started adapting. Now, I want to stress neither of them is better than the other, right? So it doesn't provide you with much advantage that you're native compared to a learner. Everyone was native in something, that the previous generation were learners. Nothing of that is bad. It's just important to have this basic understanding. So when we talk about communication styles, for example, what we need to understand is that face-to-face communication is the preferred style of communication for most baby boomers, because that's how they grew up. That's what they learned. Now, we know in psychology that face-to-face communication is the best style of communication, as in there's the lowest amount of loss, lowest amount of information loss. With face-to-face conversation, that's the only way to get an understanding of all the subsets of everything that needs to happen on the side. You don't get that in texts. However, digital natives are so used to sending quick messages that they become awkward in face-to-face conversations. So it's really important to understand, when do we have a person-to-person conversation, and when do we have a conversation that is good enough in text as well. Another thing that we see in our companies nowadays is that the shift in the hierarchies. So we see that a lot of baby boomers are in management. Most management areas are full of baby boomers. And on the other hand, we see a lot of the people in production are staffed with people that identify as millennials, or that I would identify as millennials. Sorry. Now, it's not as black and white, obviously, and there's a lot of people in between and people from other things. And also, being a baby boomer in management doesn't mean that you have no idea of technology or whatsoever. This is not what I'm trying to say. It's just, where is your understanding of the technology and what do we see? As an example, a lot of companies that I've seen that are struggling with their mobile first strategy have very few millennials in their driving forces. Makes sense, right? So they're not used to using mobile as the master technology for them, in theory, and therefore the priorities are a little bit different. Those companies that have a lot of millennials in management have a much stronger mobile first strategy. That's what I'm seeing. And with all this continuum, what's really important for you and your business is try to find out where are your customers. This is nothing that I can answer for you, of course. It always depends, and it's also not clear, okay, all of our customers are this or are this. But think about your personas that you're dealing with. Who are your customers? Who are the people that you're dealing with? Who are the customers that you're trying to approach? And where are they in this? So that has an impact on how do you want to communicate with them. Now, all this boils down into two different separate corners of the spectrum, right? I've been making a lot of cases now about how baby boomers and millennials differentiate from each other. I try to help you getting this awareness of where is this coming from. But this is not the end goal, right? So we can't walk around and say, no, they are very different and they are very different. That does not help us anymore. In the end, tech is a team sport. So what we need to do is start to get an understanding, how do we get closer together? How do we bridge these gaps? Because they are there. There's a lot of tensions being everywhere. In the last year, there was this hashtag trending everywhere. It was called OK Boomer, which is the dismissive response to a very aggressive conversation of both ends, which are the classical generation problems. The older ones complaining about the youth and the youth complaining about the older ones. That doesn't help us anywhere. So the question is, how do we bridge that? Now that we have this understanding, now what? And I would like to discuss 4 different points that will help you in your communication. First of all, is the communication. How do you prefer to communicate? How do they prefer to communicate? It's important to listen. It's important to understand what are the communication paths, the communication tools, the communication styles and all that. And it's also important to really listen carefully. It's really important. Listen, 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 and show a lot of patience. It's difficult with people that have a different background from yourself, but that is the key to success. Awareness. This is why this whole presentation happened, right? I wanted to provide you with the awareness. This is my story. This is where I'm coming from. So it helps you better understanding, okay, that guy, he grew up with a phone and he learned to use a mobile phone when he was 20 something. So that helps me getting a better idea of how to deal with these things. So know where you're coming from, know where the other are coming from. That helps you understanding the motivation behind requests and between asks. And reflect about yourself, reflect about the others. Why other things happen? Similarity is the point. Finding the differences is super easy. They always jump in your face. It's very straightforward. But it's really important to focus on the stuff that you have in common. What do you have in similar? What are the similarities that you find between? There's always something that you can find. And then I can't stress enough that team building is a key aspect of this. Create experiences together. Make sure that you create something together that you have a common ground from. Even those people that have absolutely nothing in common can do something together and then have their first experience together. That bonds a lot. And finally, a point that I try to stress a lot today is equality. It's really important to understand that none is better than the other. They're just different. There should not be any shaming. There should not be any judging. Respect other people and their opinions. Remember, different perspectives are just different. They're not wrong. And make sure that you treat others the way that you would like to be treated. Those 4 points are not rocket science. You knew them, you know them, thinking of them. But it's important to follow them, to follow these points, because then you will end up with having a team and not having 2 different poles. That's what I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much for your time. I'm Carsten Jahn again. You can find me on LinkedIn. Also, I will be here now for some questions and answers. Hope you have something that we can discuss. Thanks a lot.
Hi, Carsten. Are you with us?
Yes, I am.
How are you doing?
I'm very good. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. It's been a good day, and thanks for your presentation and for joining us for the live Q&A element.
Yeah, I'm looking forward for some interesting questions and conversations about it.
Sure. So I think we're going to start with a question that's been a much talking point of today in terms of COVID-19, and kind of diving deeper into your role as kind of agile coach at booking.com and perhaps how that role has changed in the last couple of months, and agile methodology is based on a lot of principles with regards to having FaceTime and things like that and bringing teams together. How have you managed through so far through the crisis, and are you kind of shifting to kind of online things like scrums and things like that? How's that working for you?
Yeah, it's a challenge, right? So in principle, we always say you need to get the people into the room because that's where the communication works the best. Now that is not really happening. At the same time, we see business is really having a hard time at the moment, of course. So booking, I think it's very easy to imagine that business is having a hard time at the moment, and we need to innovate, right? We need to make sure that we're working on the right things. We want to be prepared, of course. We want to make sure that we are still working, still productive, and still doing good jobs all together. So we're trying to bring it all into digital conversations, into video streamings of all sorts. In terms of agile, that's of course sometimes an issue. Having the routines and the ceremonies is not always easy, but many of the teams have their rhythm, right? So they have a cycle. They know each other pretty well. Many of the teams that we have are been working together for a while, and that is going okay. Now, the longer we are in the situation, of course, the more of a challenge it is, especially when we talk about something like a bit more of an out forecast, or thinking about grouping priorities and all that. So this is what we're looking into at the moment, and trying to come up with formats that help everyone without being too hierarchical at the same time. It's a challenge. What we try to do a lot is look into the specific people and how are they interacting and how can they interact most effectively. And there's no one size fits all. There's a couple of tools that work nice, but then the same tool in a different context could be the complete failure. I'm trying to encourage a lot of teams to take some breaks as well, to get together, to have some online drinks or online games or whatever together. What we saw, especially in the beginning, is some of the teams have been crazily overperforming. So it's we could see based on the numbers in some teams that yeah, they were working like crazy without taking breaks. If you're home all time, all day, we have a lot of internationals, a lot of expats here in Amsterdam. They don't take a break suddenly anymore, right? So this is that's of course an issue, and we want to make sure that people are not burning out based on the situation, of course.
Yeah, I think that's very much what we're seeing in new ways of working. I think one of the speakers mentioned it earlier today about kind of working from home and remote working, and how once upon a time, you know, that was great, and people, it was attractive to work for a company that allowed that. And as that becomes, you know, more normalized and people adjust to that, I think there is a lot of cases of kind of overworking, burnout, because you want to be available online, seem to be available even online the whole time, connected to your team, like you said, international teams and things like that. So all coming together, it can be rather difficult. So I'm glad you've covered that one. And then with regards to the content of your talk, you mentioned through the different kind of groups of people and how they work and whatnot. Have you seen, when you're going about kind of agile coaching and working with, you know, the booking.com workforce, do you see kind of any differences in terms of the interactions between the generations, and how difficult is it to kind of bring everyone together to kind of achieve that same, you know, common goal at the end of the day, if everyone's got a different way of working and an approach?
Yeah, I see tons of differences. That's all over the place. There's a lot of things that are qualifiers. It's always this birds of a feather flock together, right? So we see a lot of people that are of similar age groups that are grouping, especially in this highly diverse environment like booking. It's often that we see groups of people forming naturally, so to say. And that's not a problem, right? So I think that's perfectly valid. It's important just to be aware of that, I think, and to break it up every once in a while, and to be conscious about it, and to make sure that you find a way around it. So I think it's perfectly fine if there's a group of people, I don't know, for example, go for lunch all the time when they are the same age. I think it's really important that they still are open for other people to join as well, and to be still inviting for that. So we literally think about that a lot and try to talk to the people in the team. Is that a thing? Is this group that is forming, are you exclusive, or is this just a natural thing? And sometimes it's fine, right? So I'm 41 now. I don't want to spend day in, day out just with early 20s. You know, that's a different life, different generation. Having that said, I really enjoy spending time with some of my younger colleagues as well. It's just, it doesn't need to be all the time, right? So it's important to understand, okay, where are we? What do we want to do? What do we want to achieve? And how do we make sure that we get to collaborate with each other? Yeah, so this is really what I want to stress with this whole presentation. It's really important to understand the individual, where are they coming from, and where can they impact the conversation, right? So it's important to ask the right people, and that is the agile methodology at its core, right? Ask the people that can estimate the proper value. Who are your customers? Who is the one that is potentially giving you money for your product, whatever that might be, and ask those people, right? So me as an, I don't know, I can talk all day long about how the young folks use this latest social media platform that I've never even seen. But in the end, I think it's more important to reach out to those people that are in touch with that and listen to them. It's really important to listen to the right people. It's crucial to be aware of that as well, because I can sit in my, I've been working as a consultant, and I've seen a lot of different companies, and trust me, I've seen a lot of managers all over the place that are responsible for products that they hardly even know the context about, which they were simply not aware of, right? So I think it's really important to not lose touch to who is your target audience, who are you talking to, who are you dealing with as well, who are the people in your team. And therefore, I think it's really crucial to get a feeling for that, to be aware, who am I, and what is my background, and where is that coming from, and who are the other people, and how can I connect with them. So this is really a crucial part, and that is, to me, also what the Agile Manifesto supports, right? So it's always about people, it's always about the interactions among each other, and it's not about you are of a certain role, and therefore you have all the wisdom.
Sure, nice answer. And with that, just on kind of your own point of view, looking at the bigger picture, talking about organizational structure, as we kind of go through this, the crisis, in your opinion, do you think it's going to be more appropriate for organizations to slightly flatten their structure in order to convey, leadership that's a bit more encompassing and at the end of the day easier and more efficient? Is that how we're going to have to move forward, or are we still going to have these kind of older systems in place, and are we going to culturally transform in that way? Can we expect to see that, in your opinion, or are we fine as we are, kind of thing? Is it going to change anything on that front?
Yeah, I think that's a difficult question. I think yeah, personally, I am of the opinion that the flatter you can be, the better it will be for you as an organization. But at the same time, if your organization is of a certain size, you can't be completely flat anymore. I've seen organizations with, if you have more than a certain amount of teams involved, or a certain amount of people, then it just becomes too messy when you're too flat. So you need some levels of hierarchy. I don't think personally that hierarchies per se are the devil, right? I think you can benefit from that. What is important is how do you deal with that? And that clearly depends on your company culture. And this is something that I think will be impacted after this Corona crisis, because what we learn from this maybe, or what I can see in some of the businesses that I'm observing, is that we need to be more flexible. We need to start shaking these things up, right? Okay, this was the ultimate disruption for as long as I can remember, at least. but it really shook everything to the bone, right? So lots of businesses needed to completely rearrange, reorient, where are we, what do we want to do, what are our priorities? And the better you are in doing that, and the better you are in such a situation to still be innovative. We've seen a lot of super cool companies coming up with super cool, smart solutions and quick tools that help with customer binding. Even though their products were not accessible at the moment, they could still be in contact with their customers. You could establish a connection with the customers, and you can do a lot for your brand, and maybe even establish some other products that could be valuable for you in the future. So this is something that I observe that makes sense in my perspective, to start looking, okay, how are we in a situation if such a disruption happens? And let's hope that, I mean, there will be future disruptions, right? So this is our reality. Some are smaller, some are bigger, but there will always be more disruptions. So the question is, how can we deal with them better and faster? And that, to me, is a clear point. Be more agile, dare to be more flexible, dare to have a better prioritization system, whatever that might mean in your situation and in your culture, but dare to be thinking about how can I order the items that we want to deal with in the future.
Perfect, and that's all we have time for, Carsten. Thanks again for joining us. Thanks for your insights, and thanks for a productive Q&A session. It was a pleasure having you with us.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Enjoy the rest of the day. See you now. So we're now on to the final presentation of today, and we're going to be joined by Alistair Heath, who's Digital Adoption Lead at Mars. Alistair joined us last year in London, in which he shared some brilliant insights into applying digital dexterity across Mars's global organisation. So it's a pleasure to welcome Alistair back with us today as he continues to share the work he's doing with his partners in responding to COVID-19 and driving change across the organisation. As you've probably noticed, we are running a little over time, but we'll be hearing this presentation and bringing Alistair in for the final Q&A session of today, and then we'll be resuming play again tomorrow morning at 9 AM, and that's UK time. So we've got another action-packed day full of some great presentations. I'll talk you through that a little bit more after this presentation. So we'll get going with this one now, and then catch up with Alistair after the presentation.
Hi everyone, so thank you for having me here today. I'm really happy and excited to join you and share a little bit on Mars's journey with digital transformation. So today the topic I'll be sharing is ground up digital transformation and how we use digital transformation to drive change one life at a time. It's a little bit cheesy, but follow with me. I'm sure there'll be something useful to take away from this. So just before we begin, you probably want an introduction to myself. So as Chris has mentioned, my name is Alistair Heath, and I'm a digital adoption lead at Mars. And what this means is that I help others, I help our other associates, 125,000 associates, I help them take their first step into digital so that they can leap ahead, so that they can supercharge everything that they do in their day-to-day roles. So a couple of facts about me. I've been with Mars for 3.5 years now. I completed the Mars Leadership Program back in September, which is our graduate scheme. And I've been in the digital adoption team for 1.5 years as part of that. Just this week, actually, I'm starting a new role as well in HR analytics, still with Mars. So if anyone out there is working in the HR analytics space, I'd love to connect and draw on your experience. So that's a quick introduction to myself, but I also want to introduce you to Mars because I think there's a lot more under the surface, or a lot more than meets the eye. So you probably know Mars through our brands. You probably recognize some of our famous confectionery brands, so things like the Mars bar, of course, Twix, Galaxy if you're in the UK, M&M's as well, all the way through to Wrigley chewing gum. You probably recognize some of our pet food brands as well, Whiskas, Royal Canin, Pedigree as well, and even a number of veterinary clinics in the US as well. We've also got a load of food brands, so things like Uncle Ben's and Dolmio. So an incredible portfolio of brands and products that you guys probably know quite well. So you've definitely come across Mars at some point. We also, as well as our brands, we're also a very principle-led company, and at the core of our corporate culture is something called the 5 principles, which you'll see on the right there. So there's 5 principles: quality, responsibility, mutuality, efficiency, and freedom. And there's a reason I bring these up. They are so key to our understanding our corporate culture, but they're also particularly one of them, which I'll pull out, is a really key concept in understanding how ground-up digital transformation is happening within Mars. And you'll see that as we go through. You'll see some of these themes recurring as we go through. Now, as Chris mentions as well, this isn't the first time I've been at the Digital Transformation Conference. I was actually here last year sharing the idea about beliefs, behaviors, and tools, and how actually as experts, as people who operate in the realms of digital transformation, we have a duty not just to plan digital transformation from a tool perspective, but how we think about the behaviors that those tools drive, how we think about the beliefs behind digital transformation, and then we plan our digital transformations across all 3 of those areas: beliefs, behaviors, and tools. And I mentioned something at the end of that session that actually got more interest than the session itself. So I definitely last time spent more time talking about stuff that people didn't want to hear about. And one of the comments I made was that when it comes to behaviors, we can't dictate behaviors for everyone. If we have 125,000 employees, we can't dictate behaviors for everyone. I can't tell people what it's like to do agile project management methodology for sales. I can't tell you what it's like to do marketing in a user-centric way. In short, there's too many roles with 125,000 employees for one digital person to make a sort of a solid understanding of every single role, or have a solid understanding of every single role to be able to dictate what the digital transformation looks like for that role. So from that, we came up with this idea in the session of ground-up digital transformation, encouraging individuals to digitally transform themselves. And I think that is a fantastically refreshing quote. It's something that's very different from what you're hearing from government that like to pretend they know everything. It's this idea that we didn't see this coming. You don't plan for this. There's no rigid plan to follow. There's no single way out. Instead, what Grant says in the same piece is we will work through this together with our 5 principles to guide us. I love that, because it puts exactly what we were saying at the tail end of the conference last year. It draws it into the perspective of the current pandemic. It says that we all have a responsibility, thinking back to those 5 principles, we all have a responsibility to play when we think about how our roles and how our jobs have to change in the new world that has been thrust upon us in the last 3 months. And I think it's exactly the same for digital transformation in a broader sense as well, not just in a COVID sense. We all have a responsibility to transform our own roles. Every employee at every company has that responsibility. It's part of your job description now, whether it's written in or not. And really, the shift then for us as experts and as people who operate in the space of digital transformation isn't to come up with digital transformations that we inflict on others, but actually helping individual associates and employees drive their own change, drive their own digital transformation. So that's a quick introduction at what we'll be looking at today. So if you're interested in helping other employees, other associates drive their own digital transformation, hopefully this session will be the right place for you. Now, to start doing that, I think it's important that we actually understand what digital transformation is and what change is, because I think that's a really good place to start. So what I've shown here on this slide is something called ADKAR. It's owned by a change management company called ProSci that Mars have been working with for a number of years. And actually at the end of this PowerPoint deck, there's a reference to the external training organization we use to host it, if you'd like to look into this in more detail. But if you haven't heard of ADKAR, basically what it outlines is the 5 steps for change. Now, these are usually used in the top-down sense, which is, I've got a change I've got to drive in the organization. Let's plan that change through the lens of these 5 steps. But it can also become a really powerful tool for driving change from the ground up. What if we could, by using this tool, what if we could allow individual employees or even individual customers, if we think of the external world as well, to change themselves by guiding them through this framework? So we're going to have a look at the nature of change through new tools or digital ways of working. And if I think of that traditional top-down kind of change management, we've actually seen that quite a lot. Speaking to friends from other companies over the last couple of weeks with coronavirus. So as people have worked from home, what's tended to happen is a lot of people haven't worked from home before, haven't had the chance to work remotely. And what has happened is this. They've been woken up one Monday morning and been told, don't come in today, you've got to work from home. And within a couple of hours, within a couple of days, they get a load of comms, a load of emails come through saying, guys, we're using Microsoft Teams or we're using Zoom now. And they get that comm saying, this is the tool, this is how you have to work from home. And then they wait a couple of hours, a couple of days, and then comes through a load of generic training videos on Microsoft Teams. So you get this awareness and you get this knowledge. So if I look at that through ADKAR, we've driven the awareness of the change, i.e. we've driven the awareness of you've got to use Zoom, now you're working from home. We haven't really focused on the desire. Why should I want to use Zoom? Why should I not just use WhatsApp? Why should I not just call people up on the phone? We've then received the training, which drives the knowledge, and that's good because then you have the knowledge of how the tool works. But then in terms of the ADKAR change management process, we've just stopped. There's no focus on how we drive the ability to do my job using Microsoft Teams or Zoom or whatever your remote conferencing solution is. We've just kind of stopped. There's no guide on how to do a sales role or a marketing role with Microsoft Teams. That doesn't exist because we need those individual associates to figure it out. We need those employees to figure out what it's like to do their role working from home or remotely. And then finally, we need to reinforce the change. We need to embed that change so that it becomes the new norm. It becomes the new way of doing things. And particularly with coronavirus, there's actually a reluctance from a lot of people and even from a lot of companies and managers to reinforce the change because we think, well, we'll be back in the office soon. And I think in truth, the thought here is that actually this doesn't quite work. Because what we're doing is we're inflicting change from the top down. We're pushing out comms, we're pushing out training videos, and training videos by their nature are a playbook. They are trying to teach you how to do something that we know the best practice of. That's the definition of training. And so what we have is a very patchy change management framework, just comms and just training, with no attempt to talk to desirability and reinforcement. And fundamentally, those 3 components particularly, but arguably all 5 as well, need to be driven from the ground up. What if we could drive from the ground up desire, ability, and reinforcement around a change with any new tool or any new digital way of working? So what I'm going to share with you on the next couple of slides is the 3 questions that we ask within Mars as part of something that we call our Discover framework that allows associates to engage with those questions around desire, ability, and reinforcement and drive the change within themselves upwards instead of us inflicting a change on them. And so we'll start with desire. So when we run these Discover sessions, we ask this question first, and it's a question that's very heavily influenced by design thinking and user centricity in that way of working, which is quite simply this. What challenges, problems, and opportunities are you facing in your day-to-day role? And it could be anything. It could be a big business challenge or a big business problem. It could be an opportunity for the organization to expand and do something differently, to push its remit, to create new products or new offerings for consumers. And we ask that question, and we try and change. What we're trying to do is we're trying to link the change into that. We're trying to understand how the change or the digital transformation allows them to achieve that faster and better. Now, some people get really stuck on this problem, on this question, and they say, well, what kind of challenge or problem or opportunity are you looking for? And the response to that I always give them is, well, what keeps you up at night? What's the thing that keeps you up at night? For some people, particularly directors and senior managers, actually a lot of business challenges and problems do keep them up at night. Those are the things that they worry about, because that's maybe the thing they're being measured on from a performance perspective. For others, and you see this at all kinds of levels, actually some of the biggest problems that affect our associates are things like, particularly at the moment, things like childcare arrangements, right? The demand that's being put on their time to look after children whilst also doing a full-time job. And actually, a lot of the tools within the digital transformation can help with that. Artificial intelligence could perhaps help us speed up certain processes so they can balance work more effectively. Collaboration tools like Microsoft Teams allow us to collaborate not at the same time in a meeting, but we can edit documents at different times of the day whenever suits us. And so actually what we're doing here when we talk about challenges, problems and opportunities is we're trying to work out what this tool can help us solve so that it drives desire. Someone can link it to a problem they are actually having rather than seeing a tool or a digital way of working as this abstract concept that is here to disrupt their lives. It's actually here to make their lives better. So we capture the desire and we link it to a desire that you could only source from the ground up by asking people this question. And then we move on to that second piece around ability, which is what experiment could we try with this new tool or with this new digital way of working to solve your problem? I outlined one for you just then about using Microsoft Teams as a collaboration tool to save time or to make collaborating together something that could be fitted in around loads of different people's schedules. And that's exactly what an experiment is. This experiment is something where we're going to try and use this tool to do something a little bit different, and we're very intentional about the language here. The word experiment is very deliberately used so that people know it's okay to fail. It's okay for this experiment to go wrong. And then that is reinforced again, typical bad choice of word, but we use that in the reinforcement stage to say, well, actually, how did that experiment go? 1 month later, actually, was using Microsoft Teams a good way to collaborate? Did it help you get all your work done to a higher standard and a better quality, whilst also freeing up time for you to do some of the childcare? Or did it free up time for you to spend with customers? Or did it change whatever other, did it help you progress against whatever you said as your problem, your challenge, or your opportunity? And what should we try next? You've still got probably a list of problems, challenges, opportunities. Are there any more experiments you'd like to try with this digital tool or digital way of working that could help you progress? So what then happens when we look back at this ADKAR framework, this framework for change from ProSci, is that as well as having the comms and the training from the ground up, i.e. being pushed from a corporate center, what then starts to happen is that we get a conversation going with associates where they talk about these other areas, where they provide the desire, the ability, and the reinforcement. So if you provide the comms with a space, the comms and the training from the top-down perspective with, from a bottom-up or a ground-up perspective, the space to have the conversation around what this change means to you, you can address the whole of the ADKAR framework. You can address the whole of that change piece. Someone receives a comm about a digital change or a new tool, a digital way of working, and they're instantly encouraged as a group with their line manager, individually, it depends on how you choose to do it. They're then encouraged to think about what that change actually means for them as a person, why it should resonate with their sense of purpose. We then have the ability to think about the training, the learning, driving the knowledge, that piece then fitting in there quite nicely, before then taking on the ability piece, that experiment that says, well, how do I apply that knowledge against my original problem? How do I use it to drive progress and to drive growth for our organization? And then finally, I come back and I review it, and hopefully, if that experiment has gone well, that reinforces the change. But even if it doesn't go well, it reinforces the idea that we should keep experimenting, that we should keep trying something different. So before we finish, I'm just going to show you what this looks like in practice. Here's an A4 sheet you could print off, and you could actually use our fake little post-its there to mock up challenges and opportunities before coming up with a problem statement. You could then use that to create an experiment on what could we try? What are the digital tool or way of working experiments that we could try before capturing the findings? And in action, that looks a little bit like this. We ran this with a sales team in the Nordics, and we were looking at driving the adoption of Microsoft Teams. And they came up with loads of challenges, opportunities between them. And we asked them to come up with a problem statement. And they said, it's more difficult to get feedback from our customers as a sales team when we're working remotely. We're used to having sales meetings face-to-face with our customers. We can read their facial expressions to work out when a deal is appealing, when it's maybe needs a little bit more work. But it's very difficult to get that over Zoom or Microsoft Teams or Skype. How do we do that? And so we came up with an experiment. We said, rather than just logging onto the meeting and using Microsoft Teams as a glorified FaceTime, what we do is we'd log onto that meeting before it starts, and we'd add a couple of polls in the chat so that people could vote as we went through the session, or people could leave feedback as we went through the session. And so that's an experiment that encourages them to use Microsoft Teams in a different way, in a more elaborate way. And we'll then, in 4 weeks' time, do a feedback session on that. And of course, you can use this framework to drive the adoption of other digital tools, other digital ways of working, all through that ADKAR piece. So just as we come to an end and as we wrap up for the Q&A around how to do this ground-up digital transformation, first of all, I'd like to encourage you to do this. Whenever you plan a digital transformation or an element around digital transformation, think about the change. The ADKAR framework is a great way to do that. So have a look at some of those previous slides and maybe structure some of your activities through the ADKAR framework. There's a link on the reference slide at the end of this deck for more information on that. Again, that's a great service offered by ProSci. You can also try to run a discover session. You could do this in a group, filling in that A4 page, doing a collaborative session, thinking about challenges and opportunities, and how, from a ground-up level, we're going to use digital tools and ways of working to solve those. Of course, those kinds of virtual sessions always work well with snacks. So pick up some of your favorite Mars treats for those workshops. And then, of course, feel free to follow Mars and myself on LinkedIn as well. I'd love to continue the conversation with you there. But for now, I think we're going to go over to some questions. I think we're going to go over for some questions. Thanks, Chris.
Hi, Alistair. Are you there with us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. Thanks. Good. Thanks. How are you today?
Yes, I'm very well, thank you. And thanks again for the presentation and for joining us again. Some real nice insights, some fresh thinking from last time.
Sure. Okay. Can you see my video okay?
Just got a grey screen at the moment.
That's a bit odd. See if I can sort anything out on this end, talking about digital transformation.
Yeah.
Doesn't bode well. I'm not sure what's happening here, so let me stop and restart. If not, I'm happy to do the questions with audio. I can see you okay. I feel I'm doing something wrong.
Yeah, no worries. We'll just crack on. We can.
Sure,
we
let's go for it.
Yeah,
apologies, everyone.
The main thing, and we've seen you on the presentation, so all is not lost. I think we're going to start this Q&A going back to the desire part of that framework, and I wanted to ask you, what are your personal challenges right now that COVID-19 has inflicted on your way of working, and then if you could elaborate perhaps on the solutions that either yourself have implemented or Mars may have implemented.
Sure. So I'll talk about my personal situation first. In terms of that, I feel I've been quite lucky. My team and the digital adoption team within Mars is based across Chicago and China, as well as in the UK. So we were pretty used to working remotely, to be honest. In fact, I had more meetings on Microsoft Teams than I did in real life. Of course, I miss my fellow colleagues in the office. But most of my meetings were happening on Microsoft Teams anyway. And then you throw into that the fact that, for years now, I've been having weekly calls and catch-ups with friends in China. So we had the pre-warning about everything that would come to the UK. And so, to be honest, there was a lot of chance for preparation. We were also quite lucky in that our office did a refurbishment back in August for 2 weeks, and they told everyone to work from home. So at least our office had a bit of a dress rehearsal. So personally, it's not been too bad. Of course, I miss people, and I think that's really my takeaway from this is that office is about the people. It's definitely no longer about the facilities. So that's definitely one piece. In terms of Desire as a whole and how you lead the change now, there's a little bit of an odd thing, because Desire historically, when you think of ADCAR, is usually the hardest thing or the hardest part of a change. It's really difficult to make people want to be digital. It's difficult to make people want to go through change, and different people have different thresholds and tolerance for change. But change, that Desire piece has normally been the hardest piece of ADCAR. And there's a presumption, I think, when we started or when COVID-19 hit, that suddenly the Desire barrier just disappeared, because suddenly everyone wanted to work from home because they had to. They had no other choice. And if anything, there was a bit of desire there around, I want to work from home because it's safer to do that. It's because it's what the government is telling me is good. And that happened in a lot of countries around the world. So initially, the ADCAR framework switched from you needing to focus on desire to needing to focus on ability, with a little bit, the balance changed there, but desire being that hardest part. I think what's happening now, 3 months on, is the question around desire is coming back. When people go back to offices, or now that we settle down into this quote unquote new normal, whatever that is, how do you get people to desire actively changing their role with digital, rather than just being forced into change and settling into something new? We've made small steps. Now, every company will say they've made changes in the last couple of weeks, but it's how do you keep up that pace? And that's what I've tried to share today. Is how do you encourage people to want to make continual change? How do you encourage people to continually digitally transform themselves? And that's where the desire piece comes back in. And you do that by getting to know their individual needs and trying to use the digital tools to solve those individual pain points.
And with that, with the digital tools, you've mentioned Microsoft Teams there a few times. Are there any other kind of tools that you're using within Mars or within your teams that have proved effective outside of Microsoft Teams, or do you kind of tend to keep it all within one?
So that's a really good question. And what I'll do is I'll give you the little preface, which is Mars for a while has invested quite heavily in the Microsoft suite of tools. We've been driving it for a number of years, and it all links together seamlessly. Having said that, what I'd like to think is that, one of my biggest learnings, I think, is that tools are one part of the discussion. And actually, that's what I brought to the conference last year, is tools are one part of the discussion. What is more important is how you use them and how you agree to work with them. So in the example I gave about a sales organization within Mars, looking at how they conduct deals virtually, one of the tips we gave them was rather than just getting on the call, having the sales meeting as you normally would, you have to explicitly call, if you want feedback, you have to explicitly call out at the start of the meeting saying, at the end of every slide, I'm going to take 10 seconds just to ask for any questions based off of what you've just seen, just to allow for the fact that we're no longer face to face. And what happens there is that the power of the tool of Microsoft Teams over something like FaceTime or even a phone call is only unlocked by the human behavior of saying, guys, give me feedback at the end of every slide, or I'll open for questions at the end of every slide or at the end of every section. So our tools are great. Our core services organization within digital technologies has done a great job deploying these tools, as has the digital workplace team. But what is really key to ensuring success is the behaviors that you try to encourage in terms of ways of working. And it's a very different discussion from which tools you deploy, but it's, I believe, a vital part of any digital transformation.
Nice, good answer. And then flipping back to ADCAR, how long have Mars been using those principles for?
Oh, so my line manager would tell you he was one of the first people to bring ADCAR and that change management process into Mars, and I don't know when he did that. So it's at some point between now and 11 years ago. So it's been a while, and what you'll see is it's used in loads of different ways. So I tend, and as you've just seen, as you've just seen, it's been applied in a very initially theoretical and abstract way, then applied to a specific challenge. What you get a lot of people doing is a lot of people come from a project management background and apply ADCAR in and this is tends to be more how they teach it, is quite I don't want to say rigid framework, but there's definite things you can do at each steps, like design a comms plan, design a stakeholder relationship map, and push comms through that, design your change strategy for engaging senior leadership to drive desire. We've been using it for a number of years in a number of different ways, and it's a really great tool for thinking and consciously planning change. So again, details in the end of that slide deck for those that want to pursue that further.
Sure, and then finally, seeing as you're moving into that new role with HR analytics, we discussed earlier in the day on the panel discussion about employee experience and how now that is kind of moved up the queue with regards to digital transformation and companies paying more attention to that. Do you have any kind of thoughts on successful employee experience kind of engagement tools or methods that have come from within Mars?
So it's a really difficult question, only starting in the role now to think about associate experience. I can certainly have a think about it actually in the context of of change management, because it's part of your associate, as part of the lifestyle of any employee, you will go through change. And it sounds cliche, it sounds really odd, but I think employees and associates need to feel listened to. And that's kind of what what I've just shared talks about. It's the idea that any change should actually meet a consumer problem or an associate problem or need. And actually, as we look at in the HR space, what companies need to do to provide great associate experiences, they need to go and do that research into what associates and employees actually want. And I think for a lot, there'll be some big changes coming. Do we want the office on the corner with windows, or do we want to be working from home? Certainly for myself, I can say that I'd love to have a job where I was able to work 8 hours a day remotely and travel the world. That's something that I would love to do. But that's going to be very different, not just from other associates, but also other associates my age. I think listening to the previous talk as well, there's a massive diversification in what people want, both when they're consumers, but also when they're employees. So no specific insights to share yet, as I say, only a week into the role, but I'm sure I'll be back at some point sharing some thoughts there. But when it comes to associate experience, I think the key really is to create the discussion, create the space, facilitate the conversation, and then listen. And that's the bottom line, I think, behind any kind of change.
Nice. And a question has just flown in on the chat.
Sure.
Do you use or encourage any type of pick charts to help people prioritize problems and/or solutions?
So in terms of these particular sessions, again, we're pretty wedded to the Microsoft suite, just because everyone has it. So when it comes to charts, we use well, I say charts. When it comes to this kind of planning, we use a few things. So predominantly Microsoft Whiteboard, but also PowerPoint as well. This sounds like a bit of an odd one, but you can have you can send a sharing link to a PowerPoint, and you can have people edit different parts of it, add text to those squares that we make to look like post-its. And in terms of prioritization, that then goes, that raw data capture in those post-its, whether they're on whiteboard or PowerPoint, then the prioritization is done through conversation. And when we say we want to facilitate that conversation, we mean facilitating that conversation within a team, or within a team and with a line manager present as well. And so usually what happens in terms of prioritization, when we talk about problems, we can look at individual problems, but we also allow teams to come up with, this is the thing we want to solve together. And that arises naturally out of the group. And it's really key that we do that, because when people come up with the ideas themselves and prioritize them themselves, then everyone feels a sense of co-creation. And when you have co-creation, you have buy-in.
That's nice. Well, that's lovely. Well, thanks, Alistair, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
It was great to have you back with us, and hopefully we can talk to you again and hear more on your experience within your new role. So
definitely
all the best as you go onto that new role. I'm sure you'll be brilliant as you were in your digital adoption lead role. So all the best with that, and I look forward to connecting with you again. Thanks for all the great insights.
Thanks, Chris. Cheers.
Have a good day. Cheers, Alistair.
Bye.
So that actually wraps up the day. We've heard some great presentations. We moved around a bit in terms of the facets of digital transformation. So it's been interesting to hear from some different folk on their perspectives. We are back online tomorrow from 9 o'clock again, and that's British summertime. And we'll be kicking off the day with Susie Palmer-True, who's Director of Change and Improvement at Open University. In that session, we are also joined by Deutsche Bank, Legal & General, and Google. Some fantastic presentations for the go tomorrow. And again, we'll have all those live Q&A elements. So encouraging everyone to get involved on that side. We'll be hearing throughout the day on quite a few things on the digital transformation spectrum. So we look forward to that. It's been a pleasure having you with us today. Again, thanks to our sponsors for making this entirely possible and for allowing us to kind of put it on without charge and sharing this in a free capacity. It was great to hear from Cloud Health, Vonage and Le Wagon today on what they're doing with regards to digital transformation and how they might be able to help. And we'll be joined by Chrome Enterprise and Hallmark Technology tomorrow. So that's it. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon, and hopefully we can see you back here first thing in the morning for some great presentations and live Q&A. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.